Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives. Number 1, the Miscellaneous Provisions Special Reserve Police and Police Complaints Authority Bill 2020. Number 2, as it appears on the supplemental order paper, the CARIFORUM states the Caribbean Community and Dominican Republic and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland Economic Partnership Agreement Bill 2021 in the name of the Minister of Trade and Industry. Papers.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the supplemental order paper in the name of the Minister of Public Utilities. The annual report and audited financial statements of the Regulated Industries Commission for the year ended December 31st, 2015.
Urgent questions.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. To the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. In light of recent reports that the rice industry is on the verge of collapse, can the Minister indicate what measures are being taken to prevent such collapse?
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Madam President, I thank you very much. Madam President, these reports, this discussion about the collapse of the rice industry in Trinidad and Tobago, they've been around for more than 20 years. They're not recent. And it has to do with the fact that at a particular time in our country's history, with Caroni 1975 Limited, and even before that, Trinidad was a producer of rice. And a lot changed since then, particularly the desire of the local market for parboiled rice and the reducing interest in white rice, which is what our farmers produce. Rice is the most supported and subsidized agricultural commodity in the country. The land is made available at a low rent. Farmers are guaranteed a particular price. The milling is paid for by the state. The milling alone costs $4.8 million. And I appeared, Madam President, before a joint select committee and spent 3 hours articulating government's position on the industry. And the position is this, Madam President. The government is prepared to support a rice industry of a particular size and provide the existing financial support, but we also have approved a private sector project to develop a rice parboiling plant in Couva. That project is underway, and the expectation is that local rice produced by our farmers and imported rice, paddy from Guyana, will be used as the stock material in that plant. The government is committed to support the rice farmers as we've been doing, and that is the position of the rice sector.
Senator Mark.
Honorable Minister, you'd agree with me that the number of farmers involved in rice production has been considerably been reduced. Can you indicate to this Honorable Senate what type of rice industry or kind of rice industry and its size that the government of Trinidad and Tobago would like to envisage for that industry based on what you have said?
Minister.
President, based on the discussions with the rice farmers, particularly at that joint select committee before and after, is that the government is prepared to sustain a local rice industry of 3,000 metric tons produced by the farmers we have. We've also provided support, and we've been working with the hill rice farmers. Hill rice is still a niche product, but highly desirable. And my colleague, the Minister of Trade, and I, we were in Moruga recently for the launch of Red Gold, which is the second hill rice brand out of Trinidad and Tobago. And the government is committed to support both the white rice farmers and the hill rice farmers in Moruga and wherever else they exist, particularly on the value-added side and the export side. Thank you.
Given the fact that there has been a significant decline in rice production in this country, can the Honourable Minister indicate what measures are being taken by the government to ramp up rice production in Trinidad and Tobago, seeing that is a very important foreign exchange conservation measure?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question. Next question.
Minister of Planning and Development, in light of the sudden decision of the Chagaramas Development Authority to immediately close the Macquarie Beach facility, can the minister give the reasons for said decision?
Minister of Planning and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you to the member for the question. Madam President, this is not a sudden decision because there has been a certain amount of erosion taking place on the Macquarie Beach and quite a bit of degradation and destruction of the safety features that we have put in at the beach. The board and management of the CDA developed a comprehensive repair program for Macquarie Beach, which includes the following works. In the short term, the works have already begun with the clearing of debris, the pruning of trees in and around the facility. The curbs in the parking area are being repainted, and the car park spots are to be clearly demarcated. The railings are being temporarily repaired until we can remove and redo them using cable wire. The steps have been pressure washed. The lifeguard booth is to be painted and the steps will be repaired. Timber has already been purchased for these repairs. In the long term, the authority intends to repair the rails throughout the perimeter of the area by installing concrete PVC bollards and removing the damaged timber railings that have not withheld the constant sea blast and public use. There is a daily paid crew that is solely responsible for cleaning Macquarie. The rough terrazzo on the steps gets slippery when wet, and therefore a white lime treatment is usually done along with the pressure washing. These treatments need to be done, we admit, more often. It is difficult to do these treatments regularly as there is a water problem in the area, and it was suggested that in order to further curtail the impact...
Minister, your time has expired.
Oh, sorry, ma'am.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what is the time frame for this comprehensive beach development program to be completed so that beachgoers can resume their enjoyment of the Macquarie Beach?
Minister.
Thank you, ma'am. Before the Easter weekend, we will have this completed.
Senator Mark.
I'll continue. My next question.
Next question.
Thank you very much. Yeah, to the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. In light of the heavy rains and consequent flooding, which affected farmers in the Pinal area. Can the minister indicate what steps, if any, will be taken to compensate the farmers for losses suffered?
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Madam President, the process for providing financial assistance to farmers who experience natural disasters like flooding, for example, is well established in the ministry. The farmers make a claim, the ministry's officers would visit the areas from which the claims arise, the claims are processed, and those that meet the criteria are paid. So, Madam President, this particular area is called the Pudai Lagoon in Pinal, and it is one of those areas that is normally underwater during the rainy season, and during the dry season, these are private lands, 120 acres cultivated by about 36 farmers. The farmers during the dry season would take a chance because the soil is very fertile. And what has happened now is that the unseasonal rain and the excessive rain on 2 occasions have caused the flooding in that area. So what has been done? Immediately, the ministry's officers visited. They have taken 36 claims from the farmers so far. 23 of those claims have come from registered farmers. The ministry is conducting the verification. The area is still underwater, so it's difficult to verify the claims. And once, Madam President, the claims are approved for payment, the Parliament, to the Minister of Finance, has allocated $9 million for assistance to farmers who face flood in this financial year. We estimate that the claims could be around 600,000, and the ministry is in a position to pay those claims. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, through the President, is the government contemplating repairing or fixing the pump at the particular gate that would really assist in avoiding or assisting or facilitating the floodwaters to recede quickly in that particular area? Is there any decision or any action on the part of the government to address this floodgates, addressing the floodgates?
Senator Mark, that question doesn't arise. And the time for urgent questions has expired.
Questions or notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, the government is once again will be answering all questions on the order paper.
Senator Mark.
Yeah. Question number 77 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the Ministry of Works and Transport has noted the joint statement issued by the International Air Transport Association, Airport Council International, and the International Civil Aviation Organization. Recommendations that countries open their borders with biosafety protocols. This statement is understandable in the context of the adverse effect of COVID-19 restrictions on the airline and air transport industry. However, it should also be noted that upon the appearance of the COVID-19 virus on a global scale in early 2020, the governments across the world imposed sweeping restrictions, including border closure and travel restrictions, in order to limit the importation of COVID-19 into their countries. Further, in recent months, travel restrictions have been reintroduced in several countries to contain the surge in the case of the virus. The measures put in place by the government of Trinidad and Tobago, which includes the closure of the borders, are designed to ensure the safety of our citizens. The decision to reopen our borders will be made by the government after consultation with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of National Security. The global best practice outlined by the international organizations have been adhered to by the Airport Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. which through constant collaboration with the Ministry of Health has prepared our airports for a new normal of travel to ensure the safety of all users. Our airports will be ready and up to standard when a decision to reopen our borders is taken by the government. I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether the government or his ministry or the unit in his ministry that deals with IATA and this question about the opening of the borders, in light of what the Minister has just indicated, can he indicate to this Senate whether there is consultation and collaboration between IATA and the Ministry of Works and Transport insofar as the reopening of the borders is concerned?
Minister.
Madam President, we do subscribe to these organizations. However, a decision to open our country borders and by extension the airport is solely in the purview of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and we are guided by the scientific evidence provided by the Ministry of Health and National Security.
Senator Mark. What scientific evidence is the government awaiting before it takes a decision to reopen the borders of Trinidad and Tobago?
Minister.
President, as I said before, any decision on the reopening of the airport will be based on information and the advice from the Ministry of Health and National Security, and I think that question should really be placed to the Ministry of Health going forward.
Is the Ministry of Works and Transport party to any decision making as it relates to this important matter of the opening of the borders, given IATA's position in the context of what the Minister has just outlined to this Honourable Senate?
Senator Mark, that question is not allowed. Next question, Senator Mark.
Question number 78 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. The answer to part 1, the changeover from ASICUDA 4.0 to ASICUDA 4.2.2 began on December 31st, 2020 at 1600 hours or 4 p.m. Answer to part 2, the upgraded system went live on the 4th of January 2021. Answer to part 3, customs officers, brokers, and clerks have been trained on how to use the system. And the answer to part 4, training for customs officers was conducted on December 28th to 30th, 2020, January 21st to 22nd, 2021, February 8th to 12th, 2021, and training for customs brokers and customs clerks was conducted on July 30th, 2020, December 22nd to 23rd, 2020, January 4th, 2021. And January 19th to 22nd, 2021.
Senator Mark.
Is the Minister aware that training, I have evidence before me, and I'd like the Minister to verify whether training of customs officers, customs brokers, and customs clerks took place subsequent to the rolling out of this ASICUDA 4.2.2 system, Madam President. Can the Minister advise?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question based on the answer that had been provided to the question.
Can the Minister indicate whether he is aware that, or let me put it another way, if information and evidence is provided to the Minister as it relates, Madam President, that the training program commenced after the launch of the ASICUDA system, would the Minister be prepared to apologize to this House?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question. Next question, Senator Mark.
To the Minister, question number 83. No, 79. Oh, yes, I'm dealing with Paul's questions. Sorry,
question number 79, Senator
Yes,
Mark.
Madam President, I'm dealing with that. Question number 79 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Madam President, the reports are under review and will be tabled in Parliament shortly.
Madam President, these reports are overdue. And can I ask the Minister to be very definitive and specific as it relates to when those two reports that are long overdue will be tabled in the Senate? Madam President, through you.
Senator Mark, that question will not be allowed based on the response given.
Madam President, the Honourable Minister said in short order. I am simply asking through you if the Minister can clarify what he means by short order or in a short time. So that is why I asked.
Minister.
Can...
Minister.
Thank you, Madam President, and I can answer any supplementary question asked of me by Senator Mark on any question, anytime, anyhow. So, some background is necessary. The reports submitted to the ministry contain matters of policy which are outside of the purview of the National Insurance Board. They are government policy matters. As a result, a subcommittee of cabinet is reviewing these reports to see where the NIB has deviated from government policy so that appropriate arrangements can be made. We expect that within a month, that exercise will be completed.
President, can the Honourable Minister share with us what are those government policies that he made reference to?
Minister.
Most certainly, Madam President. As I said, I could answer any supplemental posed by Senator Mark. Those matters of policy are the registration of Venezuelan migrants for national insurance and the registration of self-employed persons, two matters on which there is no definitive government decision other than, at this point in time, the registration of Venezuelan migrants and self-employed persons is not permitted. But the reports contain policy with respect to those two matters.
Can the Minister indicate, Madam President, through you, what would have guided the management and by extension the board of the National Insurance Board to take such a decision contrary, based on what you have said, contrary to government's established policies? Can you share with this Senate what was the reasons or basis or rationale for this deviation, Mr. Minister? Through the Honourable President.
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Can the Honourable Minister share with us?
No, you've asked 4 questions. Yes. Yes. Next question, Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Question number 83 to the Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Senator Richards. The total number of persons granted exemptions to enter Trinidad and Tobago as at February 9th, 2021 is 12,509. The majority of these persons are citizens, and the exact numbers are currently being verified. As at June 2nd, 2020, permanent residents were granted exemptions to return to Trinidad and Tobago, and each request is examined on a case-by-case basis. Additionally, persons who have applied for permanent residency and have spouses or connections to persons who are citizens have been granted approval, a number of them, again, based on a case-by-case basis. Thank you very much.
Next question, Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. Question number 96 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the following information is provided regarding public transportation in Trinidad and Tobago as at February 15, 2021. The average number of persons who use public transportation on a daily and weekly basis estimates to be 728,000, which is about 56% of the Trinidad and Tobago population. The most recent statistics have shown that on average, approximately 1.55% of the commuting public is serviced by the PTSC on a daily basis. Over the past 5 years, the trend in terms of percentage of commuters using the Public Transport Service Corporation is as follows. 2015-2016, 6,713,384, the yearly ridership, average daily ridership of 25,429, 3.49%. 2016-2017, 7,597,074, 28,777 on a daily ridership, 3.95%. 2017-2018, 6,859,643, daily ridership 25,983, 3.57%. 2018-2019, 5,583,528, daily ridership 21,150, 2.91%. 2019-2020, 2,982,817, daily ridership 11,299, 1.55%. Thank you.
Richards.
Can the Minister indicate if the Ministry and by the extension the government is satisfied with giving you answer that only 1.55 to under 4% of the commuting population is serviced by PTSC, given the 400 million being spent annually on average invested into TSTT by the state?
Minister.
Yeah, thank you. Madam President, the 1.55% was 2019-2020, and we must recognize this was the time of the COVID pandemic. This moved from 2015 to 2016, 2017, 3.95%. Recent surveys that was done indicated that a lot more people would choose the PTSC as their service provider, their main service provider. However, the PTSC does have its challenges, and this is why the government have taken a decision to look at the fleet at PTSC. One of the problems PTSC has is the amount of routes. We only operate, I think, just about 50% of the routes because of the amount of buses that we have. Government took a decision to purchase 300 buses. That will take the fleet up to 500, and we expect then a significant increase in the amount of people choosing the PTSC. However, that is coupled with an improved service where we can have a much more reliable and efficient service. Thank you.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Minister, for the answer. Is there a benchmark percentage that the government envisions PTSC to be able to provide in terms of percentage of the commuting public using PTSC in the next 2 years?
Minister.
President, the long and short answer to that is the government is hoping that PTSC becomes the #1 mode of public transportation. We are using the PTSC to fill the gap of mass transportation. We all know that the mass transit system that we were hoping to have implemented in Trinidad have now been put on hold because of the cost, and we have switched all our resources now to using PTSC. So we are hoping that at least we can get that ridership up to about 15% with a more efficient run bus service in Trinidad and Tobago.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can I ask the Honourable Minister whether he's aware at the PTSC that a contract was issued by the PTSC chairman to his spouse associated with a company called Corbin Communications. Are you aware of that, and whether an investigation will be launched?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise. Next question, Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. Question number 97 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the following information is provided as regards to the operation of taxis and maxi-taxi transport vehicles in Trinidad and Tobago as at February 15, 2021. There are 6,739 registered maxi-taxis in operation. Of the commuting public served by maxi-taxis, 17% are for work and 18% are for school. There are 32,666 registered H-taxis in operation, consisting of 6,739 maxi-taxis and 25,927 conventional taxis. Recent statistics have shown that approximately 56% of the commuting public use public transportation, which consists of H-taxis, maxi-taxis, and buses. Thank you.
Senator Richards.
President, would the Minister have information regarding the percentage of PH taxis providing services in Trinidad and Tobago, although they be unregistered?
No, Senator Mark. Senator Richards, I won't allow that question. Next question. Any more questions? Thank you very much.
Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
Honourable members, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Tuesday, March 9, 2021, will be resumed. A bill entitled, An Act to Make Provision for the Maintenance of Public Safety and Order through Discouraging Membership of Criminal Gangs and the Suppression of Criminal Gang Activity, and for other related matters. On the last occasion, there were 12 speakers, including the mover of the motion. Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, as usual, it is indeed a privilege and an honor to be allowed to contribute in this House. Today, I've joined this debate to add the contribution from a national security perspective and as a Minister of National Security to the Anti-Gang Act 2021, which is currently before the Senate. On the last occasion, a week ago, there was robust debate, valid contributions by those in this House. I'd like to start, Madam President, by putting on the record something that I have said repeatedly, and it's worth repeating as I begin today's contribution. From a national security point of view, and without fear of contradiction, this legislation is absolutely necessary. In fact, I was pleased to see as I was perusing the Hansard of last week's contributions that Senator Richards literally started his contribution by saying, and I quote, "It is untenable in 2021 that any country not have anti-gang legislation." And I join with him in that submission. Madam President, we cannot and should not bury our heads in the sand. Gangs are very real. Gangs have been operating in Trinidad and Tobago, and gangs operate globally for many, many decades. I saw previous contributors refer to a specific point in our nation's history, 1990. Respectfully, gangs began even before then. Gangs have always been around from time immemorial. But what we are facing today, and this is about the third or the fourth time I've come to the Senate, Madam President, to contribute towards anti-gang bills and anti-gang legislation. Unfortunately, on previous occasions, both here and in the other place, we failed to reach and obtain the support for legislation that had more teeth than the piece of legislation that's currently before the Senate here today. I also caught the contribution of Senator Vera, a seasoned practitioner in the courts, person with a lot of experience when it comes to legislation and, more importantly, the application of legislation. And again, I was pleased to listen and to hear the sentiment that the legislation, anti-gang legislation, is necessary. Temporary Senator John Heath, a practitioner in the criminal courts, also joined that cry and that call. Madam Speaker, any citizen of Trinidad and Tobago who is serious and who is following what goes on knows that we are fighting a scourge of criminal gang activity. And that's what this legislation here today is to deal with, criminal gangs. And quite usefully, the first schedule sets out, and I'll get into it in a short while, some of the areas that we have found in national security criminal gang networks are operating. No jurisdiction in the world that is facing the scourge of criminal gang activity is without specific anti-gang legislation. The gangs that operate in and around Trinidad and Tobago are real, and I'll get into some of the activity they're engaged in today. We know them in certain acronyms, and there's certain larger gangs that operate, but every single area, unfortunately, is penetrated by some criminal gang activity. You have the Muslim gang fraction. You have the Rasta City gang fraction. We have had spin-offs of that into gangs called Six, as I saw Senator Richards refer to, also another gang, the Anybody Gets It gang, ABG. These are some of the bigger umbrella groups. And in those groups, there's splinter gangs all over. And any law enforcement officer will tell you that gang legislation, anti-gang legislation, is an absolutely necessary tool in the arsenal of fighting criminal gang activity. No one has suggested, because it would be insane to suggest that there's any one piece of legislation that's going to solve criminal gang activity. However, to say not to have the passage of this, in my view, somewhat watered-down piece of legislation, but necessary piece of legislation, is to prevent the police service from having a fighting chance in specifically targeting gangs. One of the misleading comments that I've heard repeated time and time again, and unfortunately was repeated last week again, is to those who haven't read the bill, a suggestion that gang-related activity is covered in all other areas of the criminal law of Trinidad and Tobago. That is one small fragment of what this legislation is about. Madam President, when you look at the legislation, as I will do now, you see the very specific offenses created by this legislation, created and only existing in this legislation, and all of those offenses are specifically targeted at the scourge that is criminal gang activity. And for those in the public out there, and for those in this Senate who may not be aware, who may not be affected, who may be fortunate enough not to have the information and to see the reality of the scourges of gang activity and the consequences of gang activity, I'd like to just put that into some sort of context. I saw yesterday, reported in today's newspaper and in the media, that a Joint Select Committee on National Security of the Parliament touched on gang activity in one of the areas. Senator Richards referred to it in his contribution last week, which is the prison system. There is no part of our society that is not touched by the criminal gang activity. And this piece of legislation, respectively, Madam President, is absolutely necessary. I cannot emphasize that enough in dealing with the specifics of gangs and just adding a tool in the arsenal of tools necessary for law enforcement. There were certain contributors last week, and I assume there may be some today as well, that are asking for sunset clause. Respectfully, we have gone past that. We have gone past this sunset clause. You look at how we have dealt with gangs in Los Angeles, gangs in New York, the scourge of gang activity in Chicago, gangs in the United Kingdom, gangs in Canada, all of these jurisdictions in Australia, all touched by gang activity. You need to have specific anti-gang legislation and to continue to say, put a sunset clause, let's come back in 2 years and measure it. I will also touch on how long it takes for a successful criminal gang investigation to gel and come together, for the evidence to then be produced, for it to then result in charges. And I will also get into this moving goalposts that I see. Well, tell us how many convictions there are under the anti-gang legislation. That's a completely false argument and premise within to measure this, because we as legislators can only pass legislation. The executive can only provide the tools and the resources. The police service, as part of the executive area of government falling under them, can only do the investigations, lay the charges. It then hits the criminal court justice system. There are areas in the criminal court justice system that are protected by the separations of power principle. The judiciary is protected. There is separation of powers. They're insulated. It is a court that must hear, try, look over the trial and take it towards either a conviction or an acquittal. It is a director of public prosecutions who, under the Constitution, is again ring-fenced and protected. Him and the police will lead the prosecution. It is the lawyers at the criminal bar, and they get upset every time reference is made to them. But they also have a responsibility. Those are the three areas that have a responsibility for securing either a conviction or an acquittal. So to say that legislation has failed is a completely false premised argument and has absolutely no merit in my respectful submission. So just to jump into the composition of the gangs in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, the gangs that are currently in Trinidad and Tobago, like other areas of the world, are very sophisticated. They are operating sometimes at an advantage because criminal activity always has the advantage of knowing what it is they're going to do, and the state, in its response or in trying to be proactive, has to either try to predict it, try to intercept it, or try to deal with it. Unfortunately, sometimes that happens retroactively in the vast majority of times, especially when dealing with gangs. Our gangs are sophisticated, and we need to provide law enforcement, Madam President, with various tools to combat criminal gangs, and that includes this legislation. Gangs and gang leaders are structured and not sophisticated. The police service, along with the intelligence services, have been targeting the criminal gangs. And even in this debate, and when speaking about it from a national security perspective, I must be cautious not to alert them. I saw in somebody's contribution, they said, they will be looking on, and that is true. Anyone who believes that the criminal gangs that are operating are not sophisticated and they don't have specific, very educated persons in their structures are completely wrong. We have found through intelligence that there are persons with masters in business administration, masters in international relations, etc., who are part of these sophisticated gang setups because the leaders need the advice. They have their legal advisors. They have their financial advisors. How do you tackle and dismantle these sophisticated gangs? You need specific legislation. And to jump straight into it, Madam President, when you look at this act, it is completely wrong and misleading, in my respectful submission, to suggest there's no need for this specific anti-gang bill, and to say gang-related activity is captured, and that's really the schedule in other areas of the law. So to start, the second part of this bill, offenses, part 2. Part 2, every single offense in here, clauses 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 13 are all unique to this law. All are specifically designed to target gangs. And through you, Madam President, just to let the public know, the first one is Clause 5, gang membership. There is no other piece of legislation that exists, no matter how the opposition tries to spin it, here and elsewhere, that captures gang membership. So Clause 5, the first offense is a person who is a gang leader, is a gang member, performs an act as a condition for membership in a gang, professes to be a gang leader or a gang member in order to gain a benefit for himself or another person, intimidate other persons, or promote a gang, commits an offense. That does not exist anywhere else in the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. How can we be serious as a nation that is facing the criminal elements and not have that in this day and age as a specific offense? Clause 6 of this bill, coercing or encouraging gang membership. Again, specifically designed to target one of the pillars of criminal gang activity. Any person who coerces, encourages, entices, aids, or abets another person to be a gang leader or a gang member commits an offense. So we're criminalizing what happens in reality. It does not exist in any other piece of legislation. Clause 7, retaliatory action. So in other words, a person who intentionally takes any retaliatory action against another person or any of that other person's relatives, friends, associates, or properties on account of that person refusing to be a gang member or gang leader, ceasing to be a gang leader or gang member. So persons who are trying to get out, if they're then targeted by others, we have now created a specific offense to allow persons the ability to exit gangs. That is how serious it is. Again, that is in no other piece of legislation. So the continual cry and shout and scream, there's no need for anti-gang legislation because it's covered by other areas, is completely false. And it goes on to capture another things, assisting investigation of gangs, giving evidence in the prosecution of gangs. Anybody who takes action against those persons, we're now creating a specific offense, Madam President. Clause 8, counseling a gang. Any person who knowingly counsels, gives instructions or guidance to, finances, otherwise provides support to a gang leader or gang member, we're criminalizing that. These offenses are very specific to what takes place in the reality of a gang world and a gang culture. It is so sophisticated now, the leaders themselves don't do it. The leaders themselves will not have the illegal firearms on them, the drugs on them. They will pass that down the chain of command. The leaders of gangs in this day and age move in convoys. They are moving in convoys, more sophisticated at times than some of the state convoys that are present. This is the reality of what is taking place. The reality of what is taking place across the country, unfortunately, is there are sections of criminality, and this is why this legislation has been brought here once again. Unfortunately, some provisions taken out, but necessary, because law enforcement needs it. Clause 9, preventing a gang leader or gang member from leaving a gang, a specific offense. It exists nowhere else in the law. Clause 11, harboring a gang member. Clause 12, concealing a gang member or gang leader. I challenge anyone, inside or outside, to tell the population where else in the law these specific offenses can be found. And every single offense I've referred to is specifically targeted at going at the heart of criminal gangs. Will it overnight, when it's passed, prevent the reoccurrence of gang activity? Absolutely not. But what it does now, it gives the law enforcement officers who are investigating it, specific offenses within which to target the gang activity. Clause 13, a person who recruits another person to a gang commits an offense. Again, specific. And it goes on. Those are the specific offenses created by this legislation. The reference to a definition of gang-related activity being covered by other legislation is completely misleading. And it is being done to try and mislead the population that don't worry, you don't need this anti-gang legislation because that criminal activity is caught elsewhere. Let's look at the first schedule, Madam President. And I'd just like to draw the public's attention to just a few of the examples under this schedule and to show how it is related and captured by gang activity. But yes, it can exist independently. Nobody is saying no. But the specific offenses created by this legislation are not found anywhere else. The police powers that are being granted here, and that is the area where, as a government, we had to look at it and take out some of what existed before to bring it as a simple majority bill. The gang-related activity offenses in the first schedule, and these are the ones I want to draw to the public's attention in the limited time I have today, Madam President. 13 and 14, threatening to publish with intent to extort, and 14, demanding money with menaces. This is real in Trinidad and Tobago. Extortion is taking place. We are all aware that when certain contracts are being executed, criminal gangs very often go to the sites and threaten the contractor, threaten the workers that unless they are given the ability to have some participation in the contract, all hell will break loose. This ties right into that type of activity, giving law enforcement now an ability, because it is something we've been trying to target. And it is a difficulty because persons are afraid to come forward, and that is why you've also seen other pieces of legislation being passed, other pieces of the puzzle being put together, also under this: rape, grievous sexual assault, kidnapping, kidnapping for ransom, knowingly negotiating to obtain a ransom. There are criminal gangs that have engaged in this behavior. We've recently seen the unfortunate consequence of one of these operations in East Trinidad. That is the reality of what we face, and it is the police service that is asking for this. And as senators and as legislators, you must ask your conscience, what could the possible downside be of assisting and providing this type of legislation to tackle the scourge of gang activity? You go on in this schedule: causing or inciting prostitution, controlling a child prostitute, causing or inciting a child to engage in sexual activity. Those three alone, tied into the criminal gangs that are engaged in transnational organized crime and human trafficking. And I can tell the country here today that the police service, our intelligence services, with the support of the defense force, are currently engaged in going after some of these criminal gangs that engaging currently in human trafficking across the border, bringing persons from Venezuela to Trinidad to engage them in prostitution. This gives them an additional tool in the fight against that criminal activity. You go on at 42 to 45. The keeping or management of a brothel, detention of persons in a brothel, prostitution, living on the earnings of prostitution, meeting a child following sexual grooming. Again, human trafficking elements where there are criminal gangs engaged across borders. This last one, forcible entry and forcible detainer under the Trespass Act. All of us who have certain housing developments in our constituencies are aware of it. We have constituents who come. I have it in East Port of Spain, places like the Harp and Sharford Court, other areas, St. Francois Valley Road, Madam President, where persons are forcefully ejected from their homes by criminal gangs. This allows the police now an extra tool in the fight against that criminal gang activity. You go to the part 3 of this bill, Madam President, which is now the powers of police officers. And previously, the police officers were given wider powers to tackle gang activity because of how they do their business. The police have dismantled in the last 2.5 years some very specific criminal gangs throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And when you get into an understanding of their operations, it is not how some people may think it is, with unsophisticated, just sitting down with a gun, drinking, liming, let's go down the road and commit an act. They are very sophisticated. They've started money laundering, purchase of properties, rental of areas, properties in areas, rental of cars, all these different types of schemes. When you start to study these criminal gangs, they break out, they diversify into other areas, illegal gambling, prostitution, human trafficking, narco-drug running. So the powers of the police now, under this bill, and I understood the debate and the Attorney General will address it later on, with dwelling houses and the entrance of dwelling houses, I understood the caution being laid. Previously, this also dealt with outside of dwelling houses. The detention of persons, Clause 16. There was a lot of debate on this Clause 16. Madam President, what I'd like to put on the record is this is a necessary provision in the tackling of criminal gang activity. Because what often happens is you may get intelligence of a certain gang operation going to take place. They're going to carry out a hit or they're going to conduct some criminal gang activity. And you intervene, the law enforcement officers intervene and hold them. In that exercise, without getting into the specifics, there is a lot of evidence to be gathered, but it takes time because of the type of technology, the type of interface that needs to be done, the type of interrogation of devices that needs to be done. That cannot be completed. When you start to build out the matrices of criminal gangs, who they're connected with, every time the law enforcement intervenes with persons engaged in criminal activity, they're then able to piece other parts of the puzzle together, but it takes time. So they've asked, and when you look at other anti-gang legislation around the world, they allowed detention orders. And in this now, it's been reduced to the common law period that is accepted before a person is entitled either be charged or be let off, and that the police officers can go to a judicial officer. Is it that we no longer trust judicial officers for an ex parte order for further detention of up to 14 days? This has been used. It has been used successfully by law enforcement over the past few years whilst the legislation was in place, and it has prevented the occurrence of many issues of criminal gang activity.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam President, let me just answer some very specific comments that were made on the last time by Senator Mark. I listened to Senator Mark on the last occasion, read the Hansard, and he he began this conversation about SRPs. So I'd just like to correct the record here today. And he made specific reference to Section 6 of the Special Reserve Police Act. And as I was listening, it dawned on me, but I've heard this before. And I want to tell the country here today, as I'm seeing happen very, very frequently, persons standing up in the Parliament, making certain arguments and points, but then it is already in or follows shortly after in a pre-action letter. So to put the country on notice that this legislation is now being looked at and challenged, and to have heard Senator Mark, first of all, I place on record here without fear of contradiction and challenge Senator Mark or anyone else ask the Commissioner of Police, as the Minister of National Security, who is the Minister under the SRP Act, given certain powers of direction, I have never, not once, never asked the Commissioner of Police to hire a single person as a Special Reserve Police. And under the legislation, it is only the Minister of National Security who has that power. Section 6 of the Act says, subject to the general order and directions of the Minister, that's the Minister of National Security. The Commissioner shall have the general command, and superintendents of Special Reserve Police shall be responsible to the Minister for efficient condition and for the proper carrying out of this act. At no point in time, as Minister of National Security, has that taken place. There has been no abuse of power. Senator Mark also threw out, as they're famous for doing, 8,500 Special Reserve Police. That's the figure he has, is a private army. Completely false. The Trinidad and Tobago SRP full-time force is 2,913 males, 864 females. Part-time, 357 males, 242 females. So that is under 4,000. So not even half of the figure being suggested. Very quickly, Senator Lachmidial, too many units in intelligence, the GIU, the OCNFB, SIU. The fact is these were all iterations. There now exists the SIU, Special Investigation Unit, and each division has an anti-gang unit, and they have been doing what they need to. This cry about resources, they're not being resourced, completely false. Yes, there may be difficulties in releases to the police service. It has not affected the efforts being aimed at the criminal gang activities. Evidence that the law is working. This is another red flag that is always thrown up. I never quite understood this. So they're saying, provide us with evidence, and this is the support for the sunset clause, that the law is working for us to support it. Isn't there a law against drinking and driving? People still do it. There's a law against littering. People still do it. There's a law not to use cell phones whilst driving. People still do it. So is it that you shouldn't have those laws in place because people are still going to break it? It's against the law to carry illegal firearms. People still do it. It's against the law to murder. People still do it. So that can never be a substantive argument for the non-passage of this anti-gang legislation. Every type of activity contemplated by this piece of legislation as gang-related activity is already an offense under the law, quote unquote. As I've said at the outset, that is completely false and misleading, and intentionally so, and rejected. Another dog whistle with respect to this. This is a holding bill. We hear it time and time again, to lock up people, and sometimes the introduction of race. Completely rejected. There is no holding bill here. As I've taken the time, Madam President, through you, to point out these offenses are specifically targeted at gang activity. The holding, you have to go to a court, to a judicial officer, and convince him or her up to a maximum of 14 days. And there is law that if that is done maliciously, you can get your damages, as was held with respect to the state of emergency in 2011. No piece of law solves crime, need to operationalize it and resources. The truth is, Madam President, it has been operationalized. Madam President, I see you're telling me to wrap up. So I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you as the President of the Senate and to the members of the Senate and commend this piece of legislation to you, the senators, because the reality is there is criminal gang activity, and this is absolutely necessary to fight the scourge of specific criminal gang activity. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator John.
To join this debate. Madam President, the Honorable Attorney General in his presentation of last week, and I think it is good that the Honorable Minister of National Security also joined the debate because it helps to really further define the government's perspective and the government's policy as it relates to gang, the management of gangs, the gang culture in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, the Attorney General, in his overview of in this very House, he gave a history of the anti-gang legislation, which dated back from 2011. And of course, he made mention of the 3/5 majority, which also was a feature in the 2018 bill. Now, the 2011 bill, which had a duration of 5 years, based on the sunset clause, that was for a specific reason, because of course there were intrusions into people's constitutional rights, which fell under Section 4A of the Constitution, Section 4B, and one or two other sections in Section 5. Madam President, the opposition at the time would have felt that 30 months, because in negotiation with the government, was sufficient time, because in his presentation in that other place at the time, the Honorable Attorney General did say there were 2,400 gang members. They know where they were, they know where they lived, etc., which was a good place to start, quite frankly. This is not a large country. And certainly no one wants gangs around, or I want to put that on record. Nobody wants gangs around. Nobody wants that gang culture. It is not good for Trinidad and Tobago. So I really want to make that very clear that that's the position of the opposition. But if you say that 2,400 and you know where they are, and it's very clear in law what constitutes a gang, and that is here, I think, in part 1. What is a gang? Who is a gang leader? Who is a gang member? What is gang-related activity? So this is very, very clear, Madam President. So I'm of the opinion, or I believe that if you know where they are, you go and you pick them up. Only if it means that there must be a gang-related offense now to match these people you are identifying as gang members, because names are being called in terms of the names of these gangs, etc. So it means there's a lot of intelligence. So why are we still being plagued by these gangs? And now we want a law that goes into perpetuity to treat with it. It means it appears as if the government has no idea what they're doing relative to cleaning up this scourge. Now, Madam President, the bill before us is not a tool of eradication or gang interruption. In the explanatory notes, it actually starts very clearly, and it says the Anti-Gang Bill 2021 seeks to make provision for the suppression of associations. How will that help us? If it is that the gangs are still there, it's just to suppress. And yesterday, in that Joint Select Committee, I think on National Security, where they are treating with gangs, the head of prisons stated that in the prisons, I think he said there are 17 gangs. So it's a revolving door. So they leave outside in gangs, they go inside, and he says they gravitate to the same associations that they know. And for those who had not been in gangs, 60% of them go and join gangs. So what are we doing? So it cannot be gang suppression. It can't be suppression of the gangs. It has to be interruption and eradication of the gangs. So we have to put other measures in place. It cannot only be a law that have them going in. And in this same Joint Select Committee, they said what they intend to do stands on 5 pillars: prediction, deterrence, detection, prosecution, and rehabilitation. And all of that is well and good. But the government, as we see it, is doing nothing with respect to this prediction, or as I said, the interruption of this gang culture. I don't know if the government is unaware that a job recruitment program with real jobs is a gang suppression tool that will work maybe much better than this bill. If we just go anywhere in what they call these hotspots, they are just young people just doing nothing. They are there in their uniform, and I don't want to stereotype, because I don't want to say because somebody's dressed a certain way, they look a certain way, they are from a certain place, that they belong to gangs. The police, I'm sure, they are very aware of these things. They will have their intelligence. So, Madam President, their need for jobs. Just recently, the Honourable Minister of National Security, he was in this very place answering a question posed to him by our Honourable Senator. And he spoke about a National Recovery Committee or something of that sort. And it was 8 months that they had been in operation. And it was all about consultation. And 2 weeks ago, I saw where the report in the papers, they said it is a waste of time because nothing had come of it. But we are here today debating the anti-gang legislation. But because there is nothing else that goes with this anti-gang, it's just about, as they say, this suppression. We just want to suppress. They go into they're in a holding bay, and then they sit there for over 10 years, as was reported yesterday. So the reason the government in 2010 or 2015, as I said, had put in this safeguard was to ensure that there was very urgent action taken on this gang culture and these gangs in the country, but it was not sufficient. So then they would have joined with the government at the time in 2018, and then you had 30 months. And again, Madam President, knowing that there are 2,400, I mean, the Attorney General came and he said there's been a drop of 58% since then. And the Honorable Senator Lachmidial asks, where did they go? Are they in jobs? Are they in productive pursuits? Are they dead? Have they migrated? Where are these people? Because based on what the Minister of National Security just said, it seems as if we have this scourge is just ongoing. So, Madam, Part 1, Clause 3 of the bill, I think gives very broad definitions and descriptions of who and what is the gang member. And as I said, yet we are plagued by this lawlessness. Clause 3 of the bill, just now, people have not been just now. Clause 3 describes gang-related activity. So again, I'm making the point that these things have been laid out very clear in this bill and bills that came before, and yet we have really not seen. I mean, yes, maybe the statistics, I wouldn't want to challenge the Attorney General's statistics, but people are not safe until they feel safe, you know. People don't feel safe in this country. People don't think that things are getting better. People don't think that we are being more secure. Everywhere you go, people are investing in cameras and all kinds of security because they are not feeling safe. So yes, the statistics are there, and perhaps they are very true, but people are not feeling safe, and unless they feel safe, then we are really not just spinning top in mud. So Clause 4 of the bill sets really a low bar for establishing what is gang activity, because what it said, there is no need for the gang to be known by a common name or insignia. So I think it doesn't mean, therefore, that, okay, it went on to say, no means of recognition, signal, or code, but evidence which reasonably shows or demonstrates the existence of or membership in a gang shall be admissible. So you have to reasonably show that. Madam President, what is reasonable? You know, one leaves that up to somebody to decide what is reasonable. Because, yes, we want to get rid of gangs, but we've always said on the opposition, there must be the social programs that go with this, because just as was said yesterday fortuitously by this, the Joint Select Committee, they migrate from out here where they are free and they go into the prison when they are locked up, and it's the same old khaki pants. Clause 11 to 14 more or less treats with persons in close proximity, and I'm hoping we'll get more on that because my colleague, Senator Naked, has spoken about the way people live, you know, in these very close proximity multi-family units. Here, persons made mention of people living in the HDC community. But when I know when I was a part of that organization, and a report came that there was either whether gang activity or somebody was acting up or threatening people, immediately a report will go to the police. There was a social department who will go and investigate, and a letter will go threatening eviction. So one took matters, made sure there was strong action immediately to ensure that this issue did not grow and flourish in these kinds of situations. Because, as I said, people live in little, very small spaces, and they live in shared spaces. So it could really get out of hand and can be very uncomfortable for the vulnerable. Madam President, well, I suppose, again, the Minister of National Security spoke about, well, there is no sunset clause because there is need for this, this bill, I suppose, to go into perpetuity. I don't know if that's what they call it in law, but in finance we talk about things going on in an infinite manner as in perpetuity. Madam President, the Honorable Senator Segram Singh Suklal referenced two young men on two sides of the scale. One was a former client who was probably a perpetrator, and one a young boy named Joshua Andrews, who innocently became a victim of gang violence. And I think that is what should weigh heavily on our mind. How do we deal with the perpetrator? In this case, the one reference was 14 years old, and someone who is caught by gang violence and lose their young life tragically. These are the things. What are we doing in the schools? What are we doing in the communities in terms of jobs? What are we doing in terms of training? There is nothing that is going on. And because of that, the gang culture is getting worse and worse, just as the head of prison said yesterday, that the young men gravitate to the gangs because they think they are being taken care of. I think it's the same thing out there. They probably have nothing and they just continue. That's not an excuse. That is maybe the reality. And if we know the reality is, that is what we have to go at. That is where the gang disruption comes in. When there's proper training, there are schools, and there are good jobs for people to get into so that they can have some level of self-respect. Well, 15.1, I don't know which of the clauses, I think it's 15.3 the Attorney General said he'll attend to. But 15.1, Madam President, says, a police officer may arrest without a warrant a person whom he has reasonable cause to believe is a gang leader. Now, I think they are held for 48 hours and then it goes on to 36 hours thereafter. That is something one will have to look at, because without that 3/5 majority, I think that is infringing on people's right to liberty. Right? Yes, in common law, it's a practice that one can be arrested for 48 hours if there's reasonable cause or whatever they call it in law. But certainly, it cannot be that a young man in a white dress and a three-quarter pants sitting on the side of the road is stereotyped and labeled as a gang leader. What is reasonable cause? What then, if it is we are not locking these fellas up, given that we know where they are, we know the names of the gangs, we know where they congregate, we know the addresses, I really will want an answer. If we have all of this intelligence, what is keeping the police or whomever from arresting these folks? And then, of course, we have the logjam that is the criminal justice system, where they are in remand yards for 10 years without their case being heard. So all these are the issues that have to be sorted prior to us moving on and thinking that we have a tool with the anti-gang, because people don't want to say, well, this will not work. If we have legislation and we come here and debate it, you want it to work. But if it is this legislation is not placed side by side with all of the social programs, and one has to really do a lot of work to ensure that people are channeled in positive endeavors. And thereafter, when they come out, whether it was training or what have you, they get into jobs. The devil will find work for idle hands to do, And it can't be one law for one. We are saying somebody with reasonable cause could lock up somebody, but people can sit on a porch, and Madam President, this has to do, of course, with reasonable cause. It is very relevant. On a porch on Cipriani Boulevard flouting the law, and it's okay. That cannot be. There must be one law and applied equitably across the board. So, Madam President, we keep talking about the still broad and sweeping powers. Never mind, the Attorney General is saying that he has tweaked and so on, and there's some cherry picking of some of the clauses. And in the first schedule, Madam President, of the bill, it lists 48 items as gang-related activity offenses. Now I scanned, and it's a very detailed list. In there, you have item 15, murder, you have 22, rape, 23, grievous sexual assault, kidnapping, and so on. But, Madam President, I still think that there should have been a number 49, because there is no notice taken of domestic abuse or domestic violence. And the gang culture is very vicious. There is a lot of violence inside of it, and that is not just it's not just left for what you call it, a man-on-man kind of violence. It also spills over to the young ladies, because there are many young girls who are not only maybe not caught up in gangs, but they are associates of these persons who are labeled as gang members. And they are very, they are the subject of great violence, Madam President. You have a lot of teenage pregnancies and so on. So I believe that domestic abuse, in the same way the Honorable Attorney General told us that we were able to, the police was able to solve the murder of a very tragic murder for a young lady. And to quote the Honorable Attorney General, he said, the same way that particular murder and savagery to a young lady in this country was found by way of a withdrawal of cash from her bank account into the hands of someone else linked to a taxi driver, linked to PH, linked to the murderer. He said, follow the money. Madam President, I mean, the young lady in question, tragically, was already dead. But there is a violence, as I said, the domestic abuse. So we also have to follow the violence, follow the beating, follow the domestic abuse, because that is part and parcel of what happens. As a matter of fact, there is a big protest in London right now because a young girl, I think she went missing on March 3rd, was found on March 9th. And what has happened, there's a big debate as to whether misogyny or misogynistic behavior should not be listed as a hate crime, because women are being killed because they're women. So I'm saying in this first schedule, we should pick domestic violence should be a part of it. I mean, we are not giving women bats, they're not getting pepper spray, they're not getting guns. Well, at least if we are following the man, let's follow the beatings, follow the domestic violence, follow the misogyny. Because, Madam President, as you probably would have seen yourself, we have a lot of candlelight vigils, etc., and that is people expressing themselves for the savagery with which our women and girls are treated, and nothing happens. And if this bill is a catch-all, and we see in that first schedule, as I said, listed 48 gang-related activity, and given the culture of violence, which is all-pervasive within that gang culture, I am putting it to the Attorney General that research shows that misogyny is a gateway drug to wider division across society. Tackling it must become an urgent priority for all, and it must be recognized as a hate crime and be a part of this, given where it stands in the gang culture. Madam President, I wish I could have been more optimistic about the bill, because yes, it picks up a lot of offenses that are specific to gangs, and yes, a lot of these are listed on the Schedule 1, already part of our common law. There are already laws on the statutes book in Trinidad and Tobago. So we have to ask ourselves, we have it there on the statute book. We had it from 2018 to 2020, yet we have we have gangs that the activity is not receding. It appears if it is getting worse. The crimes are getting more vicious. So what is it telling us? Is it that the people who are perpetuating this violence, they are not afraid of the law? Because it cannot be something, we can't be here just engaging in a mechanical exercise. It must be that when we pass this, when this law is passed, should it be passed, that something happens. And if nothing happened from 2018 to 2020, this is not a new thing. It is not new. All the clauses that have been spoken about, they have been on the books already. And I'm just asking, why didn't we get a better result? And if it is, it can't just be one is talking about statistics. And these cannot be proven because, again, I reiterate, people are not feeling safe. And if you're not feeling safe, it means you are not safe in this country. And it's not good, because we have the right to enjoy our liberty and property. So, Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity to join this debate, and I'm hoping that the Honorable Attorney General will further explain to us. I always talk about the operationalizing of these legislation, and the Honorable Attorney General, I don't think he ever gives it much attention, because they believe it's just about putting the laws on the books. But how they are rolled out, we have to pay attention to that. What is the effect? Are we getting anything in return for the time spent here? Is it time well spent? Do we need this anti-gang? Perhaps. But maybe we probably need people to respect life more, respect each other more, and that is not being tried. We somehow have moved away, too far away from where we ought to be, from our moorings. You understand? So in terms of just coming and saying, these laws, these draconian laws, will solve the problem. It's a magic bullet. Madam President, it has not solved our problem. And if we continue to do the same thing over and over again, we'll continue to get the same result. I believe there is need for more than that. If we know where these people are, we need to go and pick them up. We don't need even 30 months because we know where they are. We are very clear on who a gang member is. We are very clear on who a gang leader is. We are very clear on what a gang activity is. So I'm just asking the Honorable Attorney General to explain to this House what are they going to do that is different from what had been done before to ensure that at the end they can apply this law and maybe bring us back to some level of peace and tranquility. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Dana Ryan.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on an act to make provision for the maintenance of public safety and order through discouraging membership of criminal gangs and the suppression of criminal gang activity and for other related matters. Madam President, during the course of the debate thus far, I have heard many valid concerns raised and I've heard many recommendations been put forward. I too am looking forward to have them clarified and responded to by the Attorney General. Madam President, anti-gang laws are common in a modern society that struggle with criminality and organized criminal activity. My opinion is that there is no question about whether we should have anti-gang law or not. The question is how to shape or fix this legislation to ensure that the low conviction rate and whatever ineffectiveness that the statistics paint can be dealt with going forward. I agree, and the government has acknowledged that this bill is not a panacea for crime in Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, I am sure that citizens would not feel any safer when this bill comes into law. However, I understand it is another tool to assist in the fight against organized criminal activity in the country in an effort to try and restore some level of safety. Madam President, coming in this late in the debate, I do not want to run afoul of any tedious repetition. However, there are some points that were brought to light during the debate, and I would like to offer some of my thoughts on them briefly. Now, research has shown that anti-gang laws around the world are generally considered difficult to prosecute. And the data and statistics provided from the Crime and Problem Analysis Unit of the TTPS confirms this. Now, I know the Attorney General would have brought to the attention of this Honorable House the number of gang-related murders, that were solved and the consequential arrests or persons charged. In 2018, there were 22 cases solved, which resulted in 28 arrests. In 2019, 13 murders solved with 10 persons arrested. In 2020, there was 5 gang-related murders that were solved with 13 persons arrested. Now, this is good news, Madam President, but when we look deeper into these statistics, what we can see, and I'm drawing reference to the data provided to me from CAPA, we see that the number of gang-related murders in 2018 was 182, and that and only 22 of those were solved. In 2019, we had 192 gang-related murders. Only 13 were solved. In 2020, we had 130 gang-related murders. 5 of them were solved. Now, I understand what the Honorable Minister of National Security is saying, that, you cannot really look at the statistics in such a manner. It takes time for a case to go through the criminal justice system and so on. But then if that is the case, Madam President, then in 2020, let's say crime from gang-related murders from 2018 is being solved, shouldn't the 2020 figures reflect more than 5? And so to me, Madam President, the data does not tell a compelling story. There seems to be a wide gap between the gang-related murders committed and the rate at which we are solving them. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not sharing these statistics to paint anyone in a negative light, but for me as a member of this Honorable House, one part of saying yes to this legislation has to do with the productivity of detection of criminal gang activity. To me, based on these statistics, clearly the intelligence gathering is either 1, taking too long, or 2, not sufficient, and something clearly is wrong with the criminal justice system. Now, this brings us back to the difficulty that we may find ourselves in trying to convict persons arrested under this law. So what I need to know, Madam President, is how would this low conviction rate be resolved? What it is we are doing to ensure that going forward, this situation is improved. Madam President, just for the sake of having both houses come back and comprehensively look at the productivity of detection of criminal activity, I would also want to emphasize, just like Senator Richards and a couple other members who participated in the debate, that passing this bill should be done with another sunset clause. And also, I would further recommend that perhaps after 5 years, we should subject this legislation to a joint select committee for a comprehensive review to deliberate over the success of this legislation, and not only to deliberate over the effectiveness of the legislation, but to look at how gang activity, have a chance to look at how gang activity has evolved and make the necessary provisions for them going forward. As a matter of fact, Jamaica anti-gang laws passed in 2014 was recently reviewed by a joint select committee and was laid in their parliament in May 2020. And this is 6 years after they have passed their initial anti-gang law. So I would strongly recommend that we try to follow the same route. Now, if we look at Clause 4 of the bill with respect to evidence in relation to a gang, I see that we are trying to make it easier to prosecute by not making it mandatory to show, and I quote, by not making it mandatory to show that a particular gang identified by a particular name, sign, etc., but rather by evidence which reasonably shows or demonstrates the existence of membership in a gang. And then Clause 15.1 goes on to say, an officer may arrest without a warrant a person whom he has reasonable cause to believe. And it continues. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the clause by now. Now, my take on this, Madam President, is that it could cause some level of subjectivity on the part of the TTPS, such that we end up with arrests with evidence that is unable to stand up to court scrutiny. And I say this and I would like to draw reference to a Court of Appeal case. I think the Attorney General quoted it during piloting of the bill. It's the case between the Attorney General versus Kevin Stewart on July 25th, 2017. and the ruling was an unlawful arrest. And I quote, "According to Justin Bureau, to provide reasonable suspicion, it is important to show a nexus between the gang members. It is necessary to provide evidence showing that there was a reasonable basis for suspecting the 3 alleged gang members were acting in concert to sell narcotic drugs. Evidence of their respective roles as gang members in the activity would also be required." So, Madam President, it appears that it is indeed difficult and requires a lot of intelligence gathering and evidence gathering in order to guarantee conviction. As a matter of fact, it seems as if convictions under this law is highly dependent on also witnesses of ex-gang members or associates. And obviously, when you have such individuals as state witnesses for the prosecution, you obviously would suffer some deficiencies in terms of credibility. Of course, independent evidence sought by the TTPS could improve the credibility based on the extent to which the interceptions of communications law or act could be utilized to corroborate evidence. The point I am making, Madam President, is that to penetrate and dismantle gangs, you need long-term, high-quality, covert work by the TTPS because you have to build cases to prove the involvement in gang activity in order to have convictions. Or else we end up in a situation just like the case that I cited earlier, where wrongful arrests ended up costing the state, in this one instant, $350,000. Madam President, right now, Trinidad and Tobago does not have any sort of fiscal space for unlawful arrests such as this, and even one case is far too many. Now, there are 3 more clauses I would like to comment on. The first one is with respect to Clause 17, which speaks to the forfeiture pursuant to conviction, so forfeiture of property. And it deals with the court where the court may order that any property used for or in connection with or obtained as a result of or in connection with the commission of offense be forfeited by the state, according to the Proceeds of Crime Act. Now, Madam President, I'm not too sure if it is somewhere hidden between the words, between the lines, but I would like to recommend, and I think that we should also include a provision to allow for immediate cancellation of licenses or contracts awarded to accused persons by government or state enterprises. I think this is a must, and as a result, we should end up having a consequential amendment to the Procurement Act and take that into consideration as well. I also believe Jamaica, under the JSC report that I referred to earlier, is also considering this amendment to their 2014 Anti-Gang Act. Now, with respect to Clause 18 and 19, Madam President, my respectful view is that the introduction of new criminal offenses under the second schedule should be subjected to affirmative resolution. I think it is important that the minister responsible should come and make the case for each inclusion to the second schedule. And the same applies for Clause 19. Here too, I have to agree with many other speakers that indicated that this ought to be subjected to affirmative resolution. And I would go further to say that under Section 18 and 19 of Jamaica's Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Gang Organization Act 2014, that is their equivalent anti-gang legislation, they have ensured that any changes to the schedule of offenses and laying of regulations are subjected to affirmative resolution. I do not understand why we are trying to do it differently, especially when we are dealing with legislation that has far-reaching consequences when it comes to security and liberty of individuals. Now, Madam President, now two things that I would have liked to see in this legislation and is not included. Perhaps there are other laws that would capture it, but I would like to raise it just for the sake of probably having the Attorney General respond to it. What happens in the case where how do we treat with non-nationals who become part of a gang? So, especially in our case where we have a large influx of non-nationals and in some instances illegal non-nationals, are we considering what if they end up being a member of a gang? And I am not too sure what the answer for that is, or if we need to include a provision. The other thing, and this is also interesting, I saw several countries did adopt this route, and maybe it is something that we can consider also. For persons charged with or convicted of offenses under this act, that we do organize criminal registry or a watch list, so that it will be something that will be published and the rest of the country would have sight of it. So, Madam President, in conclusion, to me, this bill will not be a magical fix to the crime problem in Trinidad and Tobago. The law on its own is not enough to combat criminal elements in this country, and the government has agreed and confessed that is the case. It really treats with the symptoms of underlying issues that have become deeply entrenched in society. We need to have coherent functioning support systems. Madam President, effective legislation requires effective policing by the authorities. Support and resources must be given to the TTPS, not only in the form of policy, but also training. They face an uphill task, indeed, but it is not insurmountable. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Welch.
Good afternoon, Madam President. I welcome the opportunity, as has everyone else, to speak on this bill which relates to the suppression of gang activity in our nation. Let me first of all start by saying it is a fundamental principle of constitutional law that the government of the day has the responsibility for the good governance of this republic. And part of good governance necessarily involves the passage of legislation to deal with urgent situations which arise, which affect the comfort, safety, and security of citizens. Having said that, Madam President, it is undisputed that the country has been faced with a situation of gang violence for quite some time. That situation has escalated over the years, and it is of grave concern to all of us because not only are gang members affected by it, but by and large, citizens live in fear and there is also consequential loss of life when gangs engage in such activity. Therefore, it is necessary, and I support the philosophy, and I applaud the initiative of the government in this regard to pass legislation to deal with what is an urgent situation. It's like a pandemic, and the attempt may not result in absolute success, but as the saying goes, it is better to try and fail than to fail to try at all. And therefore, I see in this legislation an attempt to appropriately deal with a situation which has grown and escalated. Now, Madam President, however, the litmus test is not simply whether anti-gang legislation is justified or whether it is called by the politically and socially correct name, anti-gang legislation. The litmus test of whether any legislation is appropriate and effective also depends on the legislative measures and not simply the fact that the legislation of that nature is needed. And the question always has to be asked, and the question which has come to my mind, having examined the bill, is whether has it in all instances properly identified its target individual? Has it gone too far and wide and increased the scope of persons who can be covered by it? Have the measures been, in some instances, affect persons who are not covered by it and are too draconian in some instances? Have the measures in any way affected fundamental doctrines that are known to the law and which are guaranteed to every citizen in a democratic society? As I said, while I applaud the effort, the questions which I have raised are questions which, in respect of some of the measures, have occurred to me when I looked at this bill. Now, Madam President, one of my discomforts with the bill, and I do not, especially in light of the Minister of National Security's contribution, I do not want it to be misunderstood. But one of the discomforts I have with the bill is the definition, and its wide scope and its wide breadth. Now, of course, as the Honorable Minister of National Security has pointed out, in answer to the argument which has been advanced that the bill is merely creating offenses that already exist, he has pointed out that under Section 5, Part 2, there are a number of new offenses. A person who is a gang leader, it's an offense to be a gang leader, it's an offense to be a gang member, it's an offense to perform an act as a condition for membership in a gang, it's an offense to profess to be a gang leader, etc. However, the issue is not so much the fact that you have new offenses created for gangs that do not currently exist in the law. What we have to look at in judging the creation of these new offenses and their effectiveness and their scope, and whether they are too far or gone beyond or misfire at its target, is the definition. Section 5, which creates these offenses, has to be interpreted in light of the interpretation section of the legislation, which defines gangs. And this is where one of my concerns arise. For instance, a gang means a combination of two or more persons who engage in gang-related activity. So immediately we see two persons can be a gang. And what is gang-related activity? Gang-related activity means an offense, so it could be a single offense, an attempt to commit an offense, one attempt to commit an offense, the aiding and abetting of an offense, or conspiracy to commit an offense, which a gang leader is responsible for planning. Potentially, stripped of all its decorations and enhancements, this potentially captures a situation where any 2x4, two persons get together, unplanned, not part of any wider or larger organization, and go down the road and commit a robbery, hold up a store, or assault someone. Because these are some of the offenses which are listed in the schedule that defines gang-related activity. For instance, larceny of a motor car, possession of a firearm, arson, receiving stolen goods. There are some gang offenses as well, but they have to be looked at in light of the definition: murder, rape, grievous sexual assault, assault occasioning actual bodily harm. And if one of the two persons is the planner of it, then since the definition of gang is two persons, then that is a gang activity. So that captures potentially a whole number of situations once you have more than one person committing an offense. And the disadvantage of that is, while it may be argued, yes, the more the merrier, the disadvantage of that is that the law already caters for that largely. That's the first disadvantage. The second disadvantage is that it devalues the purpose of the legislation and getting at what we commonly know and understand to be gangs, which does not include that type of situation. And thirdly, the third disadvantage and adverse consequence of it is that we are spreading the otherwise justifiably draconian measures which are required to deal with gangs and spreading them by and large across a wide segment of the population and criminal activity, when such measures are really justified for an extreme situation. So it would seem to me that, therefore, that when it comes to the definition, it is far too loose. And it is not an answer to simply say, well, look, this legislation creates new offenses. That is looking at it in a vacuum without regard to the definition. When we speak of gangs in commonplace language, one is referring to organized crime. One isn't necessarily referring to the commission of a particular offense, but the whole atmosphere of intimidation. For instance, I know of a mother who told me she and her son were ordered to get out of an area by a certain individual within 3 days, and they had 3 days to leave, which they did. That is the sort of gang situation which legislation should also be aimed at capturing by its definition. Intimidation of a community, threatening of a community, etc. Things which may not necessarily fall within a particular offense, For that very reason, which the legislation needs to cater for. And this is why when I took this view on looking at the legislation, I didn't have much research to back me up, so I was very heartened by Senator Sipasad during her contribution, where she said the definition is not robust enough, which is a conclusion, an opinion I had formed. And then she referred to the definition which is used by the U.S. Customs and Drug Enforcement, Justice and Customs Enforcement Unit, which speaks to whose members collectively identify themselves by adopting a group identity to create an atmosphere of fear or intimidation. And it must be at least 3 persons. So in addition to in addition to the definition that has been used by the Honorable Attorney General, if it cannot be replaced with this, then certainly this notion should be added to it of organization created for the purpose of an offense, or perpetuation and involvement of an offense and to drive intimidation, etc. And it is consistent with what the Honorable Senator Sipasad quoted. It also drove me to the point of looking at Jamaica, where Jamaica, who has had a much longer history and more experience than us with this, and this is what the Jamaican Act, which is called Crime Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Act. And when you look at it, it doesn't even list a lot of offenses: assault, occasion and actual bodily harm, robbery, etc. It creates a wider picture in its definition in recognition of the fact that these offenses are already probably catered for. This is what criminal activity is defined by under the Jamaican Crime Suppression of Criminal Organization Act. Means any gang, group, alliance, network, or other arrangement among 3 or more persons. So it's a minimum of 3 as opposed to 2. That has, and this is important, that has as one of its purposes the commission of 1 or more serious offenses. So it isn't concerned about identifying assault and every crime that exists. It's the creation of an organization which has that particular purpose. And then B says, in relation, or an alternative, or in relation to which the persons who are a part thereof or participate therein issue threats or engage in violent conduct. Issue threats or engage in violent conduct. Create fear, intimidate, exert power, or gain influence in communities or over other persons in favor of unlawful activity. That is how it's defined, and that is the problem with which we are really faced. It is not a problem of taking 2x4 bandits and calling them a gang helter-skelter. And therefore, while I applaud the effort of the Attorney General in this initiative, we need a definition, that definition to be properly expanded or in some way to be circumscribed as well, in line with what I have already advanced. Madam President, there is also I will not address the question of Section 5 further because the Attorney General has already agreed in his contribution, which is one of the points I intended to raise, that it needed further harmonization with respect to the dichotomy between some offenses being indictable and some being summary. So I applaud that effort. So there are several other matters which I will deal with, which I would seek to deal with at committee stage, but there are some which I think are important enough to highlight here. What I am concerned with Section 10, which talks about possession of bulletproof vests, ammunition, etc. What I am concerned with Section 10 to 12 is the manner, first of all, Section 10, the effect of Section 10 is to eliminate knowledge. You can still be found guilty under this section, even if you don't have knowledge that the bulletproof vest, firearm, ammunition, or prohibited weapon would be used for a gang activity. It takes out the element of mens rea. Now, we have this already existing in the law, so it's not that it's not catered for. You can be convicted for possession of ammunition, etc. But if we are going to give an enhanced punishment of 15 years, the law recognizes moral culpability, which is knowledge that it is going to be used, and you have it in your possession to allow that usage or to facilitate that usage. This eliminates that requirement of knowledge. And what is of more concern to me is that it replaces it with a civil standard. The civil standard belongs in the civil arena. It says, which he ought reasonably to know would be used. Ought reasonably to know means, really, what it comes down to is this. Even though you do not know that it would be used by a gang, you are still guilty if someone else would have known. If the reasonable man placed in your position would have known. The criminal law ought always, especially with an increase in penalties, to require actual knowledge before a person is liable to 15 years. Ought reasonably to know, and convicting a person based on what somebody else would have realized if they were in your position has no place here. It is a civil standard. And it is used, for instance, a doctor is expected to exercise the reasonable care of persons in his profession. And if he doesn't, he is liable in negligence and he pays damages, but he does not go to jail for 15 years. If a person purchases a property, they ought reasonably to exercise the diligence of a purchaser and check out the title. Otherwise, they would be fixed and bound by anybody who has a better title or any previous owner. And that is the consequence they face in the civil law using that civil standard. They do not go to jail for buying a piece of bad land in error. So leave the civil standard where it belongs. And notice this section deals with a person. So it's not talking about a gang member, a gang leader, or somebody affiliated with a gang. It is talking about your regular Tom, Dick, or Harry can go to prison for 15 years. Not because he actually knew, but because somebody else would have known. So this attempt to change mens rea ought not to be incorporated in legislation. It's the same thing for harboring. A person who harbors a gang leader or a gang member commits an offense. I looked up the dictionary definition. Harbors means shelters. Once you are sheltering that person, whether you know they are a gang leader or not, under this section 11, you are committing an offense. And it need not be a person who be associated with the gang. why are we abandoning mens rea? If you look at the Jamaican legislation, again, they have always had a more serious problem than we do. And when it comes to Section 10.2 that deals with harboring, it is important that I should read it out in its full context. A person shall not harbor or conceal a person knowing, I emphasize it, knowing that the person is a part of or a participant in a criminal organization. So in the case of Jamaica, they recognize the fundamental doctrine of mens rea, and you should only be guilty if you have that guilty knowledge. Why are we increasing penalties and removing that requirement and imposing such a situation? There are many authorities which says the absence of mens rea ought to be the exception. Some even question the constitutionality of eliminating mens rea from legislation. The other question which concerns me about this particular provision is this. Harboring someone, it ought to be, in my view, a requirement in there, not only that you should know the person is a gang leader or not, but it should be someone who is not ordinarily resident at your home if it is a dwelling house. Because what if you have a mother who is taking care of her children as part of her social responsibility and a social relationship, or a wife who owns a house and is married to her husband who becomes a gang leader or something of that nature? What is this legislation compelling them to do in a situation where that person has been ordinarily resident with them for however long? Is the legislation now compelling them to change their social relationship and put someone out? This is why I say, when it comes to the question of harboring, we should be concerned more with, first of all, you must have knowledge, and if it's a dwelling house, it should be a situation where it is someone who runs to you to seek a refuge if the police is after them. Someone who is not ordinarily resident at your home or dwelling house or your residence, and who just turned up there because they probably really live in Toko, but because of what they have done and be a gang member, they have gone to my road to seek shelter. But where you are talking about family situation and a situation which has existed, and that is the social fabric of the particular family, it ought not to be.
Senator Welch, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. When it comes to Section 12, there is another concern I have. Section 12 speaks to a person who conceals a gang leader commits an offense. Again, knowingly, I would have to say, was not left out inadvertently or by omission or accidentally. It was deliberately left out, it appears, as a matter of policy, because lower down in the section, you say the burden is put on the person to prove that I didn't knowingly conceal. But it must be part of the offense that you need to establish. And it's the same thing again in Jamaica, a person shall not knowingly conceal, although they speak of proceeds of crime in that section, shall not knowingly conceal proceeds of crime. The requirement of knowing is still very important, or knowingly aid and abet a gang leader. But what concerns me even more about this particular section is the way how it fundamentally seeks to change one of the well-known doctrines of the law. This is how it defines concealing. Concealing isn't defined as hiding someone as we know it. Secreting them. This is how concealing is defined under 12.2. For the purposes of this section, a person conceals if in response to an inquiry from a police officer as to the whereabouts of the gang leader or the gang member, the person does not reveal the whereabouts to the police officer despite knowing where that person is located. So if you maintain your silence, and this is not a person who is a gang leader or concealing. This could be the neighbor who wants nothing to do with the gang leaders who live in the house next door. This could be the man who is proceeding to buy his newspapers and knows there are nefarious characters living there. I wish they could move out. This could be the child playing in the road. If the police inquire of you and you know where X lives, you don't even have to know he's a gang leader. But the maintenance of silence is now being treated as the commission of a criminal offense. There is a fundamental doctrine, and as far as I'm aware, it has not changed, that a person is not bound to assist the police in an investigation. There is also a fundamental doctrine that an omission to do or say something is not a criminal offense unless a duty arises to do so. So if you send a child to fetch a ball next to a pool by water which is deeper than the child, and the child slips in, you have a duty because you have created that situation. Why should a neighbor be compelled in those circumstances for remaining silent? Especially in a situation that we have in this society, where police informants are sometimes knocked out, where witnesses are knocked out. You are putting a person in a very invidious position, a dangerous position, between a rock and a hard place. I stay silent, I get charged like a criminal under the Gang Act. I open my mouth, I run the risk of being eliminated by the gang leader who may discover that he was pointed out by me. These kind of principles incorporated into this legislation are not what are reasonably justified in a society that has respect for the rights of persons.
Senator Welch, your time has expired. Senator Timal.
Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this bill before us, this very important bill. Madam President, in the title of this bill, 3 distinct provisions are identified. 1, maintenance of public safety. 2, discouraging of membership in criminal gangs. And 3, suppression of criminal gang activity. Madam President, I would have liked to see an additional provision, and this being ensuring the overall well-being of disenfranchised and impoverished communities ravaged by criminal gangs and gang violence. I say this so that the human and social aspirations for these communities could be reflected in the crafting of legislation to remind us of the human and community aspects of the issue. And what we are trying to do is not just about deterrence and suppression of crime, but is also equally and more important about serious and effective intervention and rehabilitation for these communities. I'm sorry I do not have the time or the latitude to get into our pathetic track record over the decades as a country in this regard, but I look forward to the day when we would have legislation before us that would make it illegal not to have intervention and rehabilitation measures implemented in order to bring about social justice in our communities. Madam President, Senator Sipasad and we just heard Senator Welch, in their contributions, expressed concern about the definition of a gang. And I share the concerns, particularly so since the definition of gang member and gang-related activity also flows from this definition. Issues with respect to the definition of gangs and gang activities have definitely been a major challenge if one is to trace the development of anti-gang legislation in most jurisdictions. Since legislative wording assumes that one can only be punished if he or she is a gang member of a gang, it is critical to reach a consensus on the definition of a gang that would not provide grounds for defense based on ambiguity and too wide a breadth of definition, as mentioned by Senator Welch. Gang research clearly recognizes that there are varying levels of participation in gangs, and that membership in some types of gang is ambiguous in that there are different types of gang members, including core members, associates, peripheral or fringe members, and wannabes or recruits, whose commitment and participation in the group varies. In the case of Jamaica, Madam President, gangs themselves are classified as first generation, second generation, third generation gangs. First generation gangs are loosely organized groups, a lot of what we have here, that sometimes operate as street corner gangs. And these gangs usually engage in criminal activities such as extortion for protection and in drug activity at the community level. Second generation gangs are those that exhibit more centralized leadership and are focused primarily on organized crime. They lead criminal organizations involving drug smuggling, gun running, extortion on a more organized scale, and sometimes have their businesses through which they launder money. The third generation gangs are those with broad reach, including international access, and they operate legitimate businesses, which they also use to launder money, and usually operate businesses that handle a lot of cash. Madam President, the crafting of legislation is therefore well served by a knowledge of the behavior that is being attempted to change and the ground reality of the issue. In fact, what is before us is that which is before us, Madam President, carefully enough to capture delinquent behaviors of gang members who are committed, active participants in gangs, as opposed to encompassing fringe members or wannabes, for example, and avoid imposing the law on those who are not full participants in gangs. Madam President, in the title of this bill, specific use is made of the word criminal in relation to gangs and gang activities. By referral to criminal gangs and criminal gang activity. But what we see in the respective definitions on page 2 for gang, gang leader, gang member, and gang-related activity, the word criminal is left out. If this is intentional in the crafting of this legislation, Madam President, I would certainly appreciate some explanation for this from the Honorable Attorney General. In addition, in the first schedule, which lists gang-related activities, the gang-related items are items 5 to 12 of that first schedule. And I do not see gang leadership specifically mentioned as one of the offenses in this schedule. And I am of the view that this should definitely be included in this schedule. Madam President, although this legislation is crafted on the basis of deterrence and suppression, we need to ask the question whether it would facilitate the required investigation and prosecution to ensure a high rate of conviction, because surely we would not want to pass legislation in a vacuum just for the sake of passing legislation. In an article in the Trinidad Guardian by Joey Julian, February 9, 2019, Rennie Cummins, a New York-based Trinidad-born criminologist and criminal psychologist, is quoted as saying, and I quote, "It is impossible to eradicate gangs, but it is certainly possible to reduce gang violence using a comprehensive strategy of prevention, intervention, and suppression tactics. In Trinidad and Tobago, there has been an over-reliance on reactive policing and suppression tactics, which have consistently delivered limited results. Short-sighted, get-tough-on-crime policies actually make gangs become more organized and more violent. Devoting more attention and resources to the investigation and prosecution will send a clear message that gang violence will not be tolerated." End of quote. Madam President, if we are to go by the number of convictions, we can safely conclude, if we just only use this criteria, that anti-gang legislation in Trinidad and Tobago has not lived up to its promises that far. Not one gang leader, to my knowledge, has made a jail arising out of previous incarnations of this legislation. As stated by Senator Lakshmi Dayal in her contribution, the editorial of the Trinidad Express, November the 21st, 2020, addressed this issue, as well as going on to question the validity of the statistics put forward by the Honorable Attorney General and the Commissioner of Police to substantiate the alleged success of the 2018 Act. The statistics provided in this debate by the Honorable Attorney General highlights the high number of arrests made. When we compare this with the lack of success with convictions, it is a matter for serious concern. We heard from Senator Richards during his contribution about the impact of the remand yard in the hardening of young men into gang members and the control of remand by gangs. The prison system is at present not capable of handling a remand yard filled with gang members awaiting trial for lengthy periods of time due to a severely overburdened judicial system. And this allows for gangs managed by gang leaders external to the prison to remotely control the remand yard. Gangs are now in control of remand, running their business of crime from the remand yard, in addition to recruiting members from remand. The long delays in trial also contribute to the problem, particularly since witnesses are targeted by gangs during the long wait for trial. If they are not killed, they are intimidated to the point where they are no longer willing to testify. In light of this, I ask the question, are we exacerbating the problem by making arrests that cannot be convicted to conversions without adequate police intelligence and investigations, and not having a speedy trial due to an overburdened justice system? In the same way, does the transfer of the burden of proof to the accused in clauses 10, 11, 12, and 14 make the investigative role of the police less stringent and makes successful prosecution much more difficult, thus leading to lack of convictions, even though many arrests are being made? Madam President, another ground reality is that gang leaders themselves do not perform the actual crime activities themselves. And we know it's difficult to prove their direct involvement in criminal activities without extensive police investigation and good prosecution. Otherwise, the ones who get caught by this legislation would only be what we refer to as a small fry, whilst the big fish, the very well-resourced big fish gang leaders, would remain at large. We know it is not the young boys walking around with a Glock in their waists who are the leaders. And the only effective way of dismantling gangs, established and well-organized gangs, are by getting to the real gang leaders who are skilled at camouflaging their operations and activities. Madam President, in a policy discussion paper by Andre Standing on the threat of gangs and anti-gang policy, Institute of Security Studies, South Africa, paper 116 of August 2005, we are provided with a clear example of legislation working in conjunction with proper police investigation and good prosecution in a timely manner in the case of South Africa. In addition to the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, which deals with criminal activities of gangs, there has been a policy to target the so-called high flyers, the gang bosses. According to both the police and public prosecutors, one of the key reasons why the state of South Africa has failed to prosecute prominent gang leaders was due to a lack of synergy between police work and state prosecution. Evidence captured by traditional police investigations had often been exposed as inadequate and disorganized, meaning that state prosecutors had found it very difficult to build strong cases against gang bosses. Their high flyer initiative was strengthened by the introduction of investigations and prosecutions that involved the police and state prosecutors working together over a much longer time frame. This approach added security and trust that prosecutors offered witnesses. It was felt that in some areas, people were more reluctant to give sensitive information to the police than to state prosecutions. This reflected a level of public distrust in local police, who were often accused of being corrupt and having close connections to gang members and gang leaders. I humbly suggest that we look at policies such as these that would provide us with a fighting chance of catching the big fish gang leaders. Madam President, I'd like to go to Clause 8, which deals with persons who knowingly counsels, give instructions or guidance, finances, or otherwise provide support to a gang leader, gang member, or gang. I would like to refer to a publication by the San Jose State University, December 26, 2018, on the impact of gangs on community life in Trinidad and Tobago, by Erica Adams, Patrice Morris, and Edward Maguire. And I would like to outline two particular findings from this study. The first finding is that in Trinidad and Tobago, gang leaders have become important intermediaries between the government and the community. Government officials select gang leaders, who are also referred to as community leaders, to distribute and oversee short-term public works employment projects within a community, often in exchange for securing residents' votes in upcoming elections. With public work projects being valued in the millions, prospective community leaders engage in violence, gun conflict, and intra-community struggles as they vie for control of these projects. Though the government's provision of services to the impoverished communities is well-intentioned, no doubt about it, the relationship between government officials and gang leaders situate gang leaders as people capable of providing necessary resources to community residents and legitimizes their presence in the eyes of the community members. The second finding, government officials view community leaders as arbiters of violence within depressed communities and expect them to mitigate and contain crime within their neighborhoods. So it's a question of containment. In some communities, gang leaders serve as agents of social control, regulating the types of crime that can be committed, designating which individuals can be victimized, and punishing gang members and non-gang members for carrying out unauthorized offenses. Gang leaders are routinely described in the media as community leaders and interact often with members of parliament. That's the two findings from that report I referred to, Madam President. Madam President, in Alert TNT, News and Medium website, July 7, 2019, in a report by Annalisa Paul, Commissioner of Police, Gary Griffith is quoted as saying, and I quote, "The catalyst towards reducing gang-related activity would continue to be one thing, and that is gangs must stop getting state contracts." The report goes on to say that the Commissioner of Police stated this practice had been allowed to flourish under the last 4 political administrations, and this escalates the problem because it emboldens them, gives them the opportunity to profit, and they use this not to help their communities, but to purchase more firearms, get more illegal drugs, and hire more members. Griffith, referring to Commissioner of Police, describes state contracts as the Achilles heel of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service as they fought against criminal elements. End of quote, Madam President. Madam President, I would just ask, in the context of these findings, probably a ticklish question. Could or would government officials who knowingly award contracts to gang leaders / community leaders and gangs / community groups, could they be open to prosecution under this clause 8? Could politicians and political parties be prosecuted for associating, giving instructions, providing guidance, or providing support to gangs and gang members or gang leaders legitimized under the thin guise of community leaders and community groups? With regards to clause 8, I'm proposing, Madam President, that we remove the word knowingly. Knowingly has been applied to clauses 10, 11, 12, and 14, where the burden of proof has been placed on the accused. But to me, if we really want to give teeth to clause 8, I am suggesting we remove that word knowingly. And the real supporters and the hidden supporters of gang leaders and the perpetration of their activities would be more accessible in terms of prosecution. Madam President, I'd like to go to clause 12, which deals with the harboring of a member of a gang leader, which essentially states that if a gang leader or gang member is a child, the parent could be convicted by the court for harboring, and in sentencing this parent, of course, the court shall take into consideration mitigating factors, as stated in the clause, which I would not repeat. Madam President, I ask the question, is the inability to be a good parent due to extenuating and extreme circumstances, coupled with the natural human instinct not to give one's child up, no matter how wayward the child may be, provide a basis for the criminalization of such an action? And I would like to return to the publication that I referred to earlier from the San Jose State University on the impact of gangs on community life in Trinidad and Tobago. And just refer to two additional findings. In impoverished communities, particularly those in the Port of Spain area, the national government is unable to provide consistent access to public goods and services. As a result, residents in these communities encountering limited monetary, legal, and social services at times accept or benefit from economic resources and security services provided by the gang leaders. Just as second finding, just as organized crime leaders sometimes engage in pro-social acts to benefit their communities, gangs in Port of Spain area fulfill a number of roles in their communities. They provide protection, economic opportunities to impoverished persons in their neighborhoods, thus replacing some of the roles traditionally held by the state. This results in a curious duality in which gangs are largely responsible for many of the problems on their communities, especially the extreme levels of violence. But in the absence of the state, gangs have also become a key resource for their communities. And I want us to reflect on those two findings in the context of clauses 11, particularly clauses 12 and 13. For in such tight-knit, complex communities, the fear of reprisal from gangs far outweighs the trust in the police to offer adequate protection. And coupled with the dependence on the gangs for sustenance, many persons in these impoverished communities are going to be caught up, as we say, between a rock and a hard place when it comes to the provisions of clauses 11 and 12. As Senator Welsh pointed out, and other senators in their contribution, the whole question of the absence of the word knowingly in these clauses and the transfer of the burden of proof to those persons accused under clause 11 and 12 who would not have the means to hire legal counsel for a defense. I think Senator Nakit did raise this point. I know we would say, yes, we have legal services, Madam President, but really in terms of the effectiveness and efficiency of the legal services to provide, good counsel and timely counsel, that is questionable at this point in time in our judicial system, Madam President. I propose that for clauses 11 and 12, the burden of proof remains with the police and the prosecution, and that the police really need to step up with their adequate intelligence and investigations. Madam President, in closing, let me repeat what several others have stated. Legislation and its enforcement are not the only way out. This must go hand in hand with effective criminal gang-related intervention and prevention strategies in the affected impoverished communities. It must. The possibility of widespread social unrest is real, arising out of gang-related activities. Madam President, we had a clear view of this following the shooting of the police officer in Mova on June 27, 2020. What transpired afterwards was sheer chaos that shocked this entire country. 3 persons were shot dead by police afterwards, and protests erupted in Mova on June 29 and 30, 2020. And this country was subjected to the shocking sight of protesters actually shooting back at police. Madam President, following this incident, the Community Recovery Committee was established in July 2020 by the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley. And it is tasked with the responsibility of developing and implementing sustainable working conditions, solutions that address issues affecting at-risk communities. Madam President, it is inevitable that this committee takes an in-depth look at the issue of gangs in these at-risk communities. And I'm sure the entire nation, look forward to the findings and recommendations of this committee. Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Diyal Singh. Honorable Senators, may I remind everyone of the Standing Order 42.2. If someone wishes to speak, you need to there's certain things you have to do. Senator Diyal Singh.
Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me to partake in this anti-gang legislation. And I first must say that I looked at this piece of legislation, I realized that, in its previous incarnation, the bill served to get 3/5 majority to pass in this House. And that important need is really a part of our Constitution to safeguard the rights of individuals from any sort of abuse or perceived abuse of power. Today, the Surratt judgment is once more used, in my opinion, to circumvent the intent of our Constitution with this necessary safeguard. Once more, I feel as if Surratt made my role here as a bit, passing legislation. I feel impotent, and that these legislation comes in just now simply requiring a simple majority. But I understand the role of the AG is to bring good laws. I understand the role of him is to maintain public trust, I can convince us here why pieces of legislation should be passed. The AG seems to be hiding a lot these days between the Surratt piece of legislation. But he uses it as a shield to pass laws. But I'm thinking the AG is between a rock and a hard place, because he's expected to assist the government with laws to give us relief from the crime situation. He's expected to at least, give the public some sort of relief. And the solutions, dilemma he faces was really, how could he get around this? So it's really now, I look at this piece of legislation as a balance of probably eroding the rights of citizens versus maintaining the safety of other citizens. So, is gangs a problem? Yes. Are we scared to live in Trinidad and Tobago in the present situation with all the crime? I'm thinking yes. Do we need legislation to control gangs? And the Senator Richard said yes, there's a need to do that. So therefore, could we have worked in the existing laws to get the same means? And this is what I was looking at a bit, Madam President. Would existing laws have been able to get the same benefit? And I want to just make comment, Madam, of if you allow me, a police report that was given the November 19, 2020 media release. COP awards 51 detectives for dismantling gangs. And in that piece of legislation, the police commissioner actually praised the members of the police service, 51, and for dismantling 3 major gangs within the last 3 months. And he said this represents a total of 18 gang members being charged under the anti-gang legislation from Northern, Northeast, Port of Spain, and Western divisions. A total of 36 persons have been charged for the year, thus, and 88 persons for the last 6 years for gang-related activities. So therefore, this release told me, hey, we were able to still achieve this. And the fact that he gave the awards, it means that, do we really need this piece of legislation? Could it have somehow come about differently? So since the parent legislation of this came in 2011, the previous PP government saw the need to bring this. And when we looked at what did this legislation do, did it really give us what we wanted? And some members, Senator Dernarang, give some figures, and we really were looking to see, are we getting our money's worth for changing this piece of legislation? Is the public getting their relief? So therefore, I am looking at the fact that if we have laws, madam, there should be some sort of performance appraisal at these laws from each ministry to see, are we getting laws that really serving the people, the KPI. So if we are passing this bill today, would we have some way of monitoring it and seeing that, hey, the objectives are being met? And, so we have to see the effectiveness of the law, because we could be passing more draconian, non-performing laws and not getting the effects as certain members mentioned. So therefore, a few members who contributed also looked at the fact that, crime is rampant. We have this, this situation where we must do something. We must bring some laws to show the gang members that we are serious about it. But then I'm looking at, could we have done it differently? Could we have not put a limited state of emergency, as Jamaica did, certain hotspot areas, instead of these laws? But as it is, the laws are here. So I'm looking at now my dilemma. Would the laws really, and the changes brought about, will it bring that effect that I didn't see it brought before? Could it bring that effect now? And I'm looking at the fact that if it does, now I would look at certain parts of this piece of legislation where it gives more powers to the police. The powers where the police may now be going into homes without any warrants. And this, madam, is something that I am also caught between a rock and a hard place. Because on one hand, the police, as was mentioned, could, in pursuing a criminal, go into a place if it's at that point it is determined that there's a criminal activity about to occur, some crime about to occur. But again, if you are looking at the use of a warrant, madam, a warrant is not just a piece of paper. It protects the rights of the individuals. So I am looking at that aspect of the warrants, and I'm thinking we should be very careful not to allow police officers to enter people's home without warrants. You see, we should not allow the police to traumatize already the traumatized public. And therefore, even though we are looking at some parts of this legislation allowing no warrant, I have a little problem with that. I think in the past, if we looked at the instances that we had in the past, could police abuse their power? Is that possible? And I'm thinking, yes. We had searches that were done before that actually laid persons to some sort of trauma. And I recall some time ago, the cops raided 7 Gulfview mansions but found nothing. This was recorded in the Trinidad Guardian Radica de Silva article on the 3rd of May 2019, where the police were actually accused of breaking down doors, preventing homeowners from entering the premises. So therefore, after 2 hours, officers left empty-handed, but they continued raids in townhouses and mansions and other neighbors. So they moved from neighbors' houses to neighbors' houses, and even a house owned by a retired Naparima girls' school teacher, Minty Ishmael, it was reported was searched by the police officers. So therefore, we have to be careful. We have to be careful in the sense that if then, police could have come into this area, broke down people's doors, and according to one individual, the police had face masks and goggles, and it was very traumatic to some of those individuals. And in fact, I have a young man I'm treating now. He got what they call acute stress disorder after the police broke down in those areas. He now has post-traumatic stress syndrome. Anytime he sees police officers with their flashing lights, he gets a sort of panic attack. So we have to see, yes, if we are giving police more powers, can't we somehow give certain guidelines, madam? Guidelines to the police officers, some sort of regulation that if you're going into a home, you have your camcorders on, you do allow the other members of the home to come in with the police officers in the room so they would not be set up in any way. And because in instances you've had cases where police officers told individuals you are not allowed to videotape us coming into this raid. So we have to get some sort of assurance, because the Minister of National Security was here this morning, that when police are going to make their raids, they do it in a humane manner, not to traumatize the public. They do it in a manner where there are certain guidelines, where you can allow the members of after the home to go in the room with the individuals, because other than that, we may be setting up ourselves for instances where people will question the activities of the police officer. So there are a lot of instances, madam, that it's in the newspapers. I don't want to quote others. Cops in search warrant video acted unlawfully. There are many others. And then, you see, even at the time, Member Fitzgerald Hines, when questioned about a search in a home in Princestown where a woman burglar-proof doors were destroyed, articles of her homes were destroyed, he also said probably a fund should be set up from the police officers to compensate these individuals. And this is something I also would like to endorse. So, madam, we know the police officers may have that ability to misuse the power, and this is why I'm a little hesitant in that aspect of having any sort of area where we may allow them to go. You see, a police officer now will have to apply to a magistrate. Sometimes a police officer might say, okay, it's easier just to go and use this piece of legislation without applying for a warrant. But applying to a magistrate gives us a little level of safeguard. And it gives us some level of safeguards. And I'm thinking that this part of the regulation should still insist that you have to go to a magistrate, you have to give that safeguards. And even also, I wanted to go a step further, madam, in the sense that in the past, you found that there were instances where police would go to houses, they would raid houses, they would go with warrants even self, but they come up empty-handed. There should be some sort of a means of check-in. Sorry, sure.
Thank you so much for giving me. I just want to follow. Are you saying that you'd like a warrant for all of the activities? I just want to pinpoint the clause that you're speaking about.
Not all of the activities, but you see, when we are looking at warrants, that you said the police may not need any warrants again. What I'm saying is that a safeguard, I mean, a police could actually go into a area if there's a commissioning of a crime or they are following a gang leader running into it. But if you are going into search, I'm thinking you should have a way that the police should try first for a warrant. And yeah, sure.
Thank you again, Senator. We have proposed the use of a warrant. So is there something that I'm missing? If you could just take me to the clause that you're speaking about, because we say warrant, and in my piloting I did say we're going to amend 15.3, that there was a misprint on that. If you could just assist so I can capture your submission. Thank you so much.
Come to the bill, I will bring that point out, right? So what I'm saying is we really would want, as I'm saying, some sort of safeguards. I'm hoping that we can get that safeguard in place to any sort of regulations to search, and I'm thinking we have seen a deficiency from newspaper reports, so we need to be very, very clear about it, where we can have guidelines. Probably the Police Complaints Authority should have guidelines when you're coming into that. So therefore, could police abuse occur? I say yes. Is there safeguards? I say we need as much as safeguards that we can get. So, and I'm saying that even the video footage, I'm saying we have to have that as a safeguard, probably bring a JP there also to be on board, less chance for abuse. And I'm thinking no evidence should be collected without sort of video footage that could be used in court to get away from the idea of police coming and planting evidence or taking things, right? So I think the COP is aware he may have some police officers who are, in fact, wanting. He has suggested lie detection test. And even I remember a case in St. Joseph Station where they found guns and cocaine in the roof, drugs in the roof, and those officers in the station were just transferred. So we need that safeguard. So can we allow aggressive techniques of search to occur? I'm saying it's time we move beyond that. Time we have this any sort of instances where we could put a policy, you come in a certain manner, in a humane manner, because I don't want patients or persons. Imagine you're going to a house where somebody is raped and you see police officers breaking down the door, you can traumatize that. A mentally ill person could be further traumatized also. So the insensitivity of the police, I think we have to teach them how they can do this, how they can fix back the place after, how they can give compensation. So therefore, humane search methods I'm looking at the fact that magisterial, the magistrate should also be on a checklist that if you are given warrants to certain police officers, are they getting the fruits of the search warrants collected, or are they just asking for search warrants? So there should be some sort of a system to check on the ability of the officers asking for warrants, that they get results, or they just asking for warrants to get into somebody else without due diligence and testing. The parts on the bill where they actually looked at the youth and the fact that there's looking at the youth element, where you are now trying to engage a child, right? A person who recruits a child, I commend that. Because you see, I'm looking at section 13, part 2. A person who recruits a child to a gang commits an offense. It's excellent for that. I'm seeing that you have understood that, youth, involvement. It's. I think some member mentioned as young as 14, 15 years, joining gangs. And interestingly, what I'm thinking is that part of the earnings gotten, because when you're looking at seizing the property of the individuals. This again, it's something that, the proceeds of crime, when you are getting this proceeds of crimes, where under section 17(2), the court may give directions where property is forfeited to the state under this section. The court may give directions as to the storage, investment, and disposal of the property. I don't think judges will be in a position to make how to invest, where to put the money. I think we should put clear guidance that if we get property, put it into a fund that could go to the police youth groups to help against crime. Get a definite line there that you're not going to put a judge in a position where are we going to put it? Could it be an NGO that I like or I don't like? So clear guidance, I'm thinking we should have been given to that. I am also looking at the fact that I think Senator mentioned about the youths who gets a gun and feel that empowerment. And research has definitely showed that testosterone levels would rise in individuals and youths who hold a gun. So there is a link for young persons. But the idea is to keep the young persons engaged. And the idea of punishing those persons who would recruit the young child, I think that is very commendable in this part of the bill. I also look at the fact that some mention was made about gangs, Venezuelan persons coming down here, being in gangs. And I wanted some clarification. If a Trinidadian identifies certain gang members, is there an extradition treaty that we can go after them and bring them back? So this is something the AG may bring some sort of clarification on. I also would like to bring to the effect that Senator Richards did mention the fact that it was during the 1990 coup. He thought that the Muslimin was a gang, and it was there that the whole gang situation started. But I would like to quote a study done by the United Nations, had commissioned a study, and it was a study entitled No Time to Quit, Engaging Youth at Risk, executive report on the committees on young males and crime in Trinidad and Tobago. It was the Professor Selwyn Ryan was actually the man who chaired this. And what Mick mentioned is, he said, we have to look really at the first task was to look at the growth of gangs in the context of the steel band movement, to the extent to which those bands engage in acts of violence. They might be considered precursors of our contemporary gangs. The main difference being that the steel bandsmen waged their war not with guns but with bottles, sticks, knives, and razors. Another contributing factor might be the many conflicts that took place in the interwar years. He also makes mention of the fact that radical political organizations, and he makes mention NJAC, which surfaced in the 60s and early 70s in response of perceived black youth that were politically independent, had been left out, and they remain economically powerless and culturally deprived. So we have different reasons why persons may have joined a gang. And so it went further, it went before the 1990 coup, I must say. And the fact is, if we have gangs, we have to do something about it. If this legislation has given us that piece of extra ammunition to deal with them, you know, it was there before. We didn't get much result before, but the police commissioner did make an appeal to bring this piece of legislation. So if we listen to the police commissioner, he did also make an appeal before, as Senator Timal mentioned, of not hiring gangs. So we may have to listen to him in state contracts. So we may have to also be aware of his appeal along that direction also. Madam, I must say, this piece of legislation, I think, it has me wondering, will it really do what we want it to do? But seeing the situation of the crime in the country, I mean, I have seen persons who had succumbed to, gang violence. I've seen their relatives, treated their relatives, and I'm thinking, if we need to give the police commissioner and the Minister of National Security some time to bring this in, I am willing to do it, but I'm begging the Attorney General to please consider giving us back a sunset clause, because I'm thinking a sunset clause will at least prevent persons from thinking we are creating a state where we are having too much power in the hands of the police who may abuse it. And I'm thinking this is something we would have to look at, in terms of giving us a revision in a year. What have we done? What have we achieved? Have we got any sort? Have we met any of the performances indices in the amount of gangs we got rid of? Or, so I think we need this piece of legislation. I think we need the safeguards. And I just would like to make mention and get some clarification in when I'm looking at Section 3 of the Act, the Clause 3, when we are looking at the law enforcement agencies, which, you can punish the members of the gang if they are actually damaging or police, excise and customs division, law enforcement persons. And I'm just wondering, in cases of, the Board of Inland Revenue established under the Income Tax Act, Defense Force, so gang members who go after those individual prison services, they would also face a greater degree of punishment. But I just wondered at Part G, any other agency of the state in which investigative powers similar to those exercisable by a police officer appointed under the Police Service Act are lawfully vested. So this is another group who may come in under special privilege if they are attacked. And I'm wondering, did we consider private investigators or security companies? Because sometimes an individual may may have an involvement with a gang, and they may not go to the police officers, but they may now decide, let me hire a private investigator, let me hire a security firm. Their security officers will be getting information instead of the police officers. So should we now use this to cover more? So mentioned in Clause 5B, to do some grievous bodily harm, shoots at a member of a law enforcement authority, could we consider again, or should we put some private investigators there who may also be working towards the same ends of trying to capture or get information on the gang members. I looked at clause 6, where coercing or encouraging gang members. A person who coerces, encourages, entices, aids or abets another person to be a gang leader or a gang member commits an offense. And again, this deals with recruitment, and I'm thinking this new law, this new part again, and certain new parts that the Minister of National Security mentioned, like Section 9, persons who prevent a gang leader or gang member from leaving. All those are commendable new offenses I think it is created. Looking at Clause 7, where we are looking at reference to Clause 7, one, people leaving, you're going to retaliate against persons leaving. And again, persons, I look at Clause 7, 1H, refusing to provide funding or resources to a gang leader, gang member, or a gang. Right now, there is a person who sells doubles in Malik, in Barataria. But every month, every Friday, they have to pay $7,000 to a leader of the gang. So, yes, they are under some coercion. Yes, they are doing this. And I'm thinking, would they be now held liable if they refuse to provide this? Because they are also a victim. So those businessmen, I'm thinking, we have to somehow be able to see if they will be protected in this, because obviously they know it's a gang, but they are giving into this money that if they don't, their business will be destroyed or life will be difficult to them. I look at Section 8, a person who knowingly counsels, gives instructions or guidance, and this is very welcome, because remember there are certain banks where people, when they get their money, you find that individuals may follow them home. And, there's also, I think a certain bank is just trying to investigate their bank tellers. Are they providing information to these members of the gangs? And I think they will fall into that. So this is, to me, very commendable. I'm looking at Section 10, a person who uses a bulletproof vest, firearm, ammunition, or prohibited weapon. I am thinking somehow there we can probably put in armored vehicle, because if you're looking at bulletproof vests...
Senator Dialsing, you have 5 more minutes.
You see, remember at once some persons were bringing on armored vehicles, and now some persons are using some kind of laminated film to bulletproof their cars. So a gang member could easily do that. We have to look also walkie-talkies. Some of them are not going through the normal cell phone, but there are walkie-talkies there that you have to see if you can probably include it. I'm suggesting it may be something to look there. Harboring a criminal at Section Clause 11 looked at. I think this... Again, I think it's excellent in that, where if you have a child who you think is involved in a gang situation, the parent now may be duty-bound to come forward, because they now will be caught under the law. So we'll be hearing less of, when you have police shooting, oh, he was a good boy, because this may tell them you have to act. If you don't act, you either put him out or you report it. Again, Section 12, a person who conceals a gang leader or gang member. Madam, you see, when we did the Trespass Act, I mentioned that there is a person in Curep, where an elderly person who rented out the place, and it was really a gang who took over that whole house, and she cannot do anything, she's scared. And in cases like this, if she conceals or if she knows that they are doing, will she be caught under defense? She made actually attempts to get them out, but they are not even budging, and the police officers, I think, in the area know about this case, but the gang has now set foot in their home, and the neighbors around are feeling that level of terror. I'm looking at the fact that Section 13.3, where you looked at if you try to recruit somebody from a school or place of worship, it results in a higher level of conviction. But I'm thinking, right now, having alcohol, a bar next to our school and next to our church is also, against the law, but it occurs. So will this really make a difference? I'm not too sure. When you're looking also, madam, at 13.2, somebody who recruits a child to a gang commits an offense, I would like to see a mentally challenged patient, because mentally challenged persons were used sometimes to carry drugs and whatnot. So somehow we'll have to bring in this aspect there. Looking at the fact that when I make mention to Clause 15, Attorney General, Part 3, police officers may enter without a warrant and search a place or premises not used as a dwelling house, including a building, ship, carriage box. So I'm thinking, if they are going in to search those places and there's somebody in it, there's somebody occupying any sort of premises, we don't want any sort of abuse of positions there that if person there could be traumatized. I'm looking at detaining for a period of not exceeding 48 hours. I think our prison system is, and conditions are not up to mark, and I think it's very, very, if somebody is innocent until proven guilty, to put somebody in that situation where you could imprison them is not a proper thing to do. 48 hours, I think it's not too long, even though, and then you now could apply to extend that from a judge or a magistrate. But I don't like that aspect of having an ex parte. I think that person, if you're going to ask for more time, you should at least let the person take part in that deliberation if you're asking for a greater time. And I'm looking at also, Madam, the negative resolution that was asked for in clause 19. I think no, there should be positive resolution. I looked at the schedule where, the list of things there, I think a lot of criminal acts there that will definitely help us in terms of, conspiracy to defraud the state, meeting a child, falling sexual grooming. All these are commendable things. So in conclusion, I want to say we may have to give the Commissioner of Police what he wants. Senator De Freitas did say this is like a cancer society. And, I support this bill with a 2-year sunset clause. And I think we need a report after 1 year to see how did we help, did it help? And we need to send a clear message to the gangs. We also need to understand that it's really social changes may be really beneficial in also handling this situation. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Thompson-Aye.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to present my views on this bill for the Anti-Gang Act 2021. Stephen E. Myers, PhD of Effective Communities, LLC, tells the well-known tale, Saving the Babies, Looking Upstream for Solutions. It can be found at www.effectivecommunities.com and goes like this. One day, a group of villagers was working in the fields by a river when suddenly one of them noticed a baby floating downstream. A woman rushed out, brought it to shore, and cared for it. During the next several days, more babies were found and rescued. Soon, the entire village got involved in what turned out to be a steady stream of babies being rescued and taken care of by the villagers, who would feed, clothe, and house them. While not all the babies were saved, the villagers thought they were doing a pretty good job. But they soon became exhausted with the rescue work. Some villagers suggested they go upstream and investigate how all the babies were getting into the river in the first place. Others disagreed. They thought their energies would be better expended in the rescue operations. The idea of going upstream was so that they might find out how the babies were getting into the water and possibly repair the situation. And that would save all the babies and eliminate the costly rescue operations downstream. Don't you see, they said, if we find out how they're getting in the river, we can stop the problem and no babies will drown. By going upstream, we can eliminate the cause of the problem. But it's too risky, said the village elders. It might fail. It's not for us to change the system. And besides, how would we occupy ourselves if we no longer had this to do? The long title of this bill is an act to make provision for the maintenance of public safety and order through discouraging membership of criminal gangs and the suppression of criminal gang activity. This bill deals with rescue operations from gang activities, but fails to go upstream to eliminate the root causes of the problem. The Attorney General has said repeatedly that the Commissioner of Police needs this anti-gang law as its important weapon in its crime-fighting arsenal. I'm all for supporting the Commissioner in his fight against crime, but I'm not so sure that this law will achieve its laudable objectives. Mr. Vice President, when I was sick and lay in bed last week, and I thank you and I thank people from members of the bench for their expressed concerns, I didn't have two pillows around my head, as we used to say in nursery rhyme in primary school, but a lot of research material around my bed. I learned that many countries around the world had problems with gangs. The Institute of Security Studies in South Africa published a policy discussion paper by Andre Standing titled "The Threat of Gangs and Anti-Gangs Policy," based on research involving interviews with a wide range of people: police, policy makers, gang experts, community residents in gang areas, and gang members themselves. It showed that with the end of apartheid and opening up of the borders, this resulted in a more fertile transnational criminal environment. Drugs like cocaine, heroin, stolen goods such as cars could be exported overseas and used as currency in drug deals. Gangs increased their power and financial base, rapid sophistication, increased brutality of business practice. Sounds familiar? They invest in real estate, and their desire to expand means war with each other, using a frightening array of weapons, turning communities into battlegrounds. Although drugs represent their most lucrative activity, they invest in nightclubs, shops, garages to launder money, and in organized prostitution and car hijacking, and entice young people with promises of wealth and gifts, designer clothing, and drugs. State response to criminal gangs is usually legislation, like what we are doing now, influenced by STEP, which is the Street Terrorism Enforcement and Prevention Act coming out of California, and the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization, RICO, 1970 Act of the US again. South Africa enacted the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, POCA, in 1998. And this criminalized membership of street gangs. Trinidad and Tobago seeks to enact today the Anti-Gang Act 2021. Concerns have been expressed about some provisions of this act. The Law Association has published its views on the legislation. One of its concerns was with the definition of gang and gang-related activity. Its view was the definition involved a degree of circularity. Clause 3 of the bill defines gang as a combination of two or more persons, whether formally or informally organized, who engage in gang-related activity. Gang-related activity is defined as meaning an offense, an attempt to commit an offense, the aiding, abetting, counseling, or procuring of an offense, or a conspiracy to commit an offense listed in the first schedule, which a gang leader or gang member plans, directs, orders, authorizes, or requests. Now, the Law Association states that the offenses are created by the bill itself, and the elements of these offenses require reference to the word gang, which is defined by reference to the gang-related activity. So their suggestion is to remove offenses from the schedule. Now, I too have problems with the definition of gangs, and I will explain. And I'd like to begin by reference to an article in Crime and Delinquency, Volume 47, Number 1, January 2001, pages 105 to 130, published by Sage Publications. It is entitled Youth Gangs and Definitional Issues. When is a gang, and why does it matter? It's written by Finage S. Benson, L. Thomas Winfrey Jr., and Terence Taylor. Now, the authors make a general observation that gang research in the United States suffers from definitional shortcomings. Is that strange? And calls into question its ability to inform policymakers and expand criminological knowledge. They quote research which concludes that there is little, if any, consensus as to what constitutes a gang and who is a gang member, let alone what gangs do, either inside or outside the law. The authors posit that failure to employ universal definition of youth gangs and gang membership has numerous implications for gang research and gang-related public policy. The possibility of under or overstating gang membership is far from a trivial matter. Resource allocation and public concern, that is, fear of gang crime, are largely shaped by reports of the magnitude of the problem. So when one reads or one hears reports of the number of gangs in Trinidad and Tobago and in the prison system, as we did last night, and the extent of gang membership, one cannot help but wonder as to the reliability of the definitions used to identify gangs and the accuracy of the stated membership figures. Clause 3 of the bill, as I said earlier, defines a gang as a combination of two or more persons, whether formally or informally organized, who engage in gang-related activity. Now, the use of the word engage suggests to me not a single act, but a pattern of conduct. The South African anti-gang law, namely the Prevention of Organized Crime Act 121 of 1998, defines criminal gang thus. It includes any formal or informal ongoing organization, association, or group of 3 or more persons, which has as one of its activities the commission of 1 or more criminal offenses, which has an identifiable name or sign or symbol, and whose members individually or collectively engage in or have engaged in a pattern of criminal gang activity. Jamaica's equivalent legislation, the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Act, number 3 of 2014, defines criminal activity as meaning the planned, ongoing, continuous, or repeated participation or involvement in any serious offense. Now, implicit in these words, ongoing, continuous, or repeated, indicates to me a pattern of conduct. Now, when you compare the Trinidad and Tobago anti-gang bill, what do we see? It defines gang-related activity as meaning an offense, an attempt to commit an offense, the aiding and abetting, counseling or procuring of an offense, or a conspiracy to commit an offense. To my mind, the effect of that section is that one act can constitute gang-related activity. I have not found similar provisions in the laws. Further, when one looks at our definition of gang, we observe that it says a combination of 2 or more persons, whether formally or informally organized, who engage in gang-related activity. Jamaica law defines criminal organization to mean any gang, group, alliance, network, combination, or other arrangements among 3 or more persons. I repeat, 3 or more persons, whether formally or informally affiliated or organized, or whether or not operating through one or more bodies, corporate or other associations. That has one of its purposes the commission of one or more serious offenses, or in relation to which the persons who are a part thereof participate therein individually, jointly, or collectively, issue threats, or engage in violent conduct. The South African law quoted earlier in its definition states includes any formal or informal ongoing organization, association, or group of 3 or more persons. Jerry Gard, whom I referenced earlier in her paper Anti-Gang Legislation and its Potential Impact, the Promises and the Pitfalls, states, although a variety of definitions are utilized by different states, the majority of states clarify that a gang should consist of at least 3 individuals. Now, I read yesterday an announcement from the Jamaican Information Service that Jamaica is reviewing their 2014 anti-gang law in a joint select committee, and the report is to be tabled in the House before the end of March. Perhaps that is the route we ought to take. I heard my friend say something different about what's happening in Jamaica Parliament. So I don't know what to make of it, but that's what I read last night. I am aware of the saying that Parliament can do everything but make a woman a man and a man a woman. But I find it difficult to stand here and have Parliament do violence to the English language or destroy logical thinking. The dictionary defines a gang as an organized group of criminals. It defines group as a set of people who have the same intention or aims and who organize themselves to work or act together. One would expect, therefore, that a gang must, of necessity, involve not 2, but at least 3 persons, as the other jurisdictions have specified. But we so want to widen our net to catch not the big fish, but the little people, that we use a definition that no other legislature does that I've found. Last time I checked, 2 together made a couple, or a twin like my grandsons. Jerry Gard, again, of the University of North Carolina, writing in the Criminal Justice Review, Volume 14, Number 2, June 2003, pages 171 to 192, in an article titled Anti-Gang Legislation and Its Potential Impact, the Promise and the Pitfalls, points out that there are 3 primary strategies that have been developed to deal with gangs: prevention, intervention, and suppression. Prevention programs have been designed to identify and amend the factors associated with gang membership. Intervention programs are designed to direct youth out of the gangs. Suppression strategies emphasize the supervision, arrest, prosecution, and incarceration of known gang members. And that's where we're operating in today, in that sphere. She explains that the STEP Act 1997, after which a number of anti-gang legislation is patterned, requires that before conviction under gang legislation, the state must prove a number of elements. 1, they must demonstrate the existence of a criminal street gang. 2, they must demonstrate that the defendant had knowledge that the gang members engaged in or have engaged in a pattern of criminal activity. And 3, that he or she had a specific intent to promote or assist the criminal conduct of the gang. And 4, the state must demonstrate that the defendant is a member of that gang. A number of previous speakers have spoken to their concern about the constitutionality of the bill and the need for words that import element of mens rea or guilty mind to be included in clauses 5, 6, 7, 9, and 13. Suffice it to say, I agree, and I will avoid tedious repetition. Jerry Gard again saw potential benefits of anti-drug legislation in that it addressed the frustration experienced by both law enforcement agencies and the courts in attempting to solve the gang problem by traditional criminal laws. And here, I suppose I shake hands with the Minister of National Security and the Attorney General. So they were faced with unique challenges and confronted with situations where they were unable to act, as for example, dealing with situations with multiple offenders being prosecuted for the same incident. She sees anti-gang legislation as providing law enforcement personnel and prosecutors with additional tools, as the Attorney General said, for addressing gang-related activities. In addition, such legislation serves as a deterrent by announcing to gang members that engaging in criminal activities will not be tolerated, and that if one participates in these behaviors as a gang member, this will enhance the punishment received for the substantive criminal act. Perhaps most important, she says, such legislation provides the community with a sense that something is being done to tackle the problems. Mr. Vice President, I began with a story about saving the babies. We must save the babies. Within the last few weeks, children have been exposed to brutal crimes. Can we save them? Because when they suffer trauma, frequently, trauma not addressed, they turn the wrong side. Michael Corrado, the judge from, I don't know how many of you look at Hot Bench on television, he shares a story of Roberta. When Roberta was 7 years old, she answered a knock on her door to her apartment. Her father, who was estranged from her mother, was standing at the door. "Go get your mother," he told the little girl. She walked into the kitchen, tugged at her mother's dress. "Mommy, Daddy at the door." Her mother walked to the door. Roberta trailing behind. As her mother approached the open door, her father doused her mother from head to toe with gasoline from a can he was hiding. He then ignited her clothing with a cigarette lighter, setting her on fire. Roberta's mother survived but was horribly disfigured. 8 years later, Roberta, now 15, stands before the court for putting a gun to a stranger's head and threatening to shoot him unless he turned over his money. Maria was 6 years old and was walking with her mother, holding her hand. Her father approached them on the street, accusing her mother of having an affair with his best friend. He slashed her across the face and then stabbed her repeatedly in the chest. She fell to the ground dead, still holding Maria's hand. 8 years later, Maria appears before the judge for slashing the face of a rival girlfriend over a boy. Are we going to save the babies? James Gabarino asks a child what he expects to be when he's 30, and he answers, dead. It's the same response the former minister dealing with children affairs in Jamaica told me she got from a 9-year-old child. Gabarino says the lack of positive future orientation produces depression, rage, and disregard for human life, their own and others. It also undermines motivation to participate in the investment activities of adolescents, such as staying in school or doing homework, or to avoid the high-risk behaviors such as unprotected sex, carting weapons, and joining the drug trade. These are all ripe for picking by the predators who are the gang leaders. The Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention has produced a comprehensive gang model, an evidence-based framework consisting of 5 core strategies for anti-gang and violence reduction. These are 1, community mobilization, community engagement and collaboration, it means. Opportunities provision, that's number 2. Education, training, and employment programs. 3, social intervention, outreach and access to provision of services for gang-involved youth and their families. Suppression, community policing with formal and informal social controls and accountability measures. And 5, organizational change and development, development of policy for effective use of resources. In the report I referred to earlier from the Jamaica Information Service, the Prime Minister noted that the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information has partnered with the Ministry of Justice to train more teachers in restorative practices as part of a program to provide alternative methods of treating with conflict in schools. He said that in 2019, more than 500 teachers were trained as restorative justice facilitators. Since the Ministry of Justice was disbanded in 2015, I have heard nothing further about the restorative justice policy document. I rest my case. God bless Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It is clear today that the Honorable Minister of National Security came up to the upper house to lower the level of debate. It was shocking, the case that was presented by the Honorable Minister of National Security. He made the claim that for a serious society to be considered a country that is moving forward, we need anti-gang legislation. If that were the case, then we don't need to debate why are there so many clauses, why are we discussing this bill, if it is simply that we need something called anti-gang legislation. But it is not that simple. This bill is a very serious bill and has serious ramifications on the population, on the citizens as a whole. It is not just a simple bill, as we shall see. The Honorable Minister of National Security made the claim that there are many laws out there. There are drunk driving laws, there are speeding laws, there are laws against murder, but yet these acts continue. What the Honorable Minister failed to realize is that there are many people who are convicted of drunk driving, many people who get tickets, who serve sentences, who magistrates have told that have laid down sentences, even deep fines up to $15,000 and maybe even jail sentences. We even had a former PNM senator who was convicted of drunk driving. So the difference between these existing laws and the anti-gang legislation that we debate here today is that we have not seen one conviction by this government after bringing legislation, and now they remove a sunset clause and say that we don't have to bring any information to the Parliament to let you know why or what is the efficacy of this law. The Honorable Minister of National Security said there was no problem in under-resourcing of the police force and that this had no adverse effect. He said so in the Senate. Well, I am happy that the Commissioner of Police would have been listening, because he has been complaining for the last 6 months about under-resourcing, about deficits of 130 million, about less resources. Senator Leiter went into that, so I'm not going to repeat it. He went through in great detail the deficit that the Commissioner of Police and his force have been having with this PNM government, under-resourcing, underpaying, and under-allocating resources to them. So I am shocked to know that the Minister of National Security is not worried. He said it's just a mere release of funds issue, and it's not impacting the police ability to fight crime. The Honorable Minister of Tourism last week said, and I think he had a moment of deep honesty. He said that the government removed the need for the special majority to circumvent the opposition. Yes, he said so on his Hansard. The Honorable Minister of Tourism said the government brought this anti-gang legislation, removing the need for the 3/5 majority in order to circumvent the opposition, because we are obstructionists. And therefore, and we've heard speaker after speaker on the government bench state that they are not happy with this legislation, that it's been watered down because the opposition would not support it. Yet we have not seen an attempt before this was laid in the Senate or in the Parliament that the leader of government business or the government or the Minister of National Security, the Honorable Attorney General, no one called on the opposition for a meeting to discuss the anti-gang legislation. We just heard and saw that it was laid once again. But when you are circumventing, as the Honorable Minister of Tourism would say, the opposition, you are circumventing the Constitution. You are circumventing democracy, and you are circumventing the citizens. The framers of the Constitution, as they may have wanted to create a democracy based on some sort of fairness where the rights of citizens could be protected, and in their wisdom for a constitutional right to be removed, they required a majority, which meant that there had to be discussion. You had to convince someone who's opposed to you to support legislation, because to change the rights and impact the rights of citizens is a serious matter and cannot be played games with. It is not folly to circumvent the opposition and to come here and say that you're going with a special majority. When we go into the clauses, you'll see, as some independent senators have rightfully said, these are very critical clauses that could impact the lives and the freedom of citizens. And secondly, they keep saying that they brought it watered down and blame the opposition. But if it is watered down and you only need a special majority, you do not need the support of the opposition. So go ahead with your bill. You are happy with your bill, and the opposition would always support good law. The problem is we do not see that here today. I have to go. I've listened carefully. I'm quite shocked today, as I put a small pin here, that the government, in such a critical piece of legislation, I was waiting to hear more debate from the government, but I know that the Honorable Attorney General will wrap up, and maybe the government is satisfied with his performance only. But I would have loved to hear some more debate, to hear serious rationale for some of these clauses. So I listened intently to the independent senators last week. Senator Vera made some serious points, and I listened and I studied, and I was worried by some of his views. So, Senator Vera, I shall borrow the words of Nelson Mandela to make points to you based on your contribution that I listened to intently. And I will use these words of Nelson Mandela in this Senate debate on the anti-gang bill. I do so in the hope to convince you that your position, though heartfelt, without malice, and with a view toward nation building, is in fact a wrong position. Mandela said in the old synagogue courtroom on October 15, 1962, when he was brought up before a judge on charges, "I do not for a moment doubt your sense of fairness and justice, Honorable Senator." Mandela continued speaking about unjust laws as he represented himself in that case. He said, and I quote, "We are not in opposition to any government or class of people. We oppose unjust laws, some of which are as unjust to the Europeans as to us. The unity of the Africans, the Indians, and colored people against laws designed to suppress the rights of some while upheld by others will lead to freedom from oppression and enhancement of the principles of democracy. In this case here where we are today, let us replace the races as opposed to back in the 60s in South Africa with class, with income brackets, with poverty, with poor people as opposed to races. And today we have to be very careful, because as we sit here to make laws, some of us who have access to resources, who understand certain things, levels of education, ability to read clauses and understand, access to the attorneys, knowledge of our rights and our constitution, who can get an attorney quickly, we could be protected from abuse of provisions put here. But others who may not be so privileged or may not be so lucky may be open to abuse. And it is our job here in the Senate to protect all the people, regardless of where they come from, what job they do, or who they support. In that same case, Nelson Mandela, in addressing the judge, he applied for the judge's recusal on 2 grounds. The second grounds being, and he said, and I quote, "I consider myself neither legally nor morally bound to obey laws made by a parliament in which I have no representation." Unfortunately, those who could be affected by this legislation, and let us for a moment, because when I was listening to the Honorable Independent Senator Vera, I heard the passion, but the passion assumed guilt. If we could know that these laws will impact the guilty, well, all of us do not need to debate, because we are in agreement that the harshest penalty, draconian legislation, if we can know that they are going to be focused on guilty people as opposed to some innocents, then we would all be in support. But we live in the real world, and innocent people come up every day to abuses by the police force and the utilization of laws passed here to suppress the constitutional rights of people, and we have to be very careful. We are here in the Senate, and we are represented at a certain level. Master's degrees, PhDs, lawyers, doctors, business people. I do not see those on the ground being represented here in any big numbers.
Have you directed your mind to the fact that it is the same vulnerable communities where they are most at risk from the harm of gang-related activity? And it is this law that is looking to protect those very vulnerable people?
Clearly, most definitely. However, as Nelson Mandela said, supported by Gandhi and supported by every constitutional lawyer and fighter for equal rights across the globe, it is better that 10 guilty people go free than 1 innocent human being locked up. And that's where we have to start from. Because I heard your passion, I understand it, and as I said before, it comes from no place of malice. But we must understand that yes, those people who live on the ground are most directly impacted by gang behavior, but they are also most directly impacted by abuse of laws, abuse of the police, abuse of responsibility, and lack of knowledge of their rights. And therefore, if in trying to solve a problem, we hurt and take away the freedoms of innocent people, we have to say, pause and take a break and be very careful with what we do. Because the Universal Declaration of Human Rights provides that all men, which means women, are equal before the law and are entitled without any discrimination to equal protection of that law. Now, being a Douglas, it will be remiss of me if I only quote Mandela and not Mahatma Gandhi. So I will have to also include Gandhi Ji. Gandhi Ji said, in explaining his concepts of Swaraj, which is freedom, and Dharma, which is duty, he said, and I quote, "I equate freedom with self-rule because we must build into the concept of freedom the notion of obligation to others as well as to oneself. This will be obstructed if we place ourselves at the mercy of our selfish desires." So we in the Senate have to be guided by these words. All of us, yes, we want to pass good law. We want to stop the scourge of crime. But we have to be careful that by passing laws, handing it to a force of people, a police force that, I won't go into the details, but the statistics are there, that the Commissioner of Police is trying to clean up. Some independent senators even gave instances of what may take place. And you give it to a force that has not been cleansed, there is opportunity for the abuse of innocence, and that we cannot and we must protect against. Senator Vera, you made one statement that scared me. And you said constitutional, and I paraphrase, constitutional rights must be abridged to protect the citizens, to keep the citizens safe. It sounds good. I can almost agree with it, except that we live in the real world. In the reality, the system is flawed. Law enforcement is flawed. Innocent people are at risk. And this assumes your statement that sometimes you must give away your constitutional rights for the good. It assumes that only the guilty will be impacted by this legislation, and I wish that were true. But that might only be true in a fairy tale like Planet Senator. That may not be the reality on the ground in Trinidad and Tobago. So we have to be very careful. We must remember, because the government made, and the Minister of National Security today made the point, that this anti-gang legislation is absolutely necessary to end the gang culture and to get convictions. We only need to look at the history of Trinidad and Tobago, at the former UNC government of the late 90s, to know that with a brilliant Attorney General, with a government that had the heart and the will to solve a problem, without any anti-gang legislation, the biggest, most vindictive, wicked, malicious gang was brought to their knees by the former Attorney General Ramesh Lawrence Maharaj and the United National Congress government. Their assets were forfeited, and you can go now to Peparo and see a rehabilitation center. This was done by the UNC without any anti-gang law. All it took was a brilliant, passionate, intelligent Attorney General who was willing to do what it took with the existing laws to fight crime. Oh, how we wish we had that now in government. We may be safer. The Honorable Attorney General in his debate last week spoke about the advent of this legislation coming in 2011 with the People's Partnership Government, of which I was a part. That was very interesting, because what he failed to realize was that there was a problem, and the People's Partnership brought forward a possible solution. It had never been done before. It was a creative new idea, and therefore it included a sunset clause so that it could be analyzed, the efficacy could be vetted, and it could see if it made any sense. So to compare 2021, 10 years later, no convictions, with a government that came with a creative idea to try to attack a problem, does not hold water, because the evidence is now clear that the government here, the PNM government, has stated that 2020 was the lowest level of crime. They said, and they keep boasting, at every level, crimes went down, murders went down, this went down, larceny went down, grievous bodily harm went down. They said that COVID had no impact on it. Then why are you panicking now? Because there was no anti-gang legislation in 2020. So if the crime fighting is the work of the government, of the Honorable Attorney General, of the Ministry of National Security, of the National Security Council, and it is not COVID related, then what's the panic here? Why rush this legislation, not even bringing it in conjunction with the bail amendment bill, in which it works in conjunction? And very important, I'm certain that the Honorable Attorney General is going to tell us that he's going to bring back the bail amendment bill in order to go with this simple majority when it's passed by the government. So I'm speaking to the independent senators that we need to be very careful. The Honorable Attorney General said that there will be some amendments to clause 15.3. And he said, so don't get so excited in the opposition. Well, we don't get excited about anything. We are here to discuss, to make points, to try to get better law that can help the government solve crime and protect the rights of citizens. But in his wrapping up last week, he made the statement that he watered down Section 15.3 with his amendment because the opposition is obfuscating, the opposition is opposing for opposing's sake. So he would have preferred to have at 15.3 how it was wrongfully put and rushed into this bill, that he wanted, and he's quoted on Hansard as saying, he wanted the right of police to go into premises without warrant, that if he had his way and he had the special majority and did not have to depend on us in the opposition, that's what he wanted. I think that is extremely dangerous. and it shows where this government would like to go. But we cannot allow that. We are here to protect all the citizens, not a few. Get into the bill. When we start, we can see that this entire bill is basically you're guilty until proven innocent. This is a very serious thing. For decades, we have operated under the innocent until proven guilty philosophy. But this bill changes it. The Honorable Attorney General said that the government listened, and that's why he brought this anti-gang legislation. Well, if the government was listening, the people out there who were screaming for the last 5 weeks because of the pain and the attacks on our women, I did not hear them say, bring anti-gang legislation. I heard them say they want non-lethal weapons, pepper spray. Bring the pepper spray legislation. Not that pepper spray is more deadly than guns. That's what I heard them say. I heard the people out there saying, those who are walking and praying for our women, I heard them say, the women need FUL licenses. Expedite those gun licenses. I'm not seeing any discussion or bill to bring it forward in order to expedite that. We heard that the people out there said they want a commission of inquiry into the criminal justice system. They want to monitor license plates and so on. But we come here with an anti-gang legislation and say that we listened. Who did we listen to? Certainly not those people out there. The Honorable Minister of National Security said today that we need this anti-gang legislation because the Commissioner of Police asked for it. Okay, well, let's follow the minister's argument. The Honorable Commissioner of Police asked for pepper spray. Where is the legislation? That is over 2 years that the government is receiving advice from some expert other than the Commissioner of Police. The Commissioner of Police begged for resources. He said this year he's in a deficit of $130 million. Well, government, listen to the Commissioner of Police and give him the $130 million so he could fight the crime. The very onset of this bill, I read the title, an act to make provision for the maintenance of public service.
On Standing Order 46.1 and also on tedious repetition.
Okay, Senator. So you've moved on from the point previous, and you're obviously reading the title of the bill, so you don't need to go back to the points before because you've made them, obviously. So just continue along.
Thank you. I'm glad that the Honorable Attorney General is here and listening intently. To do some squats. Now, an act to make provision for the maintenance of public safety and order. That in itself had to be written by someone who does not live in Trinidad and Tobago. Maintenance of public safety. There is no public safety. The entire country is in chaos. People and bandits are running wild. Our women are being attacked. And we are having a bill here to maintain that status quo. The name itself shows a disconnect from the society. It continues through discouraging membership of criminal gangs. Well, let's see. What are the statistics? Is there a National Statistical Office that tells us about criminal gangs and their membership? Is there information on how many gangs, how you join a gang, where the gangs are? Because I'm not aware of that. And we hear statistics thrown about, bandied about, claims made that certain gangs have been eliminated and so on, but yet we see no convictions. We have no statistics in Trinidad and Tobago. The Central Statistic Office was talked about by this government for 5 years and has not come. We even have the central bank telling us that during COVID, between July and November, only 1,700 people lost jobs. Anybody living here knows that that figure is woefully short. The third part of the very name of the bill says the suppression of criminal gang activity. But this has been claimed already. The claim, as stated by the Honorable Attorney General, Minister of National Security, says that gangs and crime have been down in 2020. Conditions are ripe now in Trinidad and Tobago for increased gang and criminal activity, not the opposite. The government is saying that they solved it, that the plans are working, the investment is working, But all of us know, and all of us who have studied would know, that when there's job loss, when they make cuts in education across the board, in GATE, cutting it in half from 800 million down to 400 million, you shatter UTT, a PNM creation from a former PNM Prime Minister. You starve it of resources, that these lack of opportunities.
What does UTT have to do with this debate, Mr. President?
Okay, so Senator Roberts, just tie it into the bill a little closely, a little more neatly, I should say. Continue.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Attorney General is very nervous. Education, opportunities, job opportunities, income, these have impacts on crime. We are talking about a crime bill.
So, again, two things, obviously. Senator Mark, you know the rule with the phone, so just make sure it's quiet while the member is contributing. We also have 5 more minutes, Senator Roberts.
The Honorable Attorney General comes here to tell the population that the opposition is stopping the government's crime fight, and this anti-gang legislation is going to solve crime. We are saying that crime must be fought on many avenues, including education. You cannot cut education. You cannot cut opportunities. You cannot cut MIC. You cannot cut sport funding. You cannot cut everything that gives people opportunities to thrive, and then say you bring a bill to lock up and hold people for as long as you want, while you try to charge them under different definitions to take away their freedom. Crime is not fought by one piece of paper. In this bill, and I don't believe I have 5 minutes. I mean, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you can see all the points that are still here to be made. But let me say, one of the most frightening parts of this legislation is about harboring a criminal, harboring a gang member, and it says, takes out the word knowingly. We all know parents try with children. Some parents may have tried to discipline a child, try to buff them, even take a cane or go over whip and give them licks, even though we don't advise that. They would have taken away the PlayStation or taken away their phone, banned them from going out to play football. And children get through the window, they sneak out, they go out and they do wrong things. This bill says that if a child does that and so-called joins a gang, even though in a section it says there is nothing to prove, the government or the state must not prove that you have signed a gang sheet, you're wearing gang colors, a gang is in a certain area, an entire paragraph stating that the prosecution has to prove nothing about being in a gang, because we all know nobody signs a paper and a document to say I'm a gang member. But then, lo and behold, a child could be caught in a gang and be charged. His mother could then be charged and face 25 years in prison, because the Honorable Attorney General changes the principle of innocent until proven guilty to guilty until proven innocent. So a mother now being charged under this as harboring, supporting, giving support if she cook pilau, if she gives money to this child who was going out without her knowledge and going in and getting involved in gang activity and is charged under this legislation. The mother can so be charged and then has to go before the magistrate and prove and give mitigating circumstances. So the mother has to say, no, I tried since this child was 8, I buff him, I give him licks, I punish him, I banned him, and he still continued. You know what will happen? The magistrate could mitigate from 25 years down. So let's say you are a very good mother. You won't get 25 years under this legislation. You'll get 8 years. This legislation is draconian. It is rushed. It makes no sense. And in 30 minutes, I cannot possibly go through all of the clauses here, because this law is drafted and written by someone who does not understand the law, by a government that is not connected to the ground, and it is going to suffer people at the hands of a police force that the Commissioner of Police is trying to clean up, and it can be utilized to abuse the constitutional rights of people. We have some amendments to make. And I guess at committee stage we'll make them, and hopefully the Honorable Attorney General would listen. But it is a former leader of the opposition who said, and I paraphrase, anytime a government resorts to blaming the opposition for its failure, that government ceases to be part of the solution and is instead part of the problem. The Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, leader of the opposition at that time. I leave you, Mr. Vice President, with those words, and I ask the government to remove this draconian legislation. Anti-gang legislation is necessary, but one that can be utilized to get and deal with the crime scourge rather than suppress and oppress the rights of citizens of the Republic who are innocent. God bless.
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the mere fact that we are here today on this bill for the second day demonstrates that this government is quite prepared to take responsibility for the solution in relation to crime. We are not running away from our responsibility. And the track record of the government from 2015 to 2020 demonstrates that we've looked at, as a government, we've looked at the issue of crime and we've addressed several aspects of it, including this one. And I'll come back to that. Mr. Vice President, this is what gangs are about. It should not be a mystery. Anybody living in Trinidad and Tobago, if you have never traveled, the average citizen of this country is an expert on gangs. And I'll tell you, the culture of gangs is nothing new to us. It's not brand new. Gangs are about increased violence, Mr. Vice President. Gangs are about increased killings. There's no way to dress it up. You could quote Mandela and Mahatma Gandhi all day. There is no way to make gangs pretty and to force upon this country the need to continue protecting them. Don't hide behind parents who are unwilling to take responsibilities in their own homes. Don't hide behind landlords across the country. I don't know where all of you live. I could tell you, in Felicity, for example, a quiet community, Senator Singh is from there. Very, very quiet community of Felicity. When I lived in Chaguanas, I saw Felicity develop into an apartment community, harboring complete strangers, many of whom were involved in crime. In fact, I was shocked, Mr. Vice President. One night, when the police gunned down on 4 men in St. Thomas Village, which is right on the edge of Felicity, 4 men in a car. Gangs bring murders. And if you want to deal with the murders, you have to deal with the gangs. There isn't a piece of legislation in any jurisdiction dealing with gangs that did not address at the same time the issue of firearms. And I remember, Mr. Vice President, I remember when we were debating the legislation to deal with bail and firearms, it was just before Christmas 2019. And I stood up and I said to the country and to the world that I know for a fact, and we had young men in this country who were walking with ARs down their pants, and I demonstrated how they were doing it. And I warned that it was only a matter of time before somebody point an AR and just touch the trigger and level some people in this country. And I said, that's the only time we will start to think about these automatic weapons of war seriously. And when I took my Christmas vacation that year, I read in the newspaper, it was Old Year's Day 2019. A lady from Las Cuevas waiting on the taxi stand on Charlotte Street, Charlotte and Park, I believe, the taxi stand for Las Cuevas. And somebody pointed an AR at that taxi stand and killed that woman, leaving her husband and children waiting on her. She had just finished working in Port of Spain and most likely collected her weekly pay, had gone to the grocery and bought things for Old Year's night. And she was on the wrong side of an AR. Now we're talking about gangs. Gangs are about firearms. And if you want to take the guns off the streets, you have to deal with the gangs. And there's no way to make that pretty. There's no way to pretty up that. And you have to stop hiding. You talk about the Honorable Attorney General. I'll tell you just a few of the things that he has brought to this Parliament. Gangs bring increased pressure on law enforcement officers. Resources that could be used elsewhere have to be used on tracking, tackling. You think prosecution of gangs is an easy thing? Go to Canada and ask them. I mentioned the name before, Selwyn Romilly. Selwyn Romilly, I said, is the first black person to be appointed a judge in British Columbia province, the first to be appointed to the Superior Court, the second to be appointed anywhere in Canada. I talked about him in the context of his 2-year trial, presided over a 2-year trial against the Hells Angels. Millions of dollars it cost to prosecute. No one was convicted because of the difficulties in gathering, including all the constitutional issues, in gathering evidence and prosecuting these cases. Gangs put pressure on your law enforcement officers. The justice system, well, with gangs come firearms and murders and everything else, conspiracy and attempted murders and everything else, money laundering. So if you want to have an efficient justice system, you have to put an end to the criminal-making machinery. And the manufacturers of criminals in this country is the gangs. That's why they call it a criminal organization, you know. And the word organization is not used accidentally or loosely. This is well organized. Gangs are a business. It is an enterprise. And they have to be dismantled. They have to be stopped. They are manufacturing criminals who end up in our justice system. And the reason the courts are overwhelmed, and as a country, we have to be building courts, outfitting courts, hiring staff. The reason is because the existence of gangs, and not today. Gangs put pressure on the financial system. How many times we have to come to this Parliament to deal with compliance with CFATF and FATF, and to deal with anti-money laundering, to deal with financial crimes. And none of you could say that a contributor to that, and a significant contributor to that, is this thing called criminal enterprise, criminal organization, and gangs. And the last thing is that once you have gangs, you have increased corruption. Your customs, your immigration, your police service, your politicians, every corner of the society, gangs have to buy their way and pay their way for people to turn a blind eye, to people to assist. So if you are serious about violence, killing, firearm, law enforcement, the justice system, the integrity of the financial system, and putting an end to corruption, you must deal with the gangs. What else have you offered us to deal with them? What else have you offered us to deal with them? And Mr. Vice President, we are not alone. We are not alone in dealing with this. You go to the UK, Brazil, Canada, the US, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Jamaica that you have quoted so much. That is the way it's evolved. And we've tried to do, just like our colleagues on the other bench, we've tried to deal with it. And this bill is the way that the government believes that we're going to be able to deal with it. And I say gangs are not new. Gangs are not new in this country. And I think I had quoted it before when we were dealing with anti-terrorism. I'll take you back to the New York Times publication of May 17, 1975. And the headline was, "Militant is hanged by Trinidad after long fight for clemency." And Abdul Malik was our gang leader. Abdul Malik was a gang leader. You could dress him up however you want. A gang leader running a criminal organization. And he was hanged for the murder of Joseph Skerritt, and not for Gaylan Benson's murder, but for Skerritt. And you know, even as a law student, and long before that, because during the Abdul Malik trials, my parents were clipping all the newspaper articles. And we were reading it. And when I read the part about Malik telling Abbott and Shady to dig a hole and kill somebody and throw them in there. And if you don't do that, you will end up in there. Well, that stuck with me for so long, which eventually evolved into this discussion on duress as a defense to murder, because in my mind, there couldn't be a greater duress than what Abbott and Shady faced. They were eventually sentenced to 20 years in prison. So that this concept, and if you want to go earlier, you could go to the Pulul brothers, 1960s. They were running a criminal organization, and they were gang leaders. They were gang leaders. And if you want to go before them, the greatest of them all that we've created is Boise Singh. Boise Singh, whose criminal activities and criminal enterprise was on the land and the sea. Because there's so many stories of Boise Singh as a pirate, and so many Venezuelan bodies that ended up on the ocean at the hands of Boise Singh. So our country, and dealing with crime, criminals, criminal enterprise, and criminal organizations, it is nothing new. But we do not have, unlike the rest of the world, no matter what you say, I have not heard anybody point specifically to how we deal with the issue of gangs without this piece of legislation. Because of course you could have taken Dolce property after he was hanged. After. We need law to deal with people while they're alive. And we also need law to deal with assets that are not taken on account of a conviction, but assets that are connected to criminal enterprise. That's the difference between what we have and what happened under Dolcedi. Dolcedi had to die for that to happen. And Mr. Vice President, nobody could say that the government hasn't been dealing with the solution. My colleagues on the opposition bench like to come and say every time we debate in this bill, they want us to bring something that's not here. But none of them have referred to the fact that I will say what they normally say. This works in tandem with a lot of work that has already been done. And I didn't have to dig deep. I just took a few seconds and will tell you this works with bail. And I'm happy to hear, Senator Roberts, that you're looking forward to bail legislation and that you will support us. This deals with trials. And among the issues we've addressed in relation to trials, the judge-only trials. And most people said in here, my friends were saying that it would never work. Well, it's worked. Evidence legislation right now we're dealing with further improvements to the evidence process to bring back something that we didn't bring in the bill that was passed recently, witness anonymity. Because gangs, witnesses, and witness anonymity work together. Because you talk about striking terror and so on. You talk about all of that. And the only way we could protect witnesses, the only way we could protect those witnesses that the court determined, the court, not the government, but the court determines should be protected, is by introducing witness anonymity into our legislation. DNA, we brought the regulations, we perfected the legislation, we brought the regulations, hired the staff, that works with gangs. Electronic monitoring, it works with gangs. Anti-money laundering, as I said before. Forfeiture, civil forfeiture. And most importantly, in that line of financial instruments, unexplained wealth. If you do not believe, because I have always wondered about these people who are involved in criminal enterprise. And they must have wealth. I don't know why you'll do it. You must have wealth, and what becomes of them when they die? Where is this wealth? Who is holding it? Which bank? Which bed? Which bedroom? Where is it held? Which box? An unexplained wealth. Very important and very powerful piece of legislation to deal with that, even when they're operating in their criminal enterprises. You don't have to wait for them to die or disappear. Even as they operate their criminal enterprises, you can attack their wealth once it is connected with criminal activity. So, Mr. Vice President, this is not extreme, because when you go through the jurisdiction, every jurisdiction does what is appropriate. For example, if you go to the Canadian province of Alberta, Alberta has the strictest anti-gang legislation in the context of law that tells you what you can't wear. You can't wear clothing associated with gangs. You can't wear anything. It tells you, it goes so far as to say bars are required to refuse service to persons who are known gang leaders. It goes so far as to ban gang leaders and gang members from entering certain enterprises. And of course, very strong forfeiture law. What we have here today is no different in its structure from what our jurisdictions that has grappled with us, what they have. And no matter how you color it and dress it up and court and gallery, the fact is that this country, this bill is the cornerstone of something that does not exist at this time in our law, which is the opportunity to break, dismantle, discourage, prosecute, convict persons who are involved in gangs. This is the bill to do that. And Mr. Vice President, the bill has 20 clauses, and the most important part of it is that area from clause 5 to 14 where the offenses are created. And going back to the contribution of Senator Welch, you must, in dealing with gangs, I understand in your opening, Senator Welch, I understand what you were saying about having offenses which deal with how the terror sometimes that gangs reign on a community and those things. I understand that fully. But you know what? In the absence of nothing, we have to deal with what is set out in the bill. And those are the issues of membership of the gang, coercion, retaliation for persons not joining the gangs, the issue of counseling, harboring, concealing, recruiting, tipping off. And we could argue all day. We could argue all day about knowingly and mens rea and all. We could argue all day. But I think that, and I've seen the amendments that are proposed, but I think that there's no argument that those issues, harboring, in the committee stage, we'll have our opportunity to go deeper into the language used. But I tell you that there's absolutely no way that you could deal with gangs without dealing with those persons who provide food, comfort, coverage, and protection to gang members. You have to deal with them. There's no way to not, and if it is apparent, you have to deal with them. Because you see it on the television and you see it on the media. The police on the one hand say known criminal and so many convictions and this and that and the other, and the parents crying and saying he's a good boy. It's not a joke. It is not a joke. Because that lady waiting, having worked through the Christmas period, and on All Year's Day wanting to close the night off with her husband and children, and the children waiting. You know, I grew up in Rio Claro. And I know what it is like for my mother to leave home and travel down to Princestown, you know, to buy something. And travel to Sangre Grande and buy something. And go to Sangre Grande in a store to buy something. And you're waiting home for her to come back. You're waiting for her to come back home. And you know what it is like for those children, All Year's Night, at the hand of a criminal, a gun toter. And what use do you have for AR in your pants? We had the power. We have the power. It's a good thing we passed the legislation. We have the power, you know. This is not a courthouse. I say that many times. I have no doubt in my mind. This is not a courthouse, you know. As a legislator, I am called upon to do what I could do. What I could do. And we could argue, we could discuss in the committee stage. But we must leave here tonight at some point, having done for the citizens of this country
what we believe we could do today. I don't want to leave this to a Joint Select Committee. There's no need to. What you're going to go in the Joint Select Committee and deliberate upon? What you're going to do? I am not leaving this to another day. Because you can't tell me you want to deal with murders, firearms, financial crime, corruption, drugs, violence. You can't tell me you want to improve the living circumstances, and it's not and it don't feel like no hotspot in rural communities, you know. It's everywhere. Everywhere. And people say they don't feel safe. When you're going home and people on the block, to make you uncomfortable. You get to the point where you can't even travel in a taxi or a PH, so now we have to introduce pepper spray so we'll spray each other. Listen, if we break these gangs, we'll be on the road to making Trinidad and Tobago a safe place. But you need courage.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
You need courage to be able to do that. And today is not the day for constitutional warfare. Who don't like it could go to the courthouse. This is not the day for constitutional warfare in the parliament. This is for you to decide. Because I still have a few years, I think I still have a few years, because I'll come back somewhere and tell you that you did not deal with the gangs, so you could not deal with the violence in your community, the firearms, the murders, the pressure on law enforcement, the financial crime, the burden on the judicial system, and the corruption in our society. Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Attorney General. Mr. Vice President, Section 53 of the Constitution says that we convene ourselves as a parliament to make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of our society. Section 2 of the Constitution says that the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is the supreme law. I wish to thank all honorable senators for their contributions to this legislation, for their considerations. I did get the opportunity to tell Senator Welch that I thoroughly enjoyed his contribution because it provided a very interesting perspective on the theory behind law. And it was good to hear his contribution, as it was to hear all honorable members. We have had discourse over 2 days, and our issues can be crystallized into several headings. We have been asking ourselves, why pass the law? Senator Roberts said that this is rush law, and why are we rushing? And then went on in a polar opposite to say Trinidad and Tobago is in panic and there is no public order, as he read the preamble. Couldn't quite figure out which way he was going. That's not uncommon. The position is, what is the state of Trinidad and Tobago within the context of Section 13 of the Constitution? Why do I reference Section 13? In making laws for the peace, order, and good governance of Trinidad, we must make laws that are proportionate. And the closest example to what proportionality means is set out in Section 13 of the Constitution, where laws must be reasonable in a society such as Trinidad and Tobago. Now, I've heard a number of honorable senators refer to the laws in Jamaica. The Jamaican law is something that I think is of use to us, but something which we must cast in the context of what our society treats with. And Jamaica has produced its Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organization Act. They create offenses of forming or establishing criminal organizations. A criminal organization is any gang, etc., formally or informally, and that has as one of its purpose the commission of one or more serious offenses. And serious offenses are basically all of the wide range of offenses in the schedule. And they go to say a person shall not form or establish a criminal organization. A person who contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense. In other words, the Jamaican law creates what can be characterized as strict liability offenses. Is there a preamble in the Constitution that can help the Jamaican law? No. Because Jamaica can pass any law without a constitutional majority. And we must be therefore careful when we draw reference to other laws. It's the same reason why the Jamaican law does not have a sunset clause. It's the same reason why the Jamaican law posits a very wide berth of offenses, unlike our law, which is much narrower. It's the same reason why in the United States of America, where you're not looking at a constitutional issue of the type that we have, because they have an exception to their constitution for national security, that the definition borrowed from the United States, and I say this to Senator C. Prasad, doesn't fit Trinidad and Tobago's model. And when we look at the issue of constitutionality of our laws and what we are doing today, let's go to the rubric that we have. So, Senator Lachmidial raised the issue of empty statistics. Senator Lachmidial said to us that we don't have statistics. And then we heard the Honorable Senator make reference to the fact that we don't know what the facts are. Senator Roberts went in, is there a National Statistics Office? That no, we have the Commissioner of Police and the Crime Analysis Unit of the TTPS called CAPA that give the statistics. They are an independent entity under an independent hand. The Commissioner of Police has the full and sole autonomy to run the police service under the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, I find it unacceptable that we look at the statistics coming from the Commissioner of Police and are jaundiced about it. Because it is the Commissioner of Police who has said in relation to the efficacy of the suppression and deterrence factor of anti-gang law that we have had a 58% fall-off in gangs membership. That we have had a 40% fall-off in the number of gangs. It is the CAPA analysis that has said that we have had the lowest statistical output in 20 years for serious crime. It shows in the lowest statistical output in 65 years in motor vehicle offenses and traffic deaths. 65 years. And therefore, I do not buy the argument, most respectfully, that there are no statistics. Let's get to the issue of convictions. Does anybody recall that for the last year, we have had no jury trials in Trinidad and Tobago? Does anybody factor that whilst we have close to 100 charges for anti-gang offenses, and contrary to what Senator Roberts said, we had anti-gang law until November 29th, 2020. Is it lost upon us that for 1 year trials have not proceeded with juries? Is it lost upon us that the DPP had a difficulty produced in the reports in filing indictments? So we can't look to convictions, we can look to the suppression and the deterrence. But let's look to what Trinidad and Tobago is about. The anti-gang law effectively does two things. It creates, number one, a collective criminality. Because it is true, you can charge an individual for a principal offense, such as wounding, assault, breaking and entering, robbery, rape, anti-terrorism. You can charge an individual for an inchoate offense, which is the conspiracy to do something or things on the side of the offense. But the anti-gang law allows 2 or more people to be charged in collective criminality, and that is very novel. Because in Trinidad and Tobago, are we going to accept that we want 3 people? Why 3? What is the magic in 3 as opposed to 2? Why not 4? In Trinidad and Tobago, we have seen the law that says where 2 or more people are involved in a gang tied into criminal activity called gang-related activity, which is in reference to a schedule, and the schedule includes offenses which all capture mens rea. They all have the elements of crime that capture both the mental intention and the act. We are saying that 2 people is enough. What is it borne by way of results in 10 years? In 10 years, we have seen with the introduction of anti-gang law that we have had a 60% fall off in gang membership. Are we at the position today where we're saying, look, we don't need anti-gang law? Are we saying in Trinidad and Tobago the ability to communicate in WhatsApp, on a telephone, by way of instantaneous communication is going to disappear tomorrow? And we're back to the gangs of New York, or the gangs of Laventille, or the gangs of San Fernando. You see, Madam President, I am a representative of the people. I stand in this house as an elected member of the Parliament in the House of Representatives. And I can tell you this, for the 10 years, going on 11 years that I have been in electoral politics and in the Parliament combined, 2 people is enough for my constituency. Because the disruptive force allows the dispersion of the people involved in the element. Madam President, submissions came from the Law Association. And the Law Association said in its commentary, and I thank them for their commentary, they said they raised a few issues. They raised the issue of the definition. They said that there was some degree of circularity in making a reference to the schedule. They then went on to say that they believed that one would lean towards the offenses being strict liability offenses and that you required a mental intention, and that without the mental intention being there, that you would be skirting an issue of constitutionality that they felt was offensive. They then went on to talk about warrantless searches, and then they went on to speak about detention provisions. Those are the provisions that they in a nutshell dealt with, and they circulated it to all members. I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Mendez of Senior Counsel, the President of the Law Association. I asked my own counsel, Mr. Gilbert Peterson of Senior Counsel, to speak with Mr. Mendez, and they did. And Mr. Mendez indicated, as is reported to me, that he now holds a different position in respect of detention. He has acknowledged that I intend to make the amendments to the warranting of searches. There's no warrantless searches. And we have a difference of view in relation to whether there is a mental intention in the law. We have a difference of view as to whether there is a circularity. So permit me to address these issues. I can say now I have taken the advice of Mr. Fayed Hussein of Senior Counsel as well in relation to the constitutionality of these laws that we bring. And Mr. Hussein has said in a clear position that he's absolutely confident that this law can be brought with a simple majority. In answer to Senator Diyal Singh, who said he feels as if he was cheated effectively, that Surat has done him out of the constitutional requirement for a 3/5 majority, I'd just like to caution the Honourable Senator, you need a 3/5 majority if you are going to infringe a right in such a way that the Constitution says you require it. Not every law requires a 3/5 majority or a deeper form of entrenchment exception. So there is no position of being cheated out. It's either it's required or it's not. It's why we have brought laws before with 3/5 majority clauses. For the record, we propose that this law, and we submit that this law requires no 3/5 majority because we have removed detention for longer than 48 hours, which is the standard common law in our country. So said in Banfield, etc., numerous decisions. That is now trike law. We have said that we will not have unwarranted entry, which the previous law had, which Senator Roberts scored on as if the honourable member wasn't a member of the House that passed it in 2011. We have said in relation to the matters of the law association's points, we now say the very interpretation section in the bill, a gang is two or more people involved in gang-related activity. Gang-related activity is defined in the bill in a very special and careful way, and we in fact propose an amendment which will be circulated shortly to improve upon the definition, and it is a protection. We say gang-related activity means, and we will adjust this, an offence, an attempt to commit an offence, the aiding and abetting conspiracy, listed in the first schedule, which a gang leader or gang member plans, directs, orders, authorizes, or requests. Why do we have the gang leader and the gang member planning, directing, authorizing, or requesting? Because we don't want just any, as Senator Welch put it, 2x4 criminals together to be caught. It must be in the enterprise of a gang. And you cannot be planning, directing, ordering, authorizing, or requesting without a mental intention. We also say that when you get to the concept of applying the law, we accept, as Mr. Justice Barrow said, that there's no slam dunk in this. There must be positive evidence put to a criminal standard. The prosecution has an obligation to prove by proof beyond reasonable doubt, in accordance with the classic case of Wilmington versus the DPP, where there's a presumption of innocence, etc., and that the proof on this criminal standard is applied. You have to prove that you are a gang member. This is not a unilateral contract like Carlil Carbolic Smoke, where your mother can give you a card at Christmas time in a box and say, congratulations, you're now a member of Rasta City Gang. And you accept it. This is a position where you must have the intention, a rolled up mens rea in actus reus. Now, is that something which is unknown to our law? No, it is not. In the inchoate offense of conspiracy, the actus reus demands that you have knowledge. So what I am saying is respectfully already known to the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. When we look to the operation of the sections that the Law Association has pointed out as allegedly without mens rea, I respectfully beg to differ. Not only because the mens rea is rolled up in the actus reus, but when you look to the defenses, we specifically say that it shall be a defense if you prove that you did not know or that you could not reasonably know. Stick a pin. Senator Welch raised a very interesting point, saying that that civil standard ought not to have place in this law. Respectfully, I'd ask my honourable colleague, for whom I have great regard, to consider the following. We want to lower the burden of proof to a civil standard for the defendant, not for the prosecution. Let me explain that. We are saying that it shall be a defense for a person in the circumstance of facing, charged with an offence under this subsection, if he proves that he did not know or suspect or had reason to. In other words then, we're putting a presumptive effect known to our Constitution, Section 5F2, where they say that the reversal of a burden is not an unconstitutional thing. It's said in black and white in our Constitution. We then lower the standard for the defense by saying, on a civil standard, a balance of probabilities, the reasonable standard applies. It then returns to the prosecution to have to go at proof beyond reasonable doubt. And therefore, we are providing a protection at the same time whilst we provide proportionality to the law. So proportionality to the law is provided, number one, by making a certainty of offenses. Why? We put it in a schedule. We create offenses in the act that are certain, and we refer to a limited bunch of offenses in the schedule. We do not do like Jamaica and say all offenses of the wide type that they refer to. Because in my respectful view, that would be too wide a berth and we'd be skirting on constitutional issues. Secondly, we create proportionality because we require mens rea in the commission of gang membership or gang leadership, and certainly in respect of gang-related activity. Thirdly, we provide for a presumption and a civil standard or a lower standard for the defense to achieve, which is again known to our law and is well accepted. Now, let's get to the issue of, Madam President, what time is full time?
6:31.
Thank you. Let's get to the issue of a sunset clause. I've heard honorable senators say, let's put a sunset clause. I thank my team at the AG's office for looking at the issue of sunset clauses, and there was a very useful article produced by John Ip of the Faculty of Law, University of Auckland, New Zealand, who ran through the origin of sunset clauses in modern legislation, specifically pinpointing it into the multifarious issues post 9/11 in counterterrorism legislation. And one can always say you can harken back even to the Northern Ireland experience, as we know happened in the English perspective. But effectively, the study demonstrates that sunset clauses, aside from modest improvements to the availability of information, sunset clauses achieve little. They do not decrease the chances of meaningful reconsideration and make the initial adoption of exceptional powers more likely. I want to point out to honorable senators, Senator Dionarine in particular, the Dangerous Drugs Act. The Dangerous Drugs Act, something we've amended many times, has a very interesting clause in it. It is Section 59B, Joint Parliamentary Committee. So there's no sunset clause in the Dangerous Drugs Act. There is Section 59B of the Dangerous Drugs Act, which establishes in law the requirement for a joint select committee of Parliament. And that I find quite interesting, because it's not that the Parliament didn't do it before. The Parliament inserted in that law the requirement that a joint select committee be established to consider the Dangerous Drugs Act from time to time. It's never happened. We have a joint select committee on national security. We have other joint select committees that are capable of reviewing the laws. We now have the Judicial Education Institute. We have the Sentencing Commission. We have a host of remedies that are in effect to review the laws. But I want to honestly ask, 10 years after the birth of anti-gang laws in 2011, what could we not want in perpetual anti-gang laws? What is wrong with collective criminality that has been proven by the Commissioner of Police, an independent entity, to work? Why do we need an 18-month sunset clause, a 5-year sunset clause? Look at what the sunset clause has purchased for us. Anti-gang law 2011 expired 2016. Opposition said no. It collapsed. 2017, they said no. 2017, they said no. 2018, they eventually said yes. 2020, they said no. 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, 2020. 5 times in 5 years, we have been doing this dance in the Parliament to purchase what? most respectfully. What have we purchased by debating whether we require anti-gang laws? Have the courts poured any judicial scorn on the law? No. Are there nearly 100 charges in the courts? Yes. Has the Commissioner of Police said that the law is working statistically? Yes. Is this law intended to be the panacea and the magic bullet for all of the crimes in Trinidad and Tobago? No. But I thank Senator Rambarat for connecting the dots. Beneficial ownership, mandatory share requirements, demonetization of cash, amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act, civil asset forfeiture, judge only, increased divisions of court, criminal division, family division, children division, civil division, audio-visual hearings, virtual evidence, criminal proceedings rules. Do we look as if we have put all our eggs in one basket? No. We have not. We have taken the most aggressive approach, if we're honest about it. We have taken the most aggressive approach to crime fighting in the history of legislatures in Trinidad and Tobago. Doubling the judiciary, 129 new courts. We have just opened the Public Defenders Division. We are nearly up to 253 people ready to plead guilty to murder felony. When last did you hear that, honorable senators? When we get to the case law, I noticed that the Law Association put forward the case of BC Motors vehicle reference 1985 to SCR. And I want to state for the record that they fell short in quoting from the law. They did not reflect upon the dicta which said effectively...
Attorney General, you have 5
minutes. Thank you, Madam President. They did not quote from the dicta which said that the general rule applicable to criminal cases is actus non facit reum nisi mens sit rea, the Latin maxim that you need to have your mens rea, unless a statute either clearly or by necessary implication rules out mens rea as a constituent part of the crime. The court should not find a man guilty of an offense against criminal law unless he has a guilty mind. They went that far. But they did not go as far as page 515, and I quote, "I am therefore of the view that the combination of imprisonment and absolute liability violates Section 7 of the Charter and can only be salvaged if the authorities demonstrate under Section 1 that such a deprivation of liberty in breach of those principles of fundamental justice is, in a free and democratic society, under the circumstances, a justified, reasonable limit to one's rights." They left that out. And I think that that is a dereliction of duty to have left out the qualifier to say that you require a mental intention strictly. More particularly, they have also omitted the Privy Council's decision in Nurse versus the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and CanServe Limited versus the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, 2019 UK PC 43, the judgment delivered on the 28th of November 2019, which sets out, in particular, Gammon Hong Kong Limited versus the Attorney General of Hong Kong, 1985, the dicta done there, and very importantly, in the leading case on determining whether statutory offences require mens rea, Sweet and Parsley, 1970 Appeal Cases 132. And in looking at the 5 elements of what constitutes whether mens rea is to be implied into a law that doesn't expressly state it, they have left out the highest court of appeal in Trinidad and Tobago's dicta, which materially assists us today and goes directly against the submissions of the Law Association. And I say that without fear of contradiction, that perhaps if my colleagues at the Law Association had more time, maybe they would have reflected upon this. Let me make it abundantly clear. I have the greatest regard for my colleagues. I accept that they may have been in constrained circumstances, but I want to urge them to have a view of the nurse case at the Privy Council, which assists us squarely in setting out the 5 limbs which can be viewed as making sure that our, on the face of it, strict liability offences genuinely have the mens rea element, because we are looking outside of the Act to the state of Trinidad and Tobago, to the proportionality of the law, and to the fact that the reference to the definition of gang-related activity and gang leader and gang membership, and then the reversal of burden and the use of knowledge, and also the fact that the inchoate offences for conspiracy involve a rolled-up mens rea actus reus provision, all demonstrate that there is mental intention in these offences, and therefore we do not trip any constitutional measures. We have amendments proposed, Madam President, to Clause 3, to Clause 4, to Clause 5, 7, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 19, and the first schedule. We have taken on board some of the submissions made by learned colleagues. We welcome the interrogation at committee stage, and I end by expressing my profound gratitude to all honourable senators for an excellent debate. Last words are, the responsibility is ours. We are the letter and word of the law in terms of casting it. And Trinidad and Tobago looks to us to protect them, to make laws pursuant to Section 53 of the Constitution for the peace, order, and good governance of our society. This being proportionate law with a 10-year history without judicial criticism and with proven statistics from the independent voice of the Commissioner of Police. I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Maintenance of Public Safety and Order through Discouraging Membership of Criminal Gangs and the Suppression of Criminal Gang Activity and for other related matters be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Maintenance of Public Safety and Order through Discouraging Membership of Criminal Gangs and the Suppression of Criminal Gang Activity and for other related matters.
Attorney General.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Anti-Gang Bill 2021 be committed to a Committee of the Whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Anti-Gang Bill 2021 be committed to a Committee of the Whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Attorney General.
Madam Chair, it turns out that the CPC staff, because they, like me, are not included in the Senator's circulation of material, we have not received the amendments of other Senators.
So I'm told that CPC has its own file on the rotunda.
Well, we don't have access to Rotunda as non-members. So I don't know how that's possible.
No, I'm being told that CPC has access to the Rotunda. They have a file.
We don't.
But we will deal with that separately.
We would need all the amendments circulated.
No, Senator Mark, the amendments have been on the Rotunda, so all members can access the amendments, and they were emailed to all members as well.
Yeah, but Madam Chair, we don't have access to these things right now.
Senator
So it
Mark,
might have been on the
I
Rotunda.
think I have said it at very, very early in this session. We talked about the fact that we were moving towards a more paperless environment, and therefore we have been emailing all of the amendments, and the amendments are also on the Rotunda.
You have emailed it, you said? We haven't seen them email. It's here?
I would ask all members to check your email, and you will see that the amendments have been emailed to each member.
You know, in a democracy, you have choice. Eh? It doesn't mean that because we have Rotunda, we can't ask for paper. You can ask for paper.
It's a single page.
Yeah. Honourable Senators, we have amendments proposed by the Attorney General, amendments proposed by Senator Vera, by Senator Sipasad, Senator Welch, Senator Lakshmi Bialy. Okay? Attorney General, ready?
Yes, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the circulation of the paper copy as well.
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. So we have an amendment to clause 3 circulated by the Attorney General, by Senator Welch, by Senator Sipasad. Attorney General, will you go through your proposed amendments?
Yes, please, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we propose that the definition of gang-related activity be amended. That's the first amendment. We propose that this amendment be as circulated. We're lifting the requirement that the gang leader or gang member plans, directs, orders, authorizes, or requests. We're lifting it from the shoes, which is the tail end of the original definition, up into the chapeau, so that it is made abundantly clear that you have to have that direction. It adds, without a shadow of a doubt, the fact that there is a mental intention in this. It was taken as a result of the observations coming from the Law Association and from honourable members on the independent bench that we could do with some improvement, and therefore, taking heed of those requests for amendments, we've proposed a reformatted version of gang-related activity because it dovetails into a gang member, a gang leader, and the very concept of the offences set out into the bill. We propose, Madam President, as well, that we amend the definition of law enforcement authority. Law enforcement authority is used in a couple of ways in the bill. We propose that we add to law enforcement authority Special Reserve Police, Municipal Police, the Police Complaints Authority, and the SSA. And that is specifically because we, number one, want to capture any one of those entities in addition to the traditional ones that we have in the Police Service, Customs and Excise, Board of Inland Revenue, Defense Force, Prison Service, Supplemental Police, any other agency of state. We want to capture them if they themselves are gang members. Why? Under the SRP legislation, they have the power of police. The municipal police have the power of police. The PCA investigates the police and have certain investigative aspects. So we want to, number one, if they are themselves in the body of the act committing gang-related offenses, we want them included. The second aspect is that we want them to also be protected by Clause 7, which is the retaliation action. We want to make sure that these people who are investigating or causing are not the victims of any retaliation action. We do not propose any amendment to Clause 15 as it relates here, and I say that in answer to something that came up in the debate, because that stands the same. It's a police officer. Common P, Common O may arrest without warrant. That came from the law that has stood on the books for 10 years, minus the couple of months when the law didn't sit. So that is the rationale for the inclusion of law enforcement authority and the amendment in a broader sense and the amendment to gang-related activity. Thank you, Madam.
Any questions or comments? Senator Sipasad.
Madam President, I think I had asked the Attorney General if he could explain how conspiracy to commit an offence, as defined in Section D under gang-related activity, would be applied in the Trinidad and Tobago courts, because I wasn't sure how that would work. Thank you, Madam President.
It would be applied exactly the way it is and has been for centuries. Conspiracy is not a new inchoate matter. So it is a part of the existing law and has been since we received laws into this country, conspiracy. Conspiracy is an act that requires a certain involvement of mental intention to participate. So it is not intended to be anything other than the existing law.
So is it that like two or more persons will be tried together? Like I was trying to understand.
Well, gang-related activity is tied to a gang. A gang requires two or more people.
So there'll be one trial. Sorry, through you, Madam President. I'm sorry. So that there'll be one trial with several defendants?
Perhaps. If they can lay charges against several defendants, it may very well be the case. It's no different from, for instance, multiple people standing on a charge for murder or multiple people standing on a charge for kidnapping. It's not uncommon in a joint enterprise or where people are charged for a principal offense as well as being involved in it in what we call an inchoate offense. Those are things that are on the side of the principal offense. Aiding and abetting, conspiracy, all of those things are tied into a principal thing. And the rule is that you usually have multiple people brought together in a trial that involves many people at the same time. So the answer is yes.
Senator Vera. Oh, sorry. Just 1 second. Senator Sipasad.
Just forgive me. I'm just trying to be clear. So that regardless of your level of involvement in the crime, you all will be tried together and it will be like an equal responsibility attributed to everybody.
Well, let's be clear. You just said regardless of your level of involvement in the crime. This is not the crime. It's multiple crimes. So the law recognizes a multiple version of events. You can be the person that committed murder. You can be the accessory to murder. You can be the driver to the car who knew what was going on. You could have been a person who was involved in assault and rape. You may have done the assault while the rape was going on. Mm-hmm. And it all arises out of one event or one circumstance. And therefore, the prosecution will decide how those matters will proceed. And then it gets even more complicated because they may decide to lay charges indictably or summarily and then apply the rules to have the management of the trial together.
Senator Vera.
Thank you.
Just to assist Senator, conspiracy is also a common law offense. The key element of any organized criminality or any conspiracy is agreement. That's the key, agreement. Now, organized crime in our jurisdiction tends to be prosecuted under the umbrella of conspiracy charges. But there is an inherent weakness in that conspiracy charges tend to be narrow, and they fail to reflect the myriad offenses that are the hallmarks of organized crime. So what this definition does is it ties in all the different types of offenses. It keeps the conspiracy, but I'm very much in favor of this.
Senator Lachmidial.
Several trials in the event that you feel you would be prejudiced. So there's nothing in the bill that removes that, correct? And if you have multiple charges against different people, there's nothing here that would prevent the severance of a trial from someone who's charged with a lesser or a less serious offense as opposed to the more serious offenses under the bill. Correct, AG?
Yes, thank you so much. And I just refer, if you look to the Administration of Justice Preliminary Inquiries Act, which we intend to proclaim shortly, all of that was mapped out. Summary, indictable, multiple, different charges, how you deal with the sufficiency hearing when you're dealing with indictable matters, and there may be summary matters at the same time. So Senator Lachmidial is perfectly correct. I thank her for the assistance, and it is intended that it can be managed in the multiple ways that are possible.
Senator Lachmidial.
Yes. One other point, Madam President. AG, the widening of the definition of law enforcement authority would also be applicable to section clause 14 with tipping off.
Yes, thank you.
But, well, no, not thank you, because I have a little bit of a concern in terms of knows or suspects. If you know or suspect, for example, that someone from the SSA is, acting or proposing to act, it's a very, very wide clause, especially when you have authorities here that are not, you are capturing authorities that are not traditionally law enforcement authorities who may be undertaking. So, for example, I could suspect that the SSA might be listening to my phone calls, and I could inform someone who I might be speaking with that the SSA is listening to her phones. Does that qualify as tipping off and creates an offense under this section?
Well,
it's a little...
Yes, but you're dealing with clause 14.
No, she's dealing with law enforcement
law enforcement authority in
clause
14.
I know that, and we're dealing with the definition, but you're also asking how it impacts.
Yes,
yeah?
yes, ma'am. Yes, so I'm a little concerned with widening that definition of law enforcement authority with the application to clause 14 makes it extremely burdensome and I think a little bit draconian in terms of the burden that will be placed on persons on how easily someone can be innocently. I know that the knows or suspects, but even that is a very low standard for someone to, a trap for someone to fall into with non-traditional law enforcement authorities.
So, Madam Chair, if I can. So the tipping off works both ways, intra and external. So tipping off is intended, and we borrowed the language from section 51 of POCA, and all of the bodies, PCA, SSA, have secrecy provisions, those that are outside of the traditional police aspects. So they are all bound by secrecy. That's the first point. The second position is that this is a criminal offense to be proved at a proof beyond reasonable doubt standard, so that the tipping off itself would have to be prosecuted by proof beyond reasonable doubt. So knows or suspects, which is the same language as POCA and all of the other amendments, must be qualified by the burden and standard of proof requirements for a criminal trial. And for those reasons, I think that we are safe.
Understood. When we get to clause 14, I'd probably propose difference, but understood.
Yeah, Madam Chairman. I would like to ask the Attorney General, under law enforcement authority, with the Minister of National Security having power to direct the Commissioner of Police as it relates to provision, Section 6 of the Special Reserve Police Act. How would this inclusion of the Special Reserve Police impact on this whole matter that we are dealing with here? Because I wanted to ask the Attorney General when the government intends to amend that law so that the influence of the minister in law enforcement could be significantly removed, and as he has indicated, make the police more independent of the politics in that regard. So this is an area
Sure.
that is of concern.
Well, Madam Chair, the first point is that I don't buy the argument that Senator Mark sold in the debate. I didn't have a chance to address it, but what I can say in the context of the question is Section 15 of the Act, which is where the police have the powers to operate, which was the old Section 16 of the 2018 law, and then which also existed in the 2011 law, is the same power. The police have the power to act, and the SRPs have the power to act. I believe it is Section 17 or Section 18 of their parent law. The second aspect is, it is arguable that the 2006 amendments to the Constitution took care of that. So I don't know if yet the implied repeal argument or implied amendment argument will prevail. In any event, as Minister Young informed the Parliament today, there is now a live question before the courts on this very issue, and I think it prudent that we await the outcome of the court's determination on these matters, which will assist Parliament as to which way it ought to go, if at all.
Senator Vera.
Thank you. I understand Senator Mark's concern about the police and perhaps the minister making some sort of intervention or giving instructions. But this section is not just about the police. It includes the Board of Inland Revenue, the Defense Force, the Prison Service, and any other agency of the state in which investigative powers are lawfully vested.
So, honorable senators, the question is that Clause 3 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable senators, the question is that Clause 3 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended now stands part of the bill. Yes, I'm going to deal with it. Senator Sipasad, you have a proposed amendment to Clause 3.
Yes, Madam Chairman. Attorney General, through you, Madam President, I thought the definition was, as in the bill, was narrow, and I did some research. I understand what you were saying about some of the things didn't apply because it was a U.S. definition, but we tried to amend it to fit with the Trinidad and Tobago situation, and I'm asking that you consider amending the definition of gang. You could make it 2, it doesn't have to be 3, but at least be more specific in who you, what is termed a gang.
Madam Chair, I thank the Honourable Senator for the recommendation. This was the subject of fulsome consideration in the Joint Select Committee in 2010, where the experts came in and looked at the positions. And I'd like to say as well that the United States Embassy hosted a consideration of our anti-gang laws in Trinidad and Tobago. We brought in the judicial centers and prosecutors, etc., from the United States, all of whom said that our law was eminently better drafted than theirs, as a matter of fact, because it allowed the court to consider the circumstances. You notice we were very careful in our definition to say that the court ought not to be bound by the manner in which it was cast. They allowed for the circumstances to evolve. There's a very important principle in legislative construction and drafting, that the law should continue to speak. So what we did is to identify the characteristics of the mischief, for the court to consider that aspect. Respectfully, this definition, which is very North American and very, makes sense in their jurisdiction, is one that would cause extreme difficulties in Trinidad and Tobago, because we'd be casting the manner in which gangs are determined to the methodology described here. And in those circumstances, I would respectfully differ from agreeing or not agree with the submission made.
Just 1 second, Senator Sipasa. Senator Vera, and then I will ask Senator Sipasa to respond.
We are talking about Clause 4.
We're talking about Clause 3, the
Definition
proposed
of gang.
amendment.
Okay, I will defer.
Sure, thank you. Senator Sipasa. Thank you very much. So your proposed amendment is withdrawn. Thank you. Senator Welch, you have also proposed amendments to Clause 3.
Circulation that was sent around, and in my view, it takes care of and takes account of the present bill, but it expands it as well. So it is not a limiting proposal, but a proposal that expands it beyond what the Attorney General contemplates, which speaks, the Attorney General's contemplation speaks to offenses and specifically offense. However, this proposed amendment expands it to cover the real-life situations in which gangs are also understood. And that is, as for example, in B, there's a B that I propose which speaks to persons who participate therein either individually or collectively, issue threats or engage in violent conduct to create fear, intimidation, exert power or gain influence in communities or over other persons, etc., which is the reality of what actually takes place. And in B, I have the planned ongoing, continuous, or repeated participation or involvement in any serious offense. So even if it is not an offense which is covered by the schedule, or which is not contemplated by the schedule, this expands the definition to any serious offense. And it also speaks to a wider sort of involvement, not just proof of actus reus or mens rea, but it captures anyone who is involved in planned, ongoing, continuous, or involvement. And that's how actually, from what I gather on the streets and understanding, that is how gangs operate in communities. So, as I said, this is not a limitation on the Attorney General's proposals, but it includes it and expands it to cover situations which I think may not necessarily be contemplated.
Madam Chair, I thank my colleague for thinking as widely and as profoundly as he has, and I thank him for the circulated draft. If I could put the following on the table for consideration. We have 100 matters in court in relation to pretty much the same definition that we offer now. We've not had judicial criticism, but also we've not had the benefit of judicial reflection as to where we may or may not be wrong. I'm loath on the floor of this Parliament right now to accept a fundamental change in definition in light of the fact that we have existing matters before us. And I accept, of course, the fact that nothing affects the matters as cast under the old law, because it's trite law that the old law would continue to be as it was cast. But the second point that I'd put on here now is that even though these things are designed as inclusive and not exclusive, and even though they are designed as alternatives, the problem with the multiplicity of elements described in the manner that we have, from our drafting perspective, causes me a little bit of concern. It's something that I can, right now, and other members will know from previous Parliament, that when I give an undertaking, I do keep it. I undertake to go back to have a look at this in deeper form. And let me say why. We are specifically looking at the issue of gangs in prisons. It's something that was raised in the debate, and it's a very real position. And gangs in prisons have to be looked at, because we're looking at how we detain people in a prison and how we remove them from the prison's environment. So our intention was, should this law see successful passage in the Parliament, we were going to come with a second round of amendments. But we were very interested in receiving judicial reflection on what the law is for the last 10 years as cast. I recognize the bona fides of what my colleague has put forward. I think it's very intriguing, but I don't feel qualified at this moment in time to agree with that or to advise the government to agree with it, because there are too many moving parts that I'd want to have consultation upon. The consultation usually includes going to the DPP, going to the TTPS, and the Law Association on the moving parts of the equation. So respectfully, I'd like to come back to it if that's okay.
Senator Welch?
Yes, that's fine, Attorney General.
Thank you.
So are you withdrawing your proposed amendment?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So the amendment as proposed by Senator Welch to clause 3 is withdrawn. So, honourable senators, the question is that clause 3, as amended, now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 4.
The question is that clause 4 stand part of the bill. Attorney General.
Madam Chair, we felt that we should use the disjunctive or as opposed to and in clause 4. Clause 4 is for the purposes of the Act, it shall not be necessary to show certain things when the gang's existence can be demonstrated by other admissible evidence, which is what I was raising in answer to Senator Sipastad's amendment a while ago. So, or, in drafting perspective, includes and, but and does not include or. So we went with the drafting preference of or as opposed to and that quite simply is intended to allow for the iterations to stand either together or individually.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 4 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 4 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5.
The question is that clause 5 stand part of the bill. Attorney General, you have
yes, Madam
amendments.
Chair. Madam Chair, Senator Heath and also Senator Vera and Senator Welch all referred to the incongruity of the summary offences alone. I had also piloted the fact that we felt at the AG's office that the 6-month limitation on summary offences was not appropriate, and we had proposed the creation of hybrid offences for the matters set out in clause 5 of the bill. For those reasons, we have proposed the deletion and the replacing of the language at clause 3, and we allow for both summary and indictable routes to be options available to the prosecution, which would allow us in the mixed basket of offenses to consider how people who may be involved in multiple matters can be treated in a more productive way.
Honourable Senators, 5 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 5 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 5 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 6.
The question is that clause 6 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 6 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 7.
The question is that clause 7 stand part of the bill. Attorney General.
Madam Chair, we propose an amendment to the concept of relative. Relative did not capture in the Trinidad and Tobago concept the father-in-law, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, or sister-in-law, which, quite frankly, is unusual because many people live with their in-laws, etc., and may very well be members of the same household. So for those reasons, we proposed an amendment of the definition of relative to broaden the definition in keeping with that which obtains in other laws, for instance, the integrity in public life or other positions that may apply when you look at the lateral spread of the laws. That, in effect, is to allow for the anti-retaliatory action to prevail in a wider circumstance.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 7 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 7 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 7 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 8 and 9.
The question is that clauses 8 and 9 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 8 and 9 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 8 and 9 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 10.
The question is that clause 10 stand part of the bill. We have amendments circulated by Senator Welch and Senator Vera to clause 10. Senator Welch.
To clause 10 is in respect of clause 10b, where it is said a person who has in his possession a bulletproof vest, firearm, ammunition, etc., which he ought reasonably to know would be used. And my contention is ought reasonably to know should, those words ought to be replaced with knows. So instead of him being ought to know, who actually knows would be so used is commissioner is guilty of an offense.
Any other question? Any other comment on the amendment as proposed by Senator Welch? Attorney General.
Yeah. So, Madam Chair, 10 provides in 10.1 for an A and B. You use, so therefore you clearly have knowledge because you're using the thing. And B is you have in your possession. In the commission of gang-related activity, you commit an offense. Subsection 2 provides for the defense for a person. And therefore, this now crystallizes the fact that there's knowledge, which is my position on the ruled up mens rea and actus reus being involved, the mental intention together with the act. So, as it currently stands, we had specifically put that it is a defense for a person charged with an offense under subsection 1B. That's only possession, because it's not relevant to A. That he did not know, so that's a clear position of knowledge, or could not reasonably have known. That means in the circumstances. What it provided was a wider berth for defense from our perspective, at a civil standard as well, so that we didn't put upon the defendant too high a hurdle to cross. We kept it at the much lower balance of probability standard in civil offenses. And we sought to specifically widen the opportunity to say, well, look, I may not have known, but in all these circumstances, I couldn't reasonably have known in these circumstances. It was hidden in a bush. It was hidden in a bag. It was in a suitcase that I never opened for many years. Somebody dropped it. So it, from our perspective, provided a greater protection. So in those circumstances, we genuinely prefer to keep it there. I did understand the submission as raised by Senator Welch in his contribution, but I don't want to say wedded, but I think it is a protection that is being offered, and I'm sort of hesitant to dilute it.
Senator Naked.
Honorable Attorney General, if he proves...
Senator Naked, there's no reason to stand. We're in committee.
If he proves that he did not know, how does he disprove a negative? I don't understand. Can that be explained?
I apologize, Madam Chair. The CPC's department had me on an inquiry. I sincerely apologize to my colleague. Would you mind repeating the question, please?
Of course. It says here, if he proves that he did not know, you're asking someone to prove he did not know, or could not reasonably have known.
So, Madam Chair, thank you to Senator Naked. The reason that we use the word prove is to put the burden upon him. So the statute must be clear. The usual rule post-Wilmington versus the DPP and the Golden Thread in 1935 was that it is the prosecution's obligation to prove something. Using the word proves puts the obligation upon the defendant to the prior 1935 UK position. So we're putting the burden upon the defendant to prove a certain circumstance, but we're putting it at a much lower burden. So there's nothing unusual about that, but I do understand the question. Madam Chair, I've been advised by the acting CPC that we ought to consider an adjustment to the language in 10B. And that ought to be that we include the word knows or in what is in the existing 10B. It's not in the circulated amendments, but having heard Senator Welch's contribution, the acting CPC believes that we ought to adjust clause 10 in section 1, subsection 1 that exists there, in subparagraph B. If I could just say it so that honorable members could understand what I'm saying. So if we look at clause 10 of the bill, a person who, B, has in his possession a bulletproof vest, firearm, ammunition, or prohibited weapon, which he, we insert here now, knows or. And then it continues, ought reasonably, so which he knows or ought reasonably to know would be used. And that's because if you turn the page, we get down to the shoes at the top of the page, that's at page 8. We use these words, did not know or could not reasonably have known. So it is to harmonize the provisions in the wider context. It's sort of a halfway house principle into what has been submitted, and it is specifically to remove any ambiguity as it relates to the application of the defense as it applies to 1B. So I don't know if you'd permit me to put that.
Welch's proposed amendment. Senator Welch?
Yes. Madam Chair, while
what the Attorney General has said may harmonize it with the proposal with the defense, where the same language is used. It doesn't take away from the point which I have raised, because once you have which he knows or ought reasonably to know remaining in there, then it means that a person who actually does not know is captured by this provision. And the fact, because if he says, I didn't know, then he can still be caught by, he ought to have known. Now, the fact, Attorney General, that it is a defense for him to prove, if he can prove that he did not know. The fact that that is a defense does not change the fundamentals of the argument at all. Because first of all, a person at the close of the prosecution's case, a person is advised, you have a right to remain silent and let the prosecution prove its case. You do not need to go into the witness box. In this case, if he does not go into the witness box, then he cannot prove that he doesn't know. So he would be automatically convicted. He would be automatically convicted based on the elements of this offense, which does not require knowledge on his part. And if I may add one further point, Attorney General, you indicated that the shifting of the burden, you treated it somewhat a bit casual. But the shifting of the burden is a very serious thing. Putting it on him to prove that he doesn't know. That is treated as an exception in the criminal law where the burden is placed on a defendant. And when it is done, it is usually not in these circumstances. It is in circumstances perhaps such as possession of a firearm where you need a license. If you are found with a firearm, then the burden is on the defendant to show that he had a license. In those circumstances, it is acceptable to show that you come, the burden is on the defendant to show that he comes within an exception. But this isn't an analogy with the firearm situation. This is a situation of the traditional law which requires mental element for an offense, and where the mental element is required as part of the definition of the offense. The burden historically, and with very little exception, is placed on the prosecution, and it is not an impossible burden, because from all the circumstances, you may be able to demonstrate knowledge. But this is a fundamental shift of principle.
Thank you, Senator Welch. Just 1 second, Attorney General. Senator Vera, and I think Senator Lakshmi Dayal, you wanted to say something, and Senator Mark. Senator Vera.
I will deal both with Senator Welch's submission and also my amendment because they're interrelated. First of all, I disagree with Senator Welch. I think I agree with you that you should have know, which he knew or ought reasonably to know would be used. You have to have the two elements. But if you just had which he knew, then you would be putting an impossible burden on the police. Because let's not lose sight of the seriousness of this situation. Here is someone in possession of a bulletproof vest, an assault weapon, ammunition. He can say, well, yes, I had these things, but I never thought it would be used for unlawful activity. And now, how do you prove what was going on in his mind? And that is why I brought the amendment that I did. Because I think, in fact, we need to actually shore up the provision by having a presumption Now, presumptions are normal. There are rules of law relating to the legal burden of proof. They result in an inference. My presumption, my amendment, does not preclude the defendant's right to run the defense that I did not know. It's a rebuttable presumption, and the accused can establish on a balance of probabilities that the presumed fact is incorrect. But to say that you have to prove that he knew that he had these prohibited items and that he knew that they would be used unlawfully, I think is way too high.
Senator Lachmidial.
Ought reasonably to know. When you keep that and then you keep the reversal of the burden, I have a difficulty with accepting that this could be done by way of simple majority. That's the first thing. The second thing is that I think knows, I agree with Senator Welch, but the problem here with creating as well, it is a strict liability offense that Senator Vera is proposing, where the presumption is there, you're violating the presumption of innocence. You are essentially taking away that presumption of innocence and automatically doing it. We have to take into account that possession, when you have constructive possession, for example, would apply here as well, just as it applies with dangerous drugs and firearms. And when you have someone and you're charging them for constructive possession and you have a low standard as he ought reasonably to know, and you shift that burden onto the defendant, as we have done with subsection 2, my position is that cannot be done by simple majority. You are violating the presumption of innocence.
Senator Mark, and then the Attorney General.
Madam Chair, in the 2018 legislation, this same provision was contained. And because we were reversing the burden of proof and allowing the defense to plead that they didn't know, which was capsizing the constitutional provision that says that one is innocent until one is proven guilty. We required a special constitutional majority in this piece of legislation because we were reversing that burden that has been well established in our country and in our constitution. So we have a serious reservation with this particular imposition without the qualified constitutional requisite majority, where you are tampering with the constitutional right of an individual. So I think this is an area that we have some reservations about, Madam Chair.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It may be considered trite because I'm not legally trained, but through you to the Attorney General, does in his position mean possession, mean on his person or in his immediate surroundings? How is it interpreted in law?
Possession is a wide concept. It can be a constructive possession, it can be actual possession, etc. Madam Chair, you ready for me to respond?
Attorney General.
So, Madam Chair, I liked Senator Vera's proposal. He was very kind enough to indicate quite early that he was thinking of the presumption, and I went right back to the Firearms Act, Section 5, where the presumption of possession is brought about in the absence of lawful excuse. And lawful excuse sort of captures the breadth of knowing or ought reasonably to know, because it's a lovely term of art that is used in the Firearms Act, which I find, broader than knowledge, etc. My caution with accepting the presumption is on the constitutional aspect. Even though Section 5, 2F clearly says that reversing the burden is not something which is offensive to the Constitution, it's set out in our Constitution, and that's the case. I was a little bit cautious about the presumption as opposed to a defense being called upon, because it's up to you to put the defense. You can stay silent. You can put the prosecutor to achieve the burden and never achieve it. So it didn't infringe upon the right to remain silent aspect, which is why I was more inclined towards a defense as opposed to a presumption in the absence of a special majority request, because it's clear that the opposition will not give us a special majority. in those circumstances, I have to err on the side of constitutionality, which is why I prefer to go with the concept of a defense. The sole mischief before us now is, would I improve constitutionality by removing or ought reasonably to know? There are two ways of looking at that, and I want to get it right. I'm not wedded to one view or not. I'm just letting you know what's in my mind. Is it narrower or more expansive to have or ought reasonably to know from a defense perspective? To me, it seemed to be more in the defense's favor to have or ought reasonably to know, because it could take care of the circumstantial evidence showing that you did not know, as opposed to the subjectivity, even though it may be a subjective, objective analysis of the intention in the person's mind. I thought that or ought reasonably to know was wider. It may be that Senator Welch, in his experience, has a different point of view, and I, of course, welcome his views if you will allow it, Madam Chair. So I'd prefer to maintain the defense as opposed to presumption, only on the basis of the simple majority passage, but I would welcome through you some amplification as to which direction it ought to be. Is it wider a defense provision for or ought reasonably to know, or is it narrower, and should we therefore go with just knows?
Senator Vero.
So two things. As much as I would love my presumption, because I think it would be a great aid to the prosecution of these offences, I will withdraw it because I understand your desire not to run afoul of the constitutionality requirements. And secondly, and certainly what you're saying in relation to 10.2, I think it is more favorable to the defense if he can say could not reasonably have known. So certainly I think that expands the defense's position.
Could I ask for Senator Welch's view?
Well,
yes, before I express my view specifically on that aspect, I would just want to say, insofar as Senator Vera expressed the view that it places an unreasonable burden on the prosecution to prove knowledge, it really isn't an unreasonable one, because knowledge is based on inference from all the circumstances. And as we say in the criminal law, you don't have to lift a man's his scalp to see what his knowledge or intention is. If you caught him in circumstances with a bulletproof vest or ammunition or firearm, and he's passing it on to somebody who is a gang leader and gives them it with certain words, and shortly after it is used, etc., the prosecution is entitled to use that to infer knowledge. That is how knowledge is proven, from the totality of the circumstances, circumstantial evidence, or from something he might have said while he had it in his possession. So it is not an unreasonable burden at all. It's just like with murder or any offense where you are required to prove intention. You prove intention from the nature of the acts you have done. So I do not think it is unreasonable at all to put in the requirement of knowledge as part of the prosecution's case, as part of the definition of the offense. It is something which is typically done and is not at all unusual. Secondly, with respect to whether it's wider, anytime you create more than one alternative that allows a defense, it is wider, of course, because you are given a person various alternatives. You have made out a defense if you prove you didn't know, or alternatively, you could not have known, etc., etc., etc. The more alternatives you have as a defense, it is wider. So that's the simple answer to that. That's the simple answer to that question.
I took the opportunity to pull up the Dangerous Drugs Act and the Firearms Act. Now, albeit that we're not comparing apples with apples necessarily, but I was looking at the width of the exception. So in the presumption under Section 5 of the Firearms Act, you have lawful excuse, and lawful excuse is certainly a wide berth, much wider than just knowledge, right? Your excuse can be anything. It just has to be lawful. Not legal, but lawful. And in the Dangerous Drugs Act, where we've now come down to that whole concept of possession being constructive or actual and the ability to have knowledge being imported. The reason why I'm cautious about jumping at it is the need to ensure that Parliament in its wisdom was wider than just knowledge. So I'm fearful that if we remove or ought reasonably to know, that we would be confining ourselves to one booth of classic knowledge and then relying upon the courts to construe the meaning of knowledge and the strictness of that procedure. So I feel a sense of discomfort in the removal of the position. I've also not had the opportunity to consult upon it. And then I also am faced with the position of 10 years of charges under the Act. Now, nothing wrong. We could change the law today and the old law will prevail in respect of charges that have been instituted under the old law. But all of my alarm bells are ringing right now to say, go and consult on the issue of birth. I don't know if my colleague would accept the undertaking which I'm prepared to give, to look at it and to consult on it. I'm definitely going to come back with a second amendment for the matters that I've already indicated. The TTPS did indicate that they wanted to sit down and have some more discussions, and usually we sit with the DPP and the Law Association on these matters. I don't know if my colleague would accept the undertaking that I'd like to have a look at this so that I can get it right. I don't want to, on the floor of the Parliament, go against something which my gut tells me is going to be a whittling down of perspective. Not that I don't trust my colleague who has years of experience in the criminal arena, which I certainly don't have, but that I feel the need to be cautious.
Senator Welch, are you pursuing the amendment?
Madam Chair, if I'm to understand that the Attorney General is giving an undertaking to have a look at this, then in those circumstances, it would not be pursued. If that is what I understand him to be saying. Otherwise, I hold a very strong view on it and would wish to pursue it.
So, yes, Madam Chair, I was hoping to persuade my colleague, not that I am bound to, meaning that I accept that he may differ with my point of view, but I accept what my colleague is saying from his perspective, but I feel compelled to have some deeper consultation on the issue.
So just for the record, Senator Welch, Attorney General, he's asking if you're giving an undertaking to review.
Yes, most certainly I am giving a very clear undertaking. I apologize if I didn't say it
So Senator
clearly.
Welch, in light of that, are you pursuing your amendment?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So your proposed amendment to clause 10 is withdrawn. Senator Vera, you also indicated that you were withdrawing yours. Thank you very much. Attorney General, you have a slight amendment to make.
Yes.
To clause 10, I believe it is at B.
Yes,
where
Madam
we
Chair.
are inserting the words, he knows or.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Knows or.
Yes,
correct?
Madam Chair, that's correct.
So, Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 10 be amended as follows at 10B by inserting the words in the third line after he, the words knows or. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 10 as amended now stand part of the bill.
Yes.
Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 10 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 11.
The question is that clause 11 stand part of the bill. I believe that there is a proposed amendment by Senator Lachmidial, Senator Welch, and the Attorney General. Senator Welch.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is similar to the previous amendment. Instead of simply harbors, I am seeking to have the insertion of the word knowingly before harbors. That would be the first amendment. And then I have proposed, if that amendment is allowed, knowingly harbors, and that means that it is on the prosecution to prove knowledge, then that would be inconsistent with Clause 3. And Clause 3, which says it is a defense for a person charged to prove that he did not know. In those circumstances, Clause 3 would have to be deleted logically, and I have proposed a new Clause 3 altogether, which deals with a submission I made during the course of my contribution, and that is in the case of a dwelling house, it would be a defense for an owner or occupier of the said house to prove that the person he has been harboring has been ordinarily and continuously resident at the said dwelling house as part of the household. And the reason for that, being is the same point I made during my contribution, which is if you have a family that has been living together, ordinarily living together, a mother and her children, or a mother and a husband, and let's say one of them becomes, and so she has been providing shelter, let's say one of them becomes a gang leader, they would not be in violation of this section, simply because they continue to have their familiar relationship existing. They would not, in other words, you would not be required to put your child out, basically, if you can satisfy that this has been the case, and that's where he has been living, even before he became a gangster or whatever is the case.
Senator Vera, and then Senator Lachmidial.
Thank you. Well, I would like to support Senator Welch's amendments. It also dovetails with concerns that were raised by Senator Naked and Senator John. So knowingly harbors a gang leader, I support that. And in regards to Senator Welch's substituted paragraph 3, I would like to add where he has that the person he has been harboring, I would say, is a relative, because we have defined what relative is, or has been ordinarily and continuously resident at the said dwelling house.
Madam Chair.
The amendment that I propose is, well, I think identical or almost identical to what, to the first one.
Yes.
But I support the proposed substitution. I had just put into delete subclause 3, but I support the proposition by Senator Welch for this proposal. Madam Chair, what has been put forward by Senator Vera, if I got it correctly, it would be that the owner or occupier of the said house proves that the person he has been harboring is a relative or has been ordinarily resident. I don't know that it would add anything to put in that he is a relative. Sometimes we have living situations where many people who may not fall within the definition of relative tend to be living on the same premises, because we have those situations occurring where on one premises you could have multiple types of structures and so on where people are residents. So I think that the proposal by Senator Welch that the person has been ordinarily and continuously resident, I don't know, and continuously resident, if that is a bit too strict. But I accept the amendment.
Except to say what we want to do is to avoid people having to give evidence against their children or their parents or their spouses. And so the person might not have been ordinarily resident and living there, but you has come in now looking for some kind of shelter, and you're now put in an untenable situation, is that if you don't rat on and turn on your relative, you could be facing criminal charges. And so that is the context in which I put the two.
Madam Chair, I accept the introduction of the word knowingly and the deletion of the defences because they would collide. Both for 11 and 12, I can say up front. All of my alarm bells are ringing, however, with respect to safe harbour. We are in a society that is grappling with crime. We joke about he was a good boy. We know that there's criminality. We know that parents are being asked to intervene right now into supervision. What is happening on the ground, I can tell you, is that people that are involved in gang activity at present leave home because they know that being at home is a risk to parents, etc. So what we're seeing is a scattering of the criminal element and a positive obligation upon society to say, listen, if you know your child is in criminality, there can be no safe harbor. Because we're talking about gang-related activity, and a gang leader is the
Attorney
person
General, we just have to do a procedural.
Sure, apologies.
Honourable Senators, the Senate will now resume.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of the matters on the adjournment.
Senators, the question is that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate will continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand. Honourable Senators, we shall now resume the committee proceedings. Attorney General, I had interrupted you, so...
Thank you, Madam
yes.
Chair. Apologies. So, Madam Chair, I accept that we would be moving to a safer constitutionality with no's, removing the defense aspects. It's consistent with bettering constitutionality. It's different from the odium that we express for firearms and ammunition, etc. above, which is why we kept the defense, subject to my undertaking to look at it again. In this case here, we're dealing with the fabric of the society and the family. So you ought to know you're harboring somebody or concealing someone. Let's raise that standard. Let's put the obligation on the prosecution to prove that you knew it. But the good boy principle, he was a good boy. The people that we know to be businessmen on one day and after they are murdered, they're gang leaders. That's what concerns me. We have a societal rot in the fabric of our society, and we want, from a policy perspective, to put the obligation upon people to say that there is no safe harbor if you're a gang member or a gang leader. You have an alternative. Don't prejudice your family. Move out. If we raise the constitutionality by saying that you ought to know you're harboring someone, look, I didn't know. You didn't prove that I knew on a balance, not on a balance of probabilities, but on proof beyond reasonable doubt. I think we're safe for that enough. I'd honestly respectfully ask if we can instead only take the knowingly, deletion of the subclauses 3 in 11 and 12, because I'd make the same submission in relation to clause 12, and Senator Welch has also proposed it for clause 12. But I'm very, very, very cautious in light of what society is doing right now to provide if you remember those games we used to play as children when you're on base and you were safe and you couldn't play catch because you were on base, we want no base.
Senator Welch, are you pursuing B of your proposed amendment to clause 11?
Madam Chair, if I may just have a second.
Sure.
11. Yes, Madam Chair. I feel sufficiently strongly about
Sure.
this proposal with respect to Clause 11.
All right, so we will treat with Senator Welch's proposed amendment. We'll treat with it in two parts. So it is, Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 11 be amended as circulated by Senator Welch at A in his circulated amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 11 be amended as circulated by Senator Welch at B, 11B. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
No. The reason why I hesitated is that I do accept the deletion of Clause 3. It is the substitution bit that I'm asking for pause on.
Well, that's why we have to treat with it as he has it here.
Yeah.
And if anything, depending on what the vote is, we will then treat with a further amendment.
Understood. So
Yeah?
for the record, I do propose to delete Clause 3 in keeping with what Senator Welch has proposed.
Sure, but we are treating with...
Understood.
Yes, we are treating with the amendment as circulated by Senator Welch for Clause 11 at B of his proposed amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
No, respectfully.
I think...
Just to be clear, if I could, Madam Chair, we are voting on accepting A and rejecting B. Please explain.
You're voting on B now.
Okay, thank you.
A has already been
Okay, thank you.
accepted by the committee.
Thank you.
Mr. Khan?
No.
Ms. Gopi Schoon? Mr. Rambarat?
No.
Mr. Sinanan?
No.
Mr. Hussein?
No.
Ms. West?
No.
Dr. Brown?
No, respectfully.
Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Mr. De Freitas?
No.
Mr. Singh?
No.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal?
No.
Mr. Bacchus?
No.
Mrs. Lazama Lee Singh?
No.
Miss Bethelmy?
No.
Mr. Mark?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Miss Lakshmi Diyal?
Yes.
Mr. Nakid?
Yes.
Mr. Lyder?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Richards?
No.
Mr. Vieira?
No.
Dr. Diyal Singh?
Yes.
Miss Dionarine?
Yes.
Missy Prasad?
Yes.
Mr. Timal?
Yes.
Mrs. Thompson-Nai?
Yes.
Dr. Dylan Remy?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Honourable Senators, the result of the division is as follows. On the vote on whether to accept the amendment as proposed by Senator Welch to B of Clause 11, 13 members voted for the amendment, 16 members voted against, and no one abstained. The amendment, therefore, has not been accepted. Senator Lachmidial, could we just proceed to yours for some housekeeping? I know that you, at your 11.1, it's the same amendment that has already been accepted. What about Attorney General? You have indicated that you are deleting subclause 3.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, Senator Lachmidial, will you therefore withdraw your amendment? Thank you. Attorney General, you also circulated an amendment and then you have a further amendment to make.
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we propose the creation of a hybrid offence here, as indicated in the course of my debate, so that we are not constrained only to the summary offence. And that is the reason for what is circulated at the amendment for Clause 11. We accept Senator Welch's good counsel that we ought to include knowingly into the mens rea, and therefore that would collide with the defense option in subparagraph 3, and therefore we propose that subparagraph 3 be deleted.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 11 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General and further amended by deleting subparagraph 3. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 11 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 11 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 12.
The question is that Clause 12 stand part of the bill. Senator Welch.
Yes, Madam Chair, and this, with respect to Clause 12, I have recommended that at 12 subsection 1, the word knowingly be inserted before conceals. So it read, a person who knowingly conceals. Presently, the bill just reads a person who conceals. And secondly, I have proposed the deletion of subclause 2 and subclause 3. Subclause 2, for the reasons which I had submitted during the course of my contribution, it imposes on a person, and this is any person, a passerby, as I said, a neighbor, a regular worker, in response to an inquiry from a police officer as to the whereabouts of the gang leader. If the person does not reveal the whereabouts to the police officer, despite knowing that person is criminally liable under the section. So it means that you conceal, not only if you deliberately conceal and hide someone, but simply a failure to respond to a police officer constitutes concealing a gangster. That's what that amounts to. And it's the same with respect to subsection 3. If, in response to an inquiry from a police officer in connection with the investigation, he does not reveal information to the police officer despite having knowledge of the plan's participation in or commission of the offense. Yes, I see the Attorney General.
Sorry to interrupt.
Wishes me to...
I want to thank you, and I agree. And if I could say why, it will help to just go a little bit faster.
Indeed, if you agree.
Yes, I agree. I'll tell you this. I had not thought of, until you raised it, the constitutional tripping of the right to remain silent. And it was only in your contribution that it really came home at me in the deeper context. So I want to thank you for assisting us to improve the constitutionality for a simple majority basis. I think that we would certainly have been tripping the right to remain silent. And I want to thank Senator Welch for pointing that out. What it would mean, Madam Chair, is that in Clause 12, that we should be deleting 2, 3, and 4, because Senator Welch had not asked for subsection 4 to be deleted, but it collides with the knowing.
Indeed.
So what we should do is to really delete subsections 2, 3, 4, and to obviously remove the 1, so it'll just become Clause 12. And then there's subject to an amendment that I propose to make. But I want to thank the Honourable Senator for his position.
General. Amendment.
Well, the amendment as proposed by Senator Lakshmi Dayal is at 1 is the same, and at 2 it's deleting subclause 4. Yeah. All right. So, Senator Adjournment, will you withdraw yours?
Sure.
And then we'll just incorporate it. So, could we add a D to Senator Welch? Can we just add a D to your proposed amendment?
Sorry, Madam Chair?
We'll just add a D to your proposed amendment. Your amendment is circulated to clause 12, and we will add a D to say by deleting subclause 4.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
So, Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 12 be amended as circulated by Senator Welch and further amended as follows by inserting D, which will read by deleting subclause 4. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. So the amendment as proposed by Senator Welch and further amended has been accepted. Attorney General, you have an amendment to clause 12?
Yes, please, Madam Chair. Just to keep to what I had proposed in the debate, which is that we make it a hybrid offence in the manner circulated. And just for the record to say that having accepted the very prudent and sensible recommendations from Senator Welch, the 12.1 would disappear. It'll just be section 12. So having deleted 2, 3, and 4, 12.1 will become 12. I'm just putting it for the record so that they would know how to capture it. I don't know if it needs to be amended per se. Is that okay?
I think that we can go with the amendment, and I think the cleaning up takes place afterwards.
Madam Chair, thank you.
So, Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 12 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 12 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 12 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 13.
The question is that clause 13 stand part of the bill. Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we propose that clause 13 be amended because we had unwittingly left out recruiting inside of the school as opposed to just within the precincts of the school. So on a review of it, before we came to the piloting of this bill, we had recognized that we ought to include inside the school. That effectively would keep us in tandem with the Dangerous Drugs Act, etc., which is not only in the precincts, but also inside of the school.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 13 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 13 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 13 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 14.
The question is that Clause 14 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 14 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 14 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 15.
The question is that Clause 15 stand part of the bill. Attorney General.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair, we had observed and had flagged very early in the debate in my piloting that the version that was printed unfortunately did not capture what we had approved. There is no way that we could have recommended a warrantless entry into premises, and therefore we propose the amendment as circulated so that you will always have either consent, and in default of consent you must have a warrant for the entry into premises. Therefore, that is a proposed amendment to subsection 3, and obviously the new subsection 4 is to take care of where there has been no consent granted for entry, that you would have to go and seek a warrant from a judicial officer.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 15 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 15 as amended now stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 15 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 16.
The question is that Clause 16 stand part of the bill. Senator Lakshmi Dayal, you have a proposed amendment.
Yes, please, Madam Chair. We were proposing that the inclusion of, in section 16.3, the inclusion of a subsection C, that the extract referred to, that an extract of the record referred to in paragraph B be included and disclosed to the person who is detained. The reason being that if the person is to be able to properly exercise their right under subsection 7 to make an application showing why the detention order should be discharged, they ought to be informed of the reasons initially for their detention and have it in writing so that they can approach the court for any sort of discharge further on that could be made. It is extremely burdensome to convince the court to discharge an order, and even if you were to come before the court on a habeas corpus, it would assist. And I think it's very important to balance here. When a person is being detained, they should at least have a physical record and recording of the reasons, as much as it is in the law that it must be recorded. I don't see any reason why that should not be disclosed to the person who is so detained.
Yeah. May I?
Attorney General, Senator Lakshmi Dayal, you also have other amendments to Clause 16?
Oh, you want me to go through? Okay, sure. And in subclause 4, Madam Chair, we are proposing the deletion of the ex parte. The reason being, the court always has a power to entertain an ex parte application, but where you put it in the law that the automatic method of going before the court is ex parte, you shift the burden upon, well, you give the court the option, of course, to convert to an inter partes, but in my experience, that causes delay. And where you're working with a time frame here, what would happen is that the police will go ex parte. The court has to consider what the police have put on oath as the evidence, and the court then decides whether or not it wants to hear the other side and convert the hearing to an inter partes hearing. Whether if, by way of, you leave it open, the automatic way that you go is inter partes, or you, the police, the law enforcement authority, convince the court of why you need to go ex parte. So ex parte should be the exception, where law enforcement has sufficient grounds to say that we need to have this matter dealt with ex parte, and they go before the court ex parte, not make it automatic that they go ex parte. Compare example for judicial review proceedings is the comparator I was using. Under the CPR, you go automatically ex parte for leave, and then the court must decide whether they want to convert to an inter partes, having read the papers. Then they must make an order to serve the other side. If that is the way that it will happen here, you could run into delays that will take you beyond that 36-hour period. So that was why I'm proposing that it be that you not include ex parte, but if it is that the circumstances warrant emergency ex parte application, let the state convince the judge why they need to come ex parte. So that is the proposed amendment to subclause 4. Subclause 5, Madam President, we wanted to include as an A, the person detained has committed, was committing or interfered with an investigation. This goes back to subclause 1 and the reasons for the initial grounds of detention. I do not believe that you should go, when you go before the court asking for further detention, the court should not just be satisfied of the fact that the detention is justified and that the investigation is being conducted, but the court should also be required to inquire into the original reason for the detention and be satisfied that the original reason for detention, as set out in subclause 1, is that they are satisfied of those requirements. So they must be satisfied of 3 things: that the person was detained in circumstances where he or she has committed, was about to commit, was committing or interfered with an investigation, and then that the further detention is justified, and also that the investigation is being conducted diligently and expeditiously. So that way, the evidence that they are required to put on oath before the court will cover the reasons and the grounds for the initial detention. And finally, in subclause 7, I propose the addition of, after the word application, that the application should be made in a prescribed form, and later on I suggested that the prescribed form be included in the second schedule because, as I said in my contribution, where you are creating a form and an ease of making an application for the extension of retention order, the application to discharge should be equally, should apply with equal ease. This is done under POCA, under Proceeds of Crime, Attorney General, Section 38. There are prescribed forms both for the application made by the state as well as the application for the discharge. It should not be left to the person who is detained to figure out the mechanism through which they must make the application under subsection 7. I think it is more balanced that you have, if you're creating a prescribed form for the state, that the prescribed form also be created for the person detained, who could then use it to approach the court to have the further order discharged.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank Senator Lachmidial for the very succinct and precise explanations offered for her proposed amendments. Madam Chair, I think it eminently sensible that the standard rules of disclosure be put into statute, and therefore I wholeheartedly agree with the provision of an extract of the station diary, even though there's a prohibition against it in the standing orders. I think it is a prudent improvement of the law. It means that we need to do a small bit of adjustment to the word "and" in removing it where it is and then dropping it one clause lower. The bugbear comes about in the ex parte and in the reasons offered for 16.5. First of all, we do not propose that the habeas corpus constitutional route is at all diminished. The Constitution provides that you may approach a court at any point after detention or arrest, if you want to call it that. Sometimes they're synonymous, and seek to have relief of habeas corpus. This statute is inferior to the Constitution, and therefore that prevails. I've raised the habeas corpus route because We are at the stage of investigation. The investigation and the clause itself as a proposed section, the section must be read as a whole. If I start with 16.1, notwithstanding any law to the contrary, and that does not include the Constitution, a police officer may, without a warrant, detain a person not exceeding 48 hours. And we have now, pursuant to Banfield and numerous other positions, kept ourselves within what the common law recognizes as justifiable detention time. A person whom he has reasonable cause to believe has committed, is about to commit or is committing, or has interfered with an investigation without charging him. After 1, we then go to 2, which says when the time starts, the moment you're arrested or detained. 3, we propose that we agree with the amendment that we provide the station extract. Where a person is detained, the police officer shall without delay inform him of the grounds, because that's their constitutional right. We'll remove the and from A. B, record the grounds for his detention in the station diary. And then we would provide an extract of the entry under B to the person detained. So the word and should come at that point there so that it reads A, B, and C. When we get to 4, the police officer has reasonable grounds to believe he shall, and obviously we propose that the concept of further detention be adjusted. It ought not to be further detention. The time should start from the first point. So we agree with that. That'll come in a further amendment later. But we have proposed ex parte specifically. If we were to include the reasons suggested by Senator Lutch-Medial, it would not take into account the breadth of what the current investigations may have produced. They may have produced other information which is out with the scope of subsection 1. So if we were to confine it only to subsection 1, we would be doing an injustice to what current inquiries look like. What we are proposing is that this further inquiry be done strictly with judicial approval, not in any other circumstances. The reason why we've put ex parte is to indicate that you can go to the judge by yourself, but ex parte in and of itself allows for 2 other alternatives. Ex parte opposed if the judge says so, or inter partes if the judge says so. Because the minute you flag ex parte, it is only to flag that somebody may approach the court by themselves. In the inherent jurisdiction of the court, ex parte is as a matter of inherent jurisdiction met with ex parte opposed, meaning the court can call you and say, listen, this has happened, we want to hear what you have to say. Or the court may say, look, I'm going to return this continued detention inter partes, meaning that both parties are heard. Stick a pin, that now accords exactly with habeas corpus. Because in habeas corpus, you turn up ex parte on habeas corpus, you call the state to come at that point. Nothing stops you from making the application ex parte, but it is then heard inter partes. And therefore, what we have sought to do here is to dovetail the inherent jurisdiction of the court and to keep the usual prescriptions of law, that is ex parte opposed and inter partes, as the natural flow and consequence of the event. So for those reasons, we support the amendment to 16.3. We disagree with the amendment to the deletion of ex parte because that will erode the manner in which very serious matters are being investigated. And the last thing that you would want to do is to now put a statutory obligation for disclosure in the middle of an investigation, because we're not yet at charge where disclosure then kicks in. We're at an investigating point. And the danger of putting it that way is that you're going to create a statutory obligation which can be challenged at that point. And it would turn the process of conducting inquiries in detention on its head from our point of view. The last amendment proposed is, I think that takes care of the proposed amendments coming, the prescribed form, clause 16.7, after the word application, add in the prescribed form. It is for the reason of a form condescending to information at that point, and therefore the ability to now take the statutory positions a little bit further, because we're at the point of investigation prior to charge, that I would be loath to recommend the use of a form in these circumstances. There are many examples in our existing law where the ex parte route is done, interception of communication, other aspects. But the most important thing is that the due process is preserved. It is a court to decide ex parte opposed, inter partes, and all subjugated to the constitutional right of habeas corpus, which is completely preserved in these circumstances.
Attorney General, I don't think you dealt with 16.5.
Yes, I did, Madam Chair. I said that that would be too narrow a purpose.
Okay.
So, because I said that it would not take into account further investigations on material disclosed in the course of the interrogation or detention.
Senator Lachmidial.
Madam Chair, in the same way that if new information arises in the course of the inquiry, the state can go before the judge and convince the judge that because of the new information that has surfaced in the course of the inquiry, this application ought to be heard ex parte. You see, this is a simple majority bill. And once you include here that you can come ex parte, you are running afoul of natural justice and the right to be heard and so on. You could run afoul of it, it could be argued. And therefore, it ought not to be that as a matter of course, these things can be done ex parte. You should leave it to the state to convince. That's what I'm saying. So even there is no difficulty with removing ex parte. It would not compromise a situation where there may be new information coming forward, which should not be disclosed. If there's new information coming forward in the course of the investigation that cannot be disclosed because it could compromise the investigation, those are the grounds upon which the state can approach the court and ask them to hear the matter ex parte. It's just a matter of where you put the burden. Do you put the burden on the state to say why this should be ex parte and deprive the other person of the right to be heard, the person detained? Or do you want to say that this should be a hearing which, as a matter of course, if we are still investigating what you were detained for initially, you will have the right to be heard, and then only if there is something that could be compromised, we will ask the court to leave you out of this hearing. That is exactly basically the logic there. So there's nothing. In the same way that the court has the power to convert it, the court has the power to rule that it can be ex parte, but it should be for the state to convince that the right to be heard ought to be left out and that the person detained ought to be deprived of that right to be heard, Madam President. And further, with respect to 5 and the narrowing of it, again, if the person was detained for one thing and then the investigation and the further detention is necessary because of other things that arise in the course of the investigation, well, then we can simply change it to, I don't feel that the grounds of the initial detention, the court has to be convinced that if the grounds of the initial detention are no longer valid, that there's some other reason to hold this person. You are basically saying that you can change and move the goalpost so that the original grounds of detention, if you say that it would narrow it, you're contemplating a situation where the state cannot convince a judge that the original grounds of detention are still, they cannot convince the court of the merits of those grounds of initial detention, but that there are further reasons and you're coming now before the judge to ask for further detention. If the initial grounds of detention are no longer valid, the person should be released. And perhaps if you have other things that arise in the investigation, they must meet that standard that is set out in subsection 1 in order to detain.
General.
Well, Madam Chair, the judge must be satisfied, full stop. Whether the judge in the first instance was satisfied within the context of 16.1, in 16.5, a judge may grant a detention order under 4 for the, we propose deletion of further, for the detention, for further detention of the person named, if he is satisfied that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the further detention of the person to whom the application relates is justified. That's not a capricious move. That is in keeping with the current law. And if we were to accept the recommendations coming from my learned colleague, it's almost tantamount to saying, well, before you go for a warrant for somebody, go and seek his view. We are in the course of an investigation where a judge must be satisfied there is a remedy if this is wrong. It's false imprisonment, it's malicious prosecution, there are damages available, but this is tried and tested in the courts of law, that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the continued detention is justified. So I respectfully do not want to interrupt with what has worked for centuries in the context of a judicial consideration of reasonableness and satisfaction. We have a lot of case law on that basis. So I most respectfully don't agree with the arguments of my learned colleague. We are in the anti-gang law. We're keeping it in the process of the court. We're in due process. We're not alienating any rights because it is a court in the separation of powers principle to consider the executive mind. The police, acting in the capacity of executive, have to convince a judge that the grounds are reasonable.
So at this juncture, I will now put the amendment as proposed by Senator Lutchmedia to the committee. Attorney General has indicated that 16.3 is to be accepted, but there's to be a further amendment to 16.3 by deleting the word "and" at the end of A, and inserting the word "and" at the end after the word "diary" at B. Correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Senator Lutchmedia, you've gotten that?
So it'll be delete the full stop, insert semicolon, and.
Yeah. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 16 sub 3 be amended as circulated by Senator Lutchmedia and further amended as follows by deleting the word "and" after the word "detention" and by inserting after the word "diary" semicolon and the word "and." Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The amendment as proposed by Senator Lutchmedia at 16.3 and further amended has been accepted. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 16 be amended as circulated by Senator Lutchmedia at 16.4 and 16.5 and 16.7. Those in favor say aye.
Madam Chair, if I could, are we going to separate 4, 5, and 7?
Is it necessary?
Yeah, for my purposes, yes.
Okay. So the question is that clause 16 the question is that the amendment as proposed to clause 16 at 4, sub 4, as circulated by Senator Lutchmedia be accepted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
Mr. Khan? No. Ms. Gopi Skoon?
No.
Mr. Rambarat?
No.
Mr. Sinanan?
No.
Mr. Hussain?
No.
Ms. West?
No.
Dr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Mr. De Freitas?
No.
Ms. Cox?
No.
Mr. Singh?
No.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal?
No.
Mr. Bacchus?
No.
Mrs. Lazama Lee Singh?
No.
Ms. Betelmi?
No.
Mr. Mark?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Ms. Lakshmi Dial,
Yes.
Mr. Nakid,
Yes.
Mr. Lyda,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts, Mr. Richards,
Yes.
Mr. Vieira,
No.
Dr. Dial Singh,
Yes.
Ms. Dionarain,
Yes.
Ms. Sipasad,
Yes.
Mr. Timal,
No.
Mrs. Thompson-Aye,
No.
Dr. Dylan Remy.
Abstain.
Result of the division. The result of the division is as follows. 9 senators voted for the proposed amendment, 19 senators voted against it, and 1 senator abstained. The amendment as proposed to clause 16 sub 4 has not been accepted. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 16 at 5 sub 5 be amended as circulated by Senator Lakshmi Dial. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no.
Mr. Khan,
No.
Ms. Gopi Skoon,
No.
Mr. Rambarat,
No.
Mr. Sinanan,
No.
Mr. Hussain,
No.
Ms. West,
No.
Dr. Brown, Mr. Mitchell,
No.
Mr. De Freitas,
No.
Ms. Cox,
No.
Mr. Singh,
No.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal,
No.
Mr. Bacchus,
No.
Mrs. Lazama Lee Singh,
No.
Ms. Betelmi,
No.
Mr. Mark,
Yes.
Ms. John,
Yes.
Ms. Lakshmi Dial,
Yes.
Mr. Nakid,
Yes.
Mr. Lyda,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Mr. Richards,
Yes.
Mr. Vieira,
Yes.
Dr. Dial Singh,
Yes.
Ms. Dionarain,
Yes.
Ms. Sipasad,
No.
Mr. Timal,
No.
Mrs. Thompson-Aye,
No.
Dr. Dylan Remy,
Abstain.
Mr. Welch,
Abstain.
As the result of the division in respect of the proposed amendment to 16.5 is as follows. 10 members voted for the amendment, 18 members voted against it, and 2 members abstained. The amendment has therefore not been accepted. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 16 sub 7 be amended as circulated by Senator Lakshmi Dial. Those in favour say aye. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. The amendment therefore is not accepted. I beg your pardon? Okay.
Mr. Khan?
No.
Ms. Gopi Schoon?
No.
Mr. Rambarat?
No.
Mr. Sinanan?
No.
Mr. Hussein?
No.
Ms. West?
No.
Dr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Mr. De Freitas?
No.
Ms. Cox?
No.
Mr. Singh?
No.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal?
No.
Mr. Bacchus?
No.
Mrs. Lazama Lee Singh?
No.
Ms. Betelmi?
No.
Mr. Mark?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Ms. Lakshmi Dial?
Yes.
Mr. Nakid?
Yes.
Mr. Lyda?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Richards?
No.
Mr. Vieira?
No.
Dr. Dial Singh?
Yes.
Ms. Dionarine?
No.
Ms. C. Prasad?
No.
Mr. Timal?
No.
Mrs. Tomsnai?
No.
Dr. Dylan Remy?
No.
Mr. Welch?
No.
As the result of the division in respect of the amendment circulated for clause 16 sub 7 is as follows. 7 members voted for the amendment, 23 members voted against it, and no one abstained. The amendment has therefore not been accepted. Senator Welch, I believe you have a proposed amendment to said clause 16.
Yes, Madam Chair. It's a very simple amendment with respect to 16(4)(c). It presently reads, the police officer may within 36 hours of the person's further detention. I have suggested 2 amendments. I believe one was not circulated. I'm suggesting changing 36 hours to 72 hours. I believe that's the one that wasn't circulated.
Not circulated. Did you?
No, it wasn't on the amendment.
So that you're now proposing that?
So I'm now proposing it.
Okay.
With
so,
your permit,
so,
with your
sure.
leave.
So could we just, yes, okay. So what is the proposed amendment, Senator Welch?
Within 72 hours.
No, could you just tell me where? At 16?
It would be on page 12. It's 16(4)(c) under paragraph 4C. There's a paragraph under paragraph 4C.
36, the shoes.
Called the shoes. Yeah.
Madam Chair, are you with me? Yes. So that would change to, instead of 36, it would change to 72. And the word further detention will change to initial detention. And the effect of that is that if after the initial 48 hours of detention, an intention is to be made to apply for a further period of detention, it should be 72 hours from the time the person was first detained. And that's why I have the word initial detention. So effectively, within 72 hours of the first moment at which the person is detained, an application should be made for that, what would be the 14-day extension. And that is with respect to 16C. Madam Chair, there's just one other proposed amendment. Should I go on to that one time as well? It would be in 16.6. Or should I wait perhaps for this first one to be discussed first?
Didn't you circulate 16.6 at B of your proposed amendment?
Yes.
Isn't it there? So that you can speak to it. There's an A, B, and now we've added a C, correct?
Yes, yes. So at 16.6, instead of 14 days, I have suggested 7 days for the maximum period of detention. Seeing this is a possible detention without charge, I am thinking 14 days is a bit too long, even though there has been the argument of it is subject to the higher scrutiny, judicial scrutiny at a higher level. I'm still thinking that 14 days is a bit too long. So I am suggesting 7 days would be a more proper and effective period by which the police should get their house in order, and it creates a better balance. So those are the 3 amendments I have for clause 16.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I welcome Senator Welch's proposed amendments. Certainly, the words that we've just put in, the 72 hours, I agree with that as well. I'd really like to hear the views of the rest of the Senate on the 14 versus 7 days.
If anyone wanted to, before I
But you
call
asked
on
me
you,
first, yeah.
I normally look around to see if anyone wishes to raise something, so that's why I called on you.
So can I now, having heard Senator Welch and reply, wonder if there is any other view on the 7 versus 14 days?
Quite simply, I agree.
You
I
agree?
agree with the 7 days.
7 days, as proposed by Senator Welch. I would also like to comment on the 72 hours from the time of detention. As it is right now, the way it is worded, and I didn't propose an amendment to this, but looking at the way it is worded, of the 36 hours of the person's further detention, it appears that it's 48 plus 36. I think the Law Association, just for the record, made a comment and they recommended that the requirement for the ex parte application be made or granted before the expiry of the 48 hours. I know that may be a bit short, but it is, when you are detaining a person beyond the initial period of detention of 48 hours, which is recognized as common law as reasonable, in order to give the police the opportunity to make an application, I think 72 hours, even 72 hours, is a little bit high. So I would suggest that we bring that down, perhaps to 36 hours, so that within 36 hours the application be made to.
I don't know if it came across clearly from me, but I had suggested the word further detention be replaced by initial. So I don't know if you took that into account.
And I'm saying that based on what the Law Association has recommended and my own view, I think that even 72 hours from initial detention to approach the court is a bit excessive. Okay. So I would like to propose that we look at a middle ground, perhaps 36 or 48 hours further, 36 or, something further than that. Because if you have an initial 48 and then you're extending beyond that, even up to 72, I think it goes a bit beyond what is reasonable.
Dr. Deonarine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to indicate that I am in agreement with Senator Welch's proposal.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that opportunity
sorry,
to...
Madam Chair, I had my...
I'm sorry, Senator Deonarine, I didn't
fine.
see. Yes?
So the question I have is, are we talking the 36 hours is beyond the 48 hours? So beyond 48 hours without charge, the officer may, within 36 hours of the person's further detention. So you're going now for another 36 hours? Or is 36 of the 48?
So, Madam Chair, if I could lend some assistance. Yeah, so Senator Welch's recommendations help us to come out of the confusing language. When do you start? When does the time run? When does it stop? So I welcome Senator Welch's recommendation. What we're proposing, the law will say, is in subsection 2, your detention starts the minute you're brought into custody. So that's made clear. You have an initial period of detention. That's 48 hours. And what Senator Welch is saying is that 72 hours after that initial detention, so you just have to deduct 48. In other words, then a day after, go and apply for further detention. So you will not cross 3 days without a court saying yes or no to your continued detention. And then what Senator Welch is proposing further is that instead of 14 days detention, that you start with 7 days detention, or you go for 7 days detention. The reason why I wanted to poll the Senate was to get the appetite for the detention. Bear in mind, arbitrary detention without special majority is something that we should abhor. We're fixing that by saying, go and let the judge tell you. So my gut instinct is to say that let's start with the 7. Let's see what the experience brings about, whether the police tell us or the judiciary tells us, look, these things are too complicated to do within 7 days, and then let's have some data on whether it works or not. So I think it would be a step of improving constitutionality if we went to 7 days, as opposed to staying at 14 days. So in the round, therefore, our proposal is to accept Senator Welch's recommendations as is. In relation to Senator Lutch-Media's recommendation, which is to put on record what the Law Association has said, I respectfully disagree with the Law Association's position because the time frame is just too tight. In gang-related matters, you're often looking at multiple persons, obviously more than one, because it's a gang. And then secondly, you're very often looking at decrypting or breaking into devices. And then you have to get the unlocking tools, the interception of communication, etc. The tighter that time frame, the more impossible it is to disrupt criminal activity. And therefore, I would recommend that we stick with Senator Welch's recommendation.
Okay.
So that's not...
So it's a further amendment.
So I'd be withdrawing my proposal if the Senate accepts Senator Welch's.
So, Senator Welch, let me just go through your amendment, please, just to get it right, because we have to add some words to your amendment, okay? So you have an A, where you are saying to delete the word further and substitute the word initial, but you're also asking to further amend A by deleting the words 36 and substituting the word 72.
Sir?
So, honorable senators, please, if I can have your attention, it is difficult to now have to repurpose amendments that have been circulated. So we're just trying to get it right so that we can. So clause 16, Senator Welch. There'll be 16A1, which will be 16A1 in subclause 4 by deleting the word 36 and substituting the word 72. And then at 16A2 by deleting the word further and inserting the word, substituting the word initial.
Madam Chair.
And then at 16B in subclause 6 by deleting the word 14 and substituting the word 7. Yes?
Yes, indeed, Madam Chair.
So, honorable senators, the question is that clause 16 be amended as circulated by Senator Welch and further amended, as I just indicated, by inserting a 16A1 and 2 and a B and a 16B, which I had just read out. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The amendment as circulated by Senator Welch has been accepted. Attorney General, you are withdrawing your amendment.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So, honorable senators, the question is that clause 16, as amended, now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 16, as amended, now stands part of the bill.
Clause 17.
The question is that clause 17 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 17 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 17 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 18.
The question is that clause 18 stand part of the bill. Senator Lachmidial.
Yes, Madam Chair, we are proposing for clause 18 that the amendment to the schedules be subject to the affirmative resolution, just having regard to the seriousness of the legislation and the far-reaching impact. We feel that it should have more oversight and it should be open to debate in the Parliament. That is my amendment, the proposed amendment to clause 18 and 19.2.
Attorney General.
Madam Chair, insofar as the second schedule, which is the subject of clause 18, is just the form, I respectfully don't think that we need to move the Parliament in an affirmative resolution to amend the form. So I'd respectfully ask that we not cause that. In respect of, well, we're not at 19 yet, so I'll save my position for that.
Thank you. So, honorable senators, the question is that clause 18 be amended as circulated by Senator Lachmidial. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
Just a signal to how to vote.
Mr. Khan?
No.
Ms. Gopi Skoon?
No.
Mr. Rambarat?
No.
Mr. Sinanan?
No.
Mr. Hussain?
No.
Ms. West?
No.
Dr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Mr. De Freitas?
No.
Ms. Cox?
No.
Mr. Singh?
No.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal?
No.
Mr. Bacchus?
No.
Mrs. Lazama Lee Singh?
No.
Ms. Betelmi?
No.
Mr. Mark?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Ms. Lachmidial,
Yes.
Mr. Nakid,
Yes.
Mr. Lyda,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Mr. Richards,
No.
Mr. Vieira,
No.
Dr. Dial Singh,
Yes.
Ms. Dionarine,
Yes.
Ms. Sipasad,
No.
Mr. Timal,
No.
Mrs. Thompsonai,
No.
Dr. Dylan Remy,
No.
Mr. Welch,
No.
Of the division as to whether to accept the amendment as proposed by Senator Lachmidial to clause 80. The result of the division is as follows. 8 members voted for the amendment, 22 voted against it, and no one abstained. The amendment has therefore not been accepted. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 18 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 18 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 19.
The question is that clause 19 stand part of the bill. Senator Lachmidial.
Yes, Madam President, again, if you are giving the regulation making power, this is a new provision that was not previously in the law, and particularly in light of the proposed amendment by the Attorney General where he's imposing a fine for a breach of the regulations, it is anticipated that the regulations would be creating criminal offences. And so I believe that the oversight is, a higher degree of oversight is necessary, and it should be subject to affirmative resolution.
We agree, Madam President.
Senator Vieira.
I was going to ask what sort of regulations were in your contemplation, because I'm leaning to affirmative resolution.
I agree.
The question is that clause 19 be amended as circulated by Senator Lachmidial. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Attorney General, I think you have an amendment to clause 19 as well.
Yes, Madam Chair, and it fits in with the agreement to the proposal for affirmative resolution. It's to just simply notwithstand the Section 63 of the Interpretation Act, so that the offences could be treated with at a higher category, but we have the protection now of the affirmative resolution for the regulations.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 19 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 19, the amendment as circulated by the Attorney General has been accepted. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 19 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 19 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 20.
The question is that clause 20 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 20 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 20 now stand.
Clause 20. New clause 21.
Honourable Senators, the question is that new clause 21 be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. That's what I'm asking you.
Madam Chair, would you, is it that we normally do the schedules before the new clauses? Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
The question is that new clause 21 be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it.
Mr. Khan?
No.
Ms. Gopi Skoon?
No.
Mr. Rambarat?
No.
Mr. Sinanan?
No.
Mr. Hussain?
No.
Ms. West? Dr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Mr. De Freitas?
No.
Ms. Cox?
No.
Mr. Singh?
No.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal?
No.
Mr. Bacchus?
No.
Mrs. Lazama Lee Singh?
No.
Ms. Betelmi?
No.
Mr. Mark?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Ms. Lakshmi Dial?
Yes.
Mr. Nakid?
Yes.
Mr. Lyder?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Richards?
No.
Mr. Vieira?
No.
Dr. Dial Singh?
Abstain.
Ms. Dionarain?
No.
Ms. C. Prasad?
No.
Mr. Timal?
No.
Mrs. Thompson-Nai?
No.
Dr. Dylan Remy?
No.
Mr. Welch?
No.
The result of the division on whether the new clause as proposed by Senator Lakshmi Dial be read a second time. The result of the division is as follows. 6 members voted yes, 23 members voted no, and 1 member abstained. So the new clause 21 as proposed by Senator Lakshmi Dial will not be read a second time. The question is that Schedule 1 now stand part of the bill.
Madam Chair, may I withdraw Part B of the proposed amendment to Schedule 1 as circulated by me and just maintain Part A?
Attorney General, shall you speak to it?
If you please. Yes, please. So, Madam Chair, we had proposed in the schedule of offences that we amend at gang leader at proposed item 7. Instead of it just reading preventing gang member from leaving, the act itself actually says for both, for the gang leader or the gang member. So the schedule had inadvertently left out the concept of the gang leader leaving, and therefore we propose to harmonize it with what was in the body of the law itself.
Directors, the question is that Schedule 1 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General and listed at A of the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, the question is that the amended Schedule 1 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The amended Schedule 1 now stands, Schedule 1 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Yes, Honorable AG, through you, Madam Chair, I could be wrong, but I'm not saying being a gang member as a listed offense in this first schedule.
It's at number 5, gang membership.
No, being a gang leader.
A gang leader. That should probably be in.
No? Yeah.
Huh?
Madam Chair, I thank Senator Timmel for spotting that. In those circumstances, may I adjust my proposed amendment to the first schedule as circulated with paragraph A. And what we should do is to also, so there should be an A, the new A should be at item 5, in the proposed item 5, delete gang membership and substitute being a gang member or a gang leader. That is much clearer than what is there. It should be being a gang leader or a gang member. Forgive me. CPC just asked me to invert it. Being a gang leader or a gang member.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Attorney General, number 8, counseling a gang leader, gang member, or gang? Gang what?
Yes, at 8, Attorney General.
Is there a question?
Yes, what or gang what? A gang leader or gang member? What else you can have in a gang?
Well, it may be more than them, the collection of them, the gang.
The whole gang?
Yes. So the plain and ordinary meaning would flow.
Any other questions or comments?
Schedule 1 revisited.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Schedule 1 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General and further amended as follows. There will be an A, which will read, delete gang membership and substitute being a gang leader or a gang member in the proposed item 5. And B, in the proposed item 7, after the word preventing, insert the words gang leader or. Yeah?
Madam Chair, just a quick question. I'm not seeing human trafficking specifically identified.
Item 30, offences under the Trafficking in Persons Act.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, before I reread the proposed amendments, are there any other questions or comments on the first schedule? No? Honourable Senators, the question is that Schedule 1 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General and further amended as follows. At A, in respect of the proposed item 5, delete gang membership and substitute being a gang leader or a gang member. And B, in the proposed item 7, after the word preventing, insert the words gang leader or and. Attorney General, does the and stay?
The and would go in A. So it'll just be A and B. Yes?
Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that Schedule 1 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Schedule 1 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Schedule 2.
The question is that Schedule 2 now stand part of the bill. Senator Lakshmi Dayal, I think you have an amendment.
Madam President, the amendment was premised on the earlier proposal of 16.7, which wasn't accepted, so it would fall. I'll withdraw it.
Thank you very much. So the question is that Schedule 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Schedule 2 now stands part of the bill. Senator Lakshmi Dayal, in respect of the amendments circulated on your behalf, I see that you sought to include a preamble, but this is really outside the scope of the bill, and therefore I will not be putting it to the committee. The question is that the bill as amended be now reported to the Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill as amended will now be reported to the Senate. General.
Madam President, I wish to report that the Anti-Gang Bill 2021 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on the Anti-Gang Bill 2021. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Attorney General.
Madam President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Maintenance of Public Safety and Order through Discouraging Membership of Criminal Gangs and the Suppression of Criminal Gang Activity and for other related matters be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Maintenance of Public Safety and Order through Discouraging Membership of Criminal Gangs and the Suppression of Criminal Gang Activity and for other related matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think.
Mr. Khan.
Yes.
Ms. Gopi Skoon.
Yes.
Mr. Rambarat.
Yes.
Mr. Sinanan.
Yes.
Mr. Hussein.
Yes.
Ms. West.
Yes.
Dr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. De Freitas.
Yes.
Ms. Cox.
Yes.
Mr. Singh.
Yes.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal.
Yes.
Mr. Bacchus.
Yes.
Mrs. Lazama Leasing.
Yes.
Ms. Betelmi.
Yes.
Mr. Mark.
Abstain.
Ms. John.
Abstain.
Ms. Lakshmi Diyal.
Abstain.
Mr. Nakid.
Abstain.
Mr. Lyda.
Abstain.
Mr. Roberts.
Abstain.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Mr. Vieira.
Yes.
Dr. Diyal Singh.
Yes.
Ms. Dionarain.
Yes.
Ms. Sipasad.
Yes.
Mr. Timal.
Yes.
Mrs. Tom Snai.
Yes.
Dr. Dylan Remy.
Yes.
Mr. Welch. Madam President, the result of the division is as follows. 24 senators voted for, no senators voted against, and there were 6 abstentions.
Honorable Senators, the result of the division is as follows. 24 senators voted yes, no one voted against, said no, and 6 senators abstained. The bill has therefore been passed.
A bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Maintenance of Public Safety. A bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Maintenance of Public Safety and Order through Discouraging Membership of Criminal Gangs and the Suppression of Criminal Gang Activity and for other related matters.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, March the 23rd, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. Private Members' Day. I'm informed by the Leader of the Opposition bench that he will be continuing the motion on the speaking time. And I just want to put through you, Madam President, the Senator noticed that we plan to meet also on Wednesday the 24th to do the Carry Forum bill. Carry Forum.
Honorable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for 2 matters to be raised. Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I raise this motion, this matter rather, on the motion for the adjournment, dealing with the need for the government to address the deficiencies in students' access to online learning, as a significant portion of the student population remains without devices and internet connectivity and cannot access the online learning platform. Madam President, it is of grave concern, and it should be of grave concern to the population and to our nation, that tens of thousands of our young people, students, have absolutely no access to online learning. In fact, At a JSC meeting recently, we were told that there were 46,000 citizens, young people, who never even access the online learning process or experience. So could you imagine in a society where we have 46,000 young people not being able to access online classes? When you combine that, Madam President, with the fact that many citizens, young people, who are able to access online classes, they switch on, they participate once or twice, and then they switch off. So the drop-off rate is extremely high. The dropout rate is extremely high. We don't have any figures at this time because the Ministry of Education is yet to provide this country with the kind of numbers involved there. Madam President, when you look at the whole issue of the number of children who have no access to devices as well as connectivity, it compounds the situation in our country as it relates to learning, education, and advancement for our young people as we look forward to the future of our country. So I have raised this matter today to address this very burning issue and to get from the government what actions are being taken by the Ministry of Education to address this debacle, this monumental educational crisis that is affecting our young people in this nation of Trinidad and Tobago. So we also, Madam President, have been advised by the acting president of the National Council of PTAs, NCPTA, one Mr. Clarence Mendoza, where he was indicating that there are many, many students in this country who are still without devices, consolidating the position that I've advanced. And we have also been advised that many parents who may not be trained in the kind of subjects that these children are exposed to, they too are experiencing challenges, particularly in the rural areas or the rural communities where, Madam President, you have the lack of devices, you have the lack of connectivity. So it is important for us to understand why it is, Madam President, we have this high, or Mr. Vice President, why it is we have this high dropout rate in our country and our students who are not accessing for one reason or the other, as I have indicated. And Mr. Vice President, we know that the student support services is supposed to be addressing the problems faced by these young students and pupils. But there's a shortage or a deficiency or a deficit in resources. So the thousands of young people who are unable to access online classes, who don't have devices, who don't have connectivity, Mr. Vice President, the SSS is unable to deal with those situations because it is so overwhelming. Mr. Vice President, we have a situation where packages are made available and parents are supposed to collect those packages at the various schools. The question that we are faced with is that many parents, Mr. Vice President, because they are not trained as teachers to really provide their children with the educational guidance, there is in fact a crisis emerging in the education system in Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, I have raised this motion today to deal with what I call the crisis in education, which Mr. Vice President, we need to understand that our children, particularly in the rural communities and in the suburban areas, they are suffering, they are experiencing deprivation. There's a lot of socio-economic challenges. Their parents are not employed, and therefore those children are deprived, Mr. Vice President, in terms of access to proper nutrition, access to proper health care, access to proper opportunities and facilities because of socio-economic challenges that they are faced with. And Mr. Vice President, I've learned that it is particularly grave when it comes to students in Forms 3 and 4. It is extremely serious. Mr. Vice President, I have been informed, the party has been informed, that there are many teachers who have not even gotten online. They are not online with their students. So it is not only the students who have not gotten online because of not being interested or not being in a position to be interested because of socio-economic challenges. But you also have, Mr. Vice President, where the teachers who are responsible for training and for educating, they are not connected. They are not switched on. They are not locked on. And these are matters that I believe is important that we need to get some information on. Because, Mr. Vice President, those students today who are not exposed to education, they are the ones who may become easily influenced by gangs, gang leaders, and become gang members. This is not good for our country. And therefore, I've raised this matter so that we can get some answers from the Ministry of Education as to how we are going to address those 46,000 students who are not even switched on. They are not online, Mr. Vice President, not to mention the dropout rate that we have within the current system. So it is a growing crisis in the education system. We need answers from the government. We need to know what interventions they are going to make, what measures they are going to employ to save our young people from a life of crime, a life of challenges that they are going to experience if interventions are not made. So, Mr. Vice President, this matter has been raised to get information, to get clarification, to get answers, and to get from the government more what measures are being taken to address this emergent crisis in the education system. I thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Minister of Public Administration and Digital Transformation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I'm pleased to report to this Honourable House on the actions taken by the Ministry of Education, given its mandate of No Child Left Behind, to provide access to all students to teaching and learning opportunities since the closure of schools in March 2020 due to COVID-19. In September 2020, in September 2020, based on data collected by the Ministry of Education, it was noted that approximately 65,000 of the approximately 220,000 students would not have ready access to online environment. The Ministry of Education therefore instituted, alongside the virtual system, which allowed over 150,000 students access to teaching and learning, the printed packet system, as has been done the world over. The Ministry of Education also provided educational material through various channels via social media on the Ministry of Education's YouTube channel, television via Flow Digital 104 and Analog 4, Digicel Channel 4 and On-Demand Education Folder, Amplia Channel 104, Green Dot on Channel 4, Radio via Radio Talk City 91.9 FM, and in the print media via the ECC pullout in the Sunday Guardian. Mr. Vice President, it is important to note, therefore, that students without online access were not left without opportunity for teaching and learning. With respect to connectivity, the Ministry collaborated with the Telecommunications Association of Trinidad and Tobago, the Ministry of Public Administration, as it then was, and service providers Digicel and TSTT to expand internet connectivity to all locales. These service providers made internet access zero-rated to students who access the Student Learning Management System for the 3-month period ending July 31st, 2021. Based on our continued dialogue, a total of 81 schools, both primary and secondary, have been assessed for Wi-Fi connections throughout the TT Wi-Fi service funded by TAT. And these schools will receive internet connections by the planned date of April 12, 2021. The Ministry also engaged in discussions with foreign stakeholders such as UNESCO, UNICEF, the European Union, and the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF, for the provision of devices for students. In this regard, an award has been made for the provision of 350 laptops through funding provided by UNICEF in the amount of $100,000. Also, an agreement has been entered into with CAF and UNICEF for the provision of $75,000 for the acquisition of 1,000 tablet devices. Tender documents have been prepared to facilitate this procurement exercise. Mr. Vice President, through partnership with iGovTT, the award has been made to a provider for the provision of 20,000 laptops, having completed the RFP process in February of 2021. These should begin arriving in April of 2021. Mr. Vice President, the tender for the provision of 45,000 MiFi devices for students was sent out to ISPs via iGov on January 21st, 2021. Tenders closed in February 2021, and the final details are being worked on by the Evaluation Committee. This will deliver connectivity to the homes of those who need assistance providing same. Further to this, the Ministry of Education reached out to the private sector in August of 2020, encouraging the donation of devices, through which 18,122 have been donated to children nationwide out of a total number of 22,442 pledges. This has enabled thousands of our children access to the online environment, which is not in itself a miracle cure for the challenges of education during the COVID-19 pandemic, but provides the best replacement possible for face-to-face engagement. Mr. Vice President, allow me then to summarize the actions of the Ministry of Education since September 2020 to address directly the lack of access to some students to online learning platforms. One, partnership with international funding agencies to provide 1,350 devices for students to connect to the online environment. 2, facilitating donations of over 18,000 devices and connectivity from the private sector directly to students in primary and secondary schools. 3, processing the ongoing purchase of 20,000 laptops and 45,000 MiFi devices by the government to provide to students in need of devices. And 4, continue dialogue and partnership with the ISPs to provide connectivity to households and schools. The Government of Trinidad and Tobago remains committed to the process of providing education for the most vulnerable students with the resources available. Even as the Ministry of Education makes significant headway in meeting the device and connectivity shortfall, it must be recognized, as expressed in many international documents, that the best way to ensure the learning crisis presented by COVID does not become a generational catastrophe is to suppress transmission of the virus and plan thoroughly for school reopenings. The actions of the government to reduce the spread of the virus and create the enabling environment for the partial reopening of schools, ongoing as we speak, is testimony to the importance of that objective. With the phased reopening of schools underway and the recognition that online learning is not a panacea for teaching and learning challenges exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Ministry of Education is moving ahead undaunted to surmount the challenges of the day as we continuously strive to provide equitable, accessible, quality education for all learners. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Lutch-Medial.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I raise this matter, this motion on the adjournment about the need for the government to ensure that the Commissioner of Police establishes systems to guarantee that reports of violent crimes are being appropriately attended to by police officers and followed up as priority matters, simply because if we do not address our minds to the actions of police officers when reports are made or attempted to be made, then everything that we do here in order to address the scourge of crime in this country will be futile. Mr. Vice President, I was prompted to file this motion for the adjournment because of reports that surfaced following the horrific killing that took place in our country of Andrea Barrett. A person who died in police custody but was accused of being part of that crime and was arrested and being questioned. When his photograph was published, there were several reports surfacing both in the traditional print media as well as on social media that this person had committed offenses in the past and that the reports had not received appropriate attention from police officers. I was horrified to read of one report of a woman who recognized the photograph of that alleged offender and stated that when she went to the police station because she had been reported missing by her mother having not returned home, the same mother who reported her missing earlier took her to the police station to report that she had been raped, but the policeman on duty, and I quote, dismissed her with a flick of a wrist. She went on to recount another incident where two women alleged that they were attacked by the same person, or at least someone resembling him and who they recognized as perhaps being the same offender, said that she was told by a police officer at the station when she made the report, "All you show is not all a man." Another officer said, "All you show, all you ain't go there to have fun." The woman with bruised eyes recounted that both she and her friend were raped by the men because it was a group of them. A few minutes later, the men said to the police that the women came willingly and agreed to what happened. Her friend started crying, and a woman police officer said, "Don't play your crying here. Don't play your crying there, you know." Mr. Vice President, these reports are only two reports that we know of, but we don't know how many more. Of course, there's much anecdotal evidence out there of persons, particularly women, who have suffered sexual assault, being treated in a manner that deters them from making reports. In both of these cases, the women indicate that they did not follow up with the police to complete the process of making a report simply because they were too traumatized based on the treatment that they received when they arrived at the police station. Again, another example, during the course of this debate that we had on the anti-gang amendment, another report surfacing is of a mom of girl 8 calls on police to catch Maloney sex predator. A woman reports that her 7-year-old daughter was molested by someone known to them, someone who they later discovered had committed similar offenses to other persons in the area. And from June 28th last year to now, nothing has been done, except even in the face of that family getting independent medical reports and attempting to report these matters to the police. Mr. Vice President, laws cannot be effectual if the reports of citizens are not being treated with the required level of urgency. Many persons have stood here in the course of the past 2 days and said that sexual offenses, violent crimes, many of them, including the killing of Andrea Barrett, could have been linked to gang-related activity. Well, what is the purpose of passing laws that would be able to jail persons and charge them for offenses related to gang-related activity if the police aren't even taking the reports? And even if they take the reports, they are not taking them seriously. We need to have a system in place whereby reports are received, action is initiated in an appropriate time frame in order to preserve evidence, and those reports are followed up with the appropriate action. And then, if charges are in fact laid, that the prosecution of those offenses are followed through. The ultimate detection and the successful prosecution of crimes depend on immediate collection of evidence of critical evidential value, particularly with offenses of a sexual nature. You want to have the DNA evidence, you want to collect samples which can lead to successful charges being brought and prosecuted before the court. Citizens of this country report that they simply do not know how to cope with the dismissive and flippant attitude that is sometimes meted out to them when they go to police stations in order to make a report. We have a system in place right now where if you make a report, you are given a receipt. And I have seen so many of those receipts over a period of time, and I do not believe that that receipt system really is accomplishing what it was meant to accomplish. It is meant as proof that you have made a report, but is there anyone inside the institution of the TTPS following up on each receipt that is issued? We do not know, and I'm respectfully suggesting that that is a failure of the system. In addition, most of those receipts, as they relate to things such as threats to kill, or even if there are threats between family members, which may be, or neighbors where there are disputes, they are recorded as information coming to the police station. That is of no value. It does not record or reflect the seriousness of the nature of the offense that might be reported. And the problem that we have is that we are reactive and not proactive. So even if someone makes a threat, the way that that threat is, or that the police categorize that threat and the way that they deal with it could be the difference between saving a life or not. And therefore, we have to have measures in place where someone is tracking and taking action, corrective action, when certain reports are not treated with the level of importance that it deserves. Another report that came to my attention last year, a young mother was murdered in Pinal, and later on it surfaced that the offender, a domestic dispute, went to the police station. The police in the area knew of the couple because of the history of domestic violence between them. He went by himself to the police station the day before he murdered that young mother and said that he was feeling suicidal and could not cope. The police do not take something like that as a report. It is not reflected anywhere. There is no action. But the next day, he killed his estranged spouse and attempted to kill himself. How we deal with reports and citizens coming to a police station, therefore, is of great importance. If we are serious about reducing violent crimes against women, we must, especially those crimes committed against women, we have to have these things put into place, because women who are sexually assaulted or victims of abuse and domestic violence lack the wherewithal, emotional strength, and sometimes the resources to follow through with the processes and procedures that currently exist to report an errant police officer who may be flippant in his attitude and may not wish to give a report the attention that it needs. One would be naive to think that a rape victim treated in the manner that I have just described as reported in the newspapers would then proceed to locate the Professional Standards Bureau and make a report and follow up with the Police Complaints Authority. It is simply not practical sometimes for us to expect that those things would happen unless we take action to make those things, or unless the government ensures that the Commissioner of Police takes some action to track these matters and to make reports and complaints more easily accessible to the public. Whatever process can be put into place. The PCA Complaints Division and PSB and even private attorneys can seek your interest. However, it is beyond the capable of many of the victims. And I respectfully suggest that one area that has to be looked at is the ease of accessibility of making complaints against officers when you are not treated with the level of urgency when you go to a police station to make a report. The Handbook on Police Accountability, Oversight and Integrity, which is published by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, lists dealing with complaints about policing, the receipt, investigation, and follow-up as a key feature of the criminal justice reform and upholding the rule of law. And it says that because police officers act on the basis of directives, accountability includes responsibility for the direction, control, diligence exercised before and during operations, to ensure the observance of the law and policies and of human rights.
You have 1 more minute.
Yes. I would like to recommend, for example, that you have a system whereby, apart from being able to make reports, that there be some sort of electronic tracking for reports. It is not sufficient that a person makes a report to the police station and it is physically recorded in some document, and there is no ability for seniors. The police service operates on the merit basis of seniority. They must implement a system whereby seniors, as high up as the commissioner's office, is able to track the progress of reports so that we can have timely and effective investigation and prosecution of matters. Thank you.
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the Commissioner of Police has advised that through the transformation process, the TTPS has implemented measures and established new systems and structures with a view to ensuring that all police officers promptly attend to reports of violent crimes. Multi-agency involvement also assists with ensuring there is follow-up. So, Mr. Vice President, these systems and structures also address proper follow-up action protocols, and these are now in place. Mr. Vice President, some of the specific measures are as follows, and they relate to 11 measures in respect of investigators and 8 measures in respect of supervisors. Number 1, all victims are given a receipt, and this ensures accountability for each and every report. Number 2, statements should, as far as practicable, be recorded, including the first description of the suspects, items taken, and any witnesses. 3, where medical attention is needed, the investigator has a duty to ensure the victim is taken for medical attention. 4, the report is submitted to the supervisor, highlighting all the available facts and actions taken by the investigator. 5, the investigator engages the services of the victim and witness support unit where appropriate. 6, investigator provides feedback to the victim on the status of the investigation. This feedback should be documented to avoid allegations of non-performance. 7, the investigators are tasked to complete an incident report form which reflects all the steps taken throughout the course of the investigations. This allows for transparency of the investigative process and ensures the victim is aware of the steps being taken to address the report effectively. 8, the investigator must assess the solvability rate of the report made. This guides investigators as to what other resources and units are needed to identify the suspect or suspects in a matter and gather sufficient evidence. 9, when suspects are identified, the judge's rules, all constitutional rights and criminal procedures are followed when conducting suspect interviews, ID parades, verifications, and all other evidence gathering processes. 10, in instances where sufficient evidence is obtained, the investigators are required to initiate preparation of a case file in accordance with the criminal procedure rules. They are also required to liaise with the legal officer to have a well-structured file for submission. And the last measure, Mr. Vice President, in relation to investigators, once a matter reaches the court, the investigator must attend the court orderly room and court as required. And then, Mr. Vice President, the 8 measures in respect of the supervisors when they are reviewing reports of a violent crime, they must ensure following 8 things. 1, they must ensure that the investigator adheres to all the processes outlined. Deadlines must be set to ensure proper performance management and adherence to procedures. 2, report must be reviewed and the supervisor must ensure the recommendations are made by the investigator. Where necessary, the supervisor must provide the investigator with feedback to ensure a comprehensive investigation is done. 4, in assessing the solvability factors identified, supervisor must assist the investigator in accessing resources in using the internal system put in place by the Commissioner of Police. 5, The supervisor must brief and guide the investigators through the proper criminal procedures to interview suspects and turn intelligence gathered into evidence. 6. The supervisor must review and confirm incident reports outlining actions that are taken, and the supervisor must ensure that feedback is provided on the status of the investigation to the victim and that feedback is documented. 7. Supervisor must review the case file preparation processes used by the investigator to ensure a well-structured file is submitted to court. And 8. The supervisor must ensure that the investigators attend the court orderly room and court, and the supervisor must initiate disciplinary action for failure to comply. In addition to the 11 measures for the investigators and 8 for the supervisors, Mr. Vice President, there is oversight. So whilst the overall investigation is headed by an investigator, support systems and multiple levels of supervision are in place to ensure that each report that is made is treated equally, fairly, and all available resources, once applicable to the investigation, are made available for a successful outcome of these violent crimes. And finally, Mr. Vice President, the Commissioner of Police says, this reporting structure and system allows for integrity of the investigation, the protection of information, evidence, media, and press control, which is vital to the successful apprehension of a suspect or suspects. I thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, and I thank Senator Lakshmi Dayal for this motion.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now stand adjourned to Tuesday, the 23rd of March at 1:30 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, the 23rd of March at 1:30 p.m.